who drives it down the onside of straight. It's been stopped up at mid-on, and there is no run from the first delivery of a new Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy season. Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins, your commentary team. What a delight it is to be with you again at a sunny Edgbaston. Sunnier than it was on that first game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It was bitterly cold that September when this competition started. As de Klerk comes in, right arm over the wicket from the Birmingham end. It's down the onside of straight again, although more defensively from Jones, who was forward in orderly fashion. And that's another dot ball. Busy bit of wicket keeping from Claridge, who's got the gloves on today. We see Michaela Kirk is in the gully at the moment. We've got a backward point. Ballinger down at third. We imagine she'll take the second over of the game. Also have a backward point cover, a short extra cover and a mid-off on the offside, and that's where the ball is pushed in the direction of. Daisy Mullen, joining the Blaze for 5 games from Thunder, picks it up. Distinctive figure out there. Saw her take a brilliant catch at Southport.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it was during Alex Hartley's 6 for against South East Stars.
Ooh,
She threw herself.
the ever-entertaining Alex Hartley. We were having a chat about her off air before the game.
I think there may be a chance I may be seeing Alex Hartley at some point in the coming days at a cricket ground not too far from here. But today we're seeing Eve Jones back to a Nadine de Klerk delivery and pushing again towards Daisy Mullen. There is no run. It's 0 for 0 if you just joined us.
You're being all mysterious today, aren't you, Mike?
What about?
He's an international man of mystery and
our special
intrigue.
guest. Shall I give my first?
Oh, go on then. Give the first clue.
Our first clue is she has played cricket for West Midlands Women, Staffordshire, and I also found out today. She certainly says that online. She's given me a funny look.
Must
about
be right then.
That one's defended back to Nadine de Klerk, and there is no run. I've also found out today. Originally, I think before both of those, Edgbaston ladies
played club cricket at Edgbaston ladies. She told us this morning.
Yeah. So there you go. That's
she's never played at Edgbaston.
You'll get a clue every over to the 5 over mark, and then
God.
I will make way for the
special guest.
The special guest themselves. In comes de Klerk, bowls outside the off stump. I think that was a bit closer to Eve Jones's off stump than she perhaps realised when she raised the bat there to allow it through to Claridge. It's the end of the first over. It's a maiden from Nadine de Klerk, and that over to me from Eve Jones said, I am going to not let you take any wickets, Nadine de Klerk, today, because I think you're the best bowler in the attack. And she just had a look. If she gets a bad ball, she'll try and whack it. But other than that, she's going to just try and stop Nadine de Klerk making inroads here.
I was talking, interesting enough, I was talking to Laura McLeod, and she said that they're nervous. I mean, I kind of want them excited nervous, but, there are lots of different shades of nervous. So they're very nervous. And I think there is that. It's the first game of the season, isn't it? There's going to be a bit of nerve jangling. There's a bit of playing in England rust going on as Grace Banbury from this end, the umpire signals that she's about to be ready. We've got Grace Banbury, the ender is about to be bowled out by Grace Ballinger, and the other end it's Rob White doing the umpiring. The scorers today are C.L. Hughes and H.S. Eccleston, because they like to be mentioned. No relation to Sophie Eccleston, but still an Eccleston.
And facing up for this ball from Grace Ballinger is Chloe Brewer, which is a new name at the top of the order for the Sparks. Doesn't get bat on that one, but does pick up a wide. The first run of the day, an extra marked down by those aforementioned scorers. It is one without loss. If you are just joining us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, we will be bringing you all the games, be they from Edgbaston, Kidderminster, New Road, I think possibly Moseley as well. We might have one later in the season. Always nice to get out to the outgrounds. Now there's a slip and gully in place for Ballinger, who generally likes to bring the ball back in, kicks her heels up again as she reaches the crease. Now that's a nice cut from Brewer. It'll get her off the mark. It looked as if it might have more value to the shorter side of the ground there, but it was a very, very good bit of fielding, I think, by Marie Kelly over there. Really good stop, keeps it to 1, and the score moves to 2 without loss.
Oh, I love a bit of good point fielding. That was my position. Point to point, given a chance, throwing himself around. Barbara may not remember my cricketing skills, but she might remember my eccentricity and throw myself in the end of the field. But we'll have a chat with her later. I want to give her a clue there.
Eccentricity, don't we? Now, Ballinger's just adjusting this field again. Looks pretty much the mirror of what we had before. Slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. And then she's got mid-on and a fairly straight mid-wicket, actually, as well as the fielders out of the ring.
A bit of swapsy.
Down at backward square leg. The two fielders swapping are just Gordon going to mid-on, and de Klerk comes over to mid-off. The gap here is very much at extra cover, but that could end in a downfall with a catch at slip. We will see. It's in towards the pads. There's a strangled appeal there as it hits the lower part of Jones's pads, but I think she'll feel she's missed out on 4 runs to what is a significantly short side on the leg side today. We're sort of a few pitches over. We think we're on the pitch where all the runs were made in that county championship game where Warwickshire got about 600, I think, in the end. Yeah. So
they were playing with massive bats or something. There's certainly a big side for a left-hander
here. If they were playing this far over, I think the boundaries, part of it is Ballinger bowls, and this one is off the outside half of Eve Jones's bat. She was driving and flaying at it slightly, but kept it on the floor. It goes down to third. There's another run to the total. The ball not quite showing
it's a kick, doesn't it? There's nothing happening. We're looking over at the scoreboard. There's nothing on it.
Showing the 3 without loss that I believe I've kept count so far, but I might start keeping a manual count of that, having looked up and.
Yeah, I just looked up there as well. I suspect somebody's pulling their hair out somewhere, trying to make the wires work behind
anyway,
the scenes.
3 without loss. We know what we need to know as Ballinger comes running in. I'm sure the umpires will be keeping the players informed out there. Oh, that one's leapt right up from short of a leg. It wasn't even a short ball to me. No. That didn't seem. And Brewer was looking for that cut again, and all of a sudden realised it was flying back in towards her chest, and she had to just almost wear it in the end. That'll probably leave a bruise, no doubt, but Brewer seems to be okay. There was no run as a result. The ball trickling off into the gully.
Wasn't it? It was sort of late and twisty. I don't know. It's very
given we've just been saying what a good pitch it was a few days ago, there seems to be some life in it. In comes Ballinger again and bowls, and again that was almost in the same area of the pitch, but that one just bounced up to just above stump high and was far more comfortable for Brewer to get back into position and defend into the offside. 3 without loss.
Am I right in saying some of these are what I call stitch pitches, so they've got some fibre sewn into them?
There are some hybrid pitches. Exactly which ones they are, I would not like to speculate.
Just to get more. I mean, the point is when they do that, it's to get more wear and tear out of them. Because inevitably
they tend to. I mean, they could potentially use it for a 50-over game like this, but they tend to use it for the shorter form games. Those pitches, I think, because this one is driven back towards straight. No run on offer. The pad rather took the speed out of the ball as it trickled into and it ended up trickling into the offside. It is 3 without loss at the end of the second over. First over was a maiden from Nadine de Klerk. Wide and a couple of singles there for Brewer and Jones, who discussed things. But yeah, they tend to use those for the T20s and maybe some of the sort of the men's one-day cup games if they've got a large volume. I doubt they would have used one for a championship game, and I'm told we are on the pitch that was used recently in the county championship. But so, assuming my sources are correct, then that will be that. In comes Nadine de Klerk, bowls to Eve Jones, who just pushes into the offside. And as I say, that first over very much said to me, a batter who was like, right, I'm the premier batter here. This is the premier bowler in the opposition, and I'm going to make sure we don't lose too many wickets from this Birmingham end to Nadine de Klerk.
I did the opposite game at the beginning of the season last year, where at Blaze, I'll come back to that.
Here's de Klerk bowling. Jones is back, defends into the offside. It went behind square, hurled back into Claridge. Good work from Cassidy McCarthy over there, who I haven't seen too much of in a Blaze kit, but she's there for the opening game of this season.
Yeah, I was at Trent Bridge for Blaze versus Central Spots, and I'm pretty sure that was the beginning, the first game of the season. There was a bit of spice, I think is the best way to describe, between the two captains, shall we say. But I think it's that sort of beginning of the season, and just trying to get one up on your regional rivals.
That's for sure. Eve Jones, who's defending from de Klerk here, and Kirsty Gordon, who is always been a competitor and always will be. I think she's up at mid-on at the moment, and I think she did a very good job last season actually with the Blaze. I mean, they clearly got their strategy right, but I think that strategy was chiefly informed by Kirsty Gordon and what she wanted. I think she was very clear about that, as this one was driven into the offside of the back foot by Eve Jones. There's no run again. 3 without loss it remains. We'll give you a little whiz round the other games that are taking place today. Obviously, in this competition, it's the opening day of the season, and as well as this game here at Edgbaston, we have other games underway. Thunder batting against Northern Diamonds up at Chesterley Street in Durham. As Eve Jones pushes into the offside, finds Marie Kelly at cover. Again, no run. Nadine de Klerk still to concede a run in this game. Southern Vipers, the champions, 6 without loss against South East Stars. And Western Storm, 3 without loss against Sunrisers. So we're underway across the country. There'll no doubt be plenty of streams for you to tune into. We know we've got colleagues at Western Storm.
Yeah, got Hannah Thompson-Radford and Catherine Wilkins, known as Reggie to those of us who know her better.
De Klerk delivers onto the pads, and this will be the first runs off De Klerk. Clipped away by Eve Jones. She's going to look for 2. She's worked hard for those 2, and she makes sure she scampers through for them. Takes the score on to 5 without loss. Claire Jenkins, I would advise you making a little note of the score because
no, I don't. Oh, now I'm looking at the scoreboard, and not only is it not got any numbers on, now it's got nothing on it. It's a complete black wall.
I think it is being switched off and on again.
Yes, I think it's the old. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
But yes, I would advise you to keep scribbling down, having done that particular memory task for these first 3 overs. The score is 5 without loss, and it is a delight to be with you again in the fantastic city of Birmingham, watching Central Sparks versus their visitors today, the Blaze. Central Sparks 5th on 31 points last year. The Blaze finished 2nd in the table on 38 points. They were beaten by Southern Vipers in the final. And I feel there's a lot of pressure on all the teams other than the Southern Vipers to actually get a trophy on the board now. Northern Diamonds have managed one. Stars have managed one, as that was driven into the offside. Another single on offer. Applause for Brewer from her teammates below us.
Yeah, the Vipers are very popular as a team, but then the other teams are all like, God, can somebody else please beat the Vipers? So there is a bit of that going on as well. But it would be nice to somebody else to have some different names on the various trophies, wouldn't it? So
Sparks have got to the final of a Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Yeah, at Northants. I was there.
The Blaze have done the same last season, and also the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last season. So both of these sides looking for a trophy. As Ballinger bowls, and that one's in towards the pads.
It was a big shot.
Umpire Banbury shakes the head.
Nope.
The Blaze players' hands go to their head, but it remains 6 without loss.
Yes, the Blaze in their customary sort of orangey red, although the kit is slightly different this year. They've got this sort of black panel on the front, and Central Sparks in their all black kit with the purple sort of shoulders and yellow edging, but the sun shining down on, as usual, on the Blaze kit is properly zinging off that green background as we look down from a very long distance, and the wrong angle to tell what that ball was doing there, so we're not behind the bowler's arm at all.
And we have a brilliant sky blue above us as well as Ballinger comes in to deliver. It's flicked towards leg, but not off a massive amount of bat there. It just trickled out behind square, bounced out really behind square on the leg side. No run on offer. I have to say that LBW didn't scream out to me,
other than the shout, which was very loud.
Yeah, the only person screaming out was Ballinger.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of that who wants to have the bragging rights over the Midlands Derby, because Blaze seem to have the kind of, well, they call it the wood over, don't they? But they seem to have done the better of these Midlands clashes in the past.
Here is Ballinger. Bowls, and it's flicked leg side in front of square because of the shortness of the boundary. For a moment that gave the appearance of having a chance of getting all the way, but Monroe was alert and returns the ball, and we move on to 6 without loss. The first run in the over there. Neat clip. Ballinger, I think, in some ways the more aggressive of the 2 bowlers, in that I think she goes after wickets a little bit more, but might concede a few more runs, if that makes sense, than de Klerk, who seems to be all about line and length and is very profitable as a result of that. That was a good line and length and leads to a defensive stroke from Brewer.
Yeah, and Ballinger made the PCA Team of the Year for last season, so she did very well last season. Of course, some teams suffer more than others with it. Suffer's the wrong word, but in terms of have the some have the England players, the input of the England players varies from team to team. Of course, some have got more than others as well, but Ballinger will have had the opportunity to play every game last season, I'm sure.
Here comes Ballinger again, and that one is driven into the offside, and de Klerk picks up. I think the only reason she was absent was last season was, I think there might have been a game or 2 through injury, but that was it.
That's right. But they have relied on her with the bowling in terms of Rachael Heyhoe Flint. She's their top bowler followed by Bryce. Of course, we are Bryceless today.
Yes,
sorry.
that's very
I did
unusual.
say that to Laura McLeod earlier, and she said, "Are you going to use that on comms?" Because she just looked at me and went, "Really?"
You just have.
Yes, they're Bryceless today.
7 without loss, the score at the end of the 4th over. We should keep you up to date with 1 extra. 4 to Jones, 2 to Brewer. I may try and provide you with a manual scoreboard, just whilst the technical issues are being sorted out.
I've got
Claire
the MV
Jenkins.
play up. That's as close as I'm going to remember. I
Here's de
wouldn't
Klerk
remember the
bowling,
numbers.
and there was an attempt at a cut from Eve Jones. Doesn't make a connection, so a dot ball will be recorded down the road.
Yeah, I wouldn't remember the numbers, Mike, and I wouldn't have the. I'm not bright enough to write the numbers down and watch and talk. I can't do all those multitasking things at once.
De Klerk receives the ball at the back of a run again. Is about to embark on said run to the wicket. Delivers. Jones pushing into a congested area on the offside with cover and extra cover. And no run is on offer as a result. But Jones in watchful form earlier in her innings. Not really going after taking advantage of the power play here. It seems more a building effort at the moment.
Yeah, and she is one who will build her innings slowly. She's not the bish bash bosh end of the scale, shall we say?
But she's a very, very successful run scorer indeed. And she will look to add to her tally there with a slashing sort of a drive into the offside. She made good connection, but a good stop by Marie Kelly, formerly of these parts, of course. We'll always remember that innings in the second game of this competition, play that crucial gritty half century, 59 off 99 balls in the opening edition for Sparks here. A 4-wicket win that day against Thunder, as Eve Jones pushes down the offside of straight, no run on offer. Izzy Wong taking a wicket with the first ball of that game.
Yes, that was quite something.
Roared in, having been sort of, it was a typical Izzy Wong sort of wicket in that she'd not actually been particularly brilliant in the first game played here, and then the second game she went, right, I'll show you lot. Clattered the stumps over first ball, as in comes Nadine de Klerk. That skyscape of Birmingham behind her, as this one is worked into the leg side. I think it took a bit of pad on the way perhaps, and as we approach 11:15 on your Saturday morning on the 20th of April, the score has moved on to 8 without loss, and Chloe Brewer just rechecking her guard. A little bit of instructions from Michaela Kirk there, who is in the gully region. I said I was going to give a clue every over, and I haven't done it. How tardy? The next clue is this. This is the last over, and I'm going to have to just give a bigger clue.
Oh, big clue.
Has played in the 1993 World Cup final, but was she a winner? You will find out at the end of this over. As Nadine de Klerk comes in, bowls right arm over the wicket, and Brewer is there and forward and defends into the offside. There is no run on offer. It is the end of the over. The score, Claire Jenkins, most important, is
give us a score.
8 without loss.
8 without loss. 5 overs in.
We are 5 overs into the game. I will hand over to Claire Jenkins, and she will be joined by our special guest.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, 5 overs in. So it's still power play, isn't it? Because power play is the first 10 overs in the 50 overs that we've got today. So this is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. This is the 50-over competition between the 8 English regions. The game here at Edgbaston is a home game for Central Sparks, who are the West Midlands team, against the Blaze, who are the East Midlands team. So there's a bit of Midlands bragging rights as Ballinger starts her run up from the 25-yard circle in to Eve Jones, who plays that beautifully through the covers. It's going off towards the covers. Nadine de Klerk is making a big run. Is she going to stop? Oh, she threw it, but unfortunately threw it over the boundary. So that's 4 runs to the Central Sparks boundary. That was a lovely shot through the covers. They're obviously trying to tempt her to play that shot, and she managed to squeeze that past the fielders. And I'm joined, so I'm Claire Jenkins, and I did play some county cricket, but I didn't play at high level as my guest, and I'm so excited, I can't tell you, that I am joined by our guest. Shall we make her say who she is, or do you going to tell you who are you, mystery guest?
Who am I? That's not always easy to answer. Barbara Daniels, joining the commentary team here at Edgbaston.
Oh, we're gonna wind Barbara up good and proper in a minute. But that was a dot there, so no run to the score. It's still 12 here in the 6th over. So former England vice captain, Under 19 captain for 2 years.
Oh, I was. That's a long time ago.
West Midlands captain.
Oh, yes, West Midlands captain for a long time. Yeah.
I'm going to say that she's a former Central Sparks captain from now on.
Well, I guess that was, yes, an iteration of what is now Central Sparks.
That's right.
So I've done all those things. What I haven't been able to do is put my headphones on properly first time round. So.
And that's dobbed down in front of her by Eve Jones. There's no right. Why haven't you got your headphones on right?
No, I have now.
Oh, yeah.
I needed a bit of
sorted
assistance.
you out. Yes, excellent. So we've had some advice there. We're in. We're getting back on it. You've done some commentary before. You were saying you've done Sky TV.
Oh yes, but again, everything I've done is quite a long time ago these days. But it is lovely to be here on a sunny day, not raining, not howling a gale.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, the colours actually are amazing.
Yeah, they are, and it's proper HD here with the orange of the Blazers. Ballinger comes in, left arm over to the left-handed Eve Jones, who tries to play that through the mid-off region, but Nadine de Klerk does a good bit of saving there. There's a bit of diving about as well, so there was just a single to the total. We move on to 12 without loss.
It's very nice to be here on the on the first game of the season. You can feel that sense of anticipation.
Yeah.
You know, and it's there is you can sort of sense the nervousness, but also the eagerness to get going. You know, you can see the fielding team up and about.
Yeah, they are
alert.
And I think we were talking. Mike was talking about Kirsty Gordon and Eve Jones, and the captains do very much set the tone for the team. Kirsty Gordon is proper feisty. You know, you want her on your side in a fight, sort of character. I think would be how I would say. As Ballinger comes in to Chloe Brewer this time, there's a sort of half-hearted appeal, but there is no run. We're still on 12. They set the tone. Eve Jones is a very calm character, or she appears to be, except when she's been wound up potentially by Kirsty Gordon. But in general, a calm character who kind of likes to lead from the front, literally as an opener. So she sets the tone. The same is true across the regions, of course. You've got Sophie Luff, who again, Captain Fantastic down there at Western Storm, setting the tone and always, fielding brilliant. You see, she sets the example that way as Ballinger comes into Brewer, waggles a bat and has a little slice at that, but there is no run and she doesn't get on that ball, and that's the end of the over. 6 overs gone, 13 without loss here at Edgbaston for Central Sparks, who first victory of the season, the toss.
Yes,
which is
always a good start. Always a good start.
And I remember being told by Margaret Frosty, she said, don't tell them that you haven't won the toss. You just say, we're batting or we're bowling. Don't tell them whether you won the toss. Just say, this is what we're doing.
Well, and that's it. You've got to do them both, haven't you, all on one day. The conditions don't change that much. So it's funny, I often used to enjoy fielding first, just in the sense that you've got the whole team together, particularly, early doors. I'm not saying that's right or wrong that they've, chosen to bat, but there's something nice about being out there all together.
Yes, there is that. Yeah, I liked it. Well, liked fielding, so I always like to field first. As Nadine de Klerk comes in from the Birmingham end, that's played straight to the sort of cover point fielder, and there is no run from Eve Jones. Yeah, I like to field first. It's always felt the right way round somehow. You field first because then you can have a decent lunch as well if you're not opening the batting, but that's the sort of practical end of.
Yeah, but back in the days we were playing,
yes,
Claire,
that was the high.
No, but lunch was you brought. You had to bring tea for two.
Yeah, tea for two. De Klerk comes in and that's prodded down. There is no run, and De Klerk does a lovely gymnastic stop and throw to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. So the score is still 13 without loss. Yes, it was. Yes, tea for two. And you hope that not everybody bought cheese sandwiches or all bought bourbon biscuits or something. Otherwise, there was no sweets and savouries as De Klerk comes into left-handed Eve Jones. Oh, a little slice at that. Ooh, nearly caught the outside edge there, Barbara. I was a bit.
Yes, no, I think I did a bit of an intake of breath. I think a couple of times now, Eve has just taken 2 or 3 steps down towards the bowler, just looking to change the length really, but obviously didn't quite come off that time, but I quite like the feel of that and the intent of that.
Yes. So as I say, De Klerk seemed to have settled straight in. You'd imagine that she was a domestic player the way she played last season and the way she's come back straight from jet lag straight into the game as Eve Jones works that into. Oh, there's a shy of the stumps there.
I think so. Eve Jones been very close.
Works that short, shall we say, into the leg side. The fielder came herring in, Yes, we don't have, of course, the benefit of DRS here today, so it would have been down to the umpires to have spotted that one. But yeah, it could have been very close there. It was a bit hairy, I think. And
I think that's a token of the pressure that I suspect. That they are building up. That both these bowlers have been very accurate. Neither batter really. I mean, we've had the one boundary, but neither batter has really looked like they're piercing the field, have they?
No.
So you can just sense that as a batter. You think, come on, I just want to get going.
Yeah, you're right. It feels like the bowlers are on top at the moment, as Chloe Brewer does a lovely textbook forward defence, and there is no run, still 14 for no loss.
I just want to thank you for my debut commentary here. Oh, I was just about to say, and giving me a scoreboard that doesn't work. We've now got full video on it.
We've got a video on it, but no score. Well, it's too small for us to see from here because we are very, very long way. For a long way from the game, we're even further from the scoreboard.
That's interesting.
Well, I'm sure somebody's kicking the box behind the scenes, whatever they use, as de Klerk comes in, right arm over to the right-handed Chloe Brew, comes forward with intent that Barbara talks about. They thought about having a sneaky run, but then they thought, no, probably not.
See, I thought there was a single on that one.
I think there probably was.
If they'd gone together at the same time, I think they'd have got that safely, because she was more mid-wicket than square.
7 overs gone, 14 without loss, Central Sparks, and Blaze, I think, very much on top in terms of, as you said, the bowlers are not offering anything, and the batters are looking nervous. Do you think?
Well, I just think you have that always as a batter. You want to feel the ball on the bat. You'd like to get a couple of boundaries and just feel like you are piercing the field. Even if you're not scoring fours, you're scoring twos. It feels at the minute, like there's a ring field on and we're struggling to get through it. And I think I can feel the nervousness. I can feel my nervousness going up.
You're expecting a bat.
But as I used to as a batter, you just want to get away a little bit. But 50 overs is a very long time.
Yeah, that's right. As Ballinger, hair flying in the wind, and that's dunked down, just goes straight over it wasn't a catch, but it just went straight over the bowler's head. There is no run. We're still on 14 without loss. Yes, you want to feel like you bat on ball and you're making the scoreboard tick over, as they say, and all that kind of thing.
That's a nice feel. It's ticking over. You're not necessarily smashing the ball everywhere, but you just feel that we're rotating the strike. I can see the gaps, whereas at the minute it does, and again, the bowlers, credit to them, they're bowling to their field. It's a strong offside ring. Yep,
that's right. Ponytail flying in the wind. Oh, underneath the bat, there's a sort of, not quite sure what that was. I think they're appealing for possible caught behind. But
that was the batting on the floor that made that noise.
I think so.
But again, I think, Eve's looking to force that a little bit. You sense that I just want to get going, and yet at the same time in her head, like you said before, she'll be thinking, however, I need to stay.
Yeah, interesting. I think they're trying to tempt her to, as Mike said, to tempt her to play that cover shot and hope that there's a catch at that short third that they've got in station with her hands on her knees at the moment. Ballinger, left arm over. Eve Jones plays that comfortably into the onside, and it's fielded, and they get through for an easy single there. Score moves on to 15 without loss.
That's a nice shot. That's a balanced shot. You've beaten mid-wicket. It's an easy single, but there was an intent. It's a decent strike of the ball, and you run straight away. Even that just is a sign of positive confidence, where you feel like you've been stuck for 4 or 5 balls.
Yeah, that's right. And some debate. Kirsty Gordon just passing on a bit of information to Grace. Ballinger's tossing the ball up, running in literally from the 25-yard circle. That is different to the men's game, despite what commentators will say. It is a 25-yard circle. That's dobbed down. There is no run. 25-yard circle for the women, 30 yards for the women. This is marked wrong, of course. But you'll still hear the commentators get that wrong in the women's game. Talk about 30-yard circles. It's a beef of mine, I have to say. They get that wrong. I just
gathered that quite quickly.
Let's try not to mention it again. Anyway, so Ballinger.
There is
on
a circle,
that
however.
Circle. Left arm. There's quite a lot of moving parts with Grace Ballinger. It's lovely sort of rhythmic action there, and it goes straight to the field. It was nicely hit there, Chloe Brewer.
That was a lovely
for no run,
cover drive.
There's
been some good fielding there. Was that Marie Kelly fielding that?
It might be actually. I think so. She's former Central Sparks.
She's very tall
player.
and she's covering a lot of ground there. And she's done it very well so far because there's no distance behind her. If once that beats her, that's full.
No,
really.
that's right. There's not. They've got no cover at all actually on that offside. So
I'm not sure you'd get two even. I think.
No. Yeah. We'll have a chat about the boundaries in a minute as Ballinger comes into Brewer, who clacks it up in the air. It's gone in a gap. That third is very deep, and it went betwixt and between, and there is. Oh, they got a run. There is a run. They got a single at the end of the over there. That's 16 for no loss at the end of the 8th over.
She played that on length, I think, but it just didn't get up enough really for that pull shot that she was going for. But again, symptomatic of we haven't quite got away. She played a fabulous cover drive, doesn't get it through, tries something else. Yeah,
forcing it a little bit, but definitely an edge, but into a gap. So we'll say well placed.
Well placed, yes. You'd take that as a batter. Well placed.
Yes, I'll get a run there. Thanks. No marks for style, as they say.
Whatever anybody might be saying to me on the pitch,
Mark's
I'm still going.
As he's trying to give us we're going to get a view of the live stream, but it will be behind what you hear it, so we can't commentate off it, but it gives us a bit closer view. Thank you very much, Mike. As de Klerk comes in to Chloe Brewer, comes forward, tries to play it, but and he goes down the leg side, and it's so wide that at least gives us the score, because we're missing a scoreboard here at the moment. Yes. So 16 without loss at the end of the 8th, and that was the first ball of the 9th over. So we've got another over to go before the power play is finished. And de Klerk comes in to Brewer this time. There is a slip in place. She plays that into the leg side. There is a gap there actually, and it's going towards the boundary. There's a fielder running. Oh, it's going to be 4. It is 4. 4 runs to the total. I'm sure that will be pleasing Chloe Brewer there to work that ball backward of square for a 4 there, Barbara. We've got to put a boundary.
We've got a boundary, and actually that would probably be the first ball that Nadine de Klerk's bowled that strayed, from the offside. Yeah. So there's a very big gap between mid wicket and fine leg. So that's well placed. That's you would have wanted to have got that 4.
Yeah, 20 without loss. De Klerk into Brewer again. What's she going to do now? She works in the leg side, but there's a fielder there, so there is no run. Still 20 without loss. The ball goes round the field.
What you don't want to be doing as a batter is thinking, oh, that's a lovely gap, and thinking I'm going to work it there all the time, and then you nick off just because there's a slip rather than the gully in there now, isn't there? So
so too much premeditation.
Yeah,
is what you're saying,
it is a very juicy gap, that one.
Yes, as de Klerk comes in again to Brewer, who comes forward again and works that down, but again straight to the fielder, so there is no run there either. So 20 without loss in the 9th over.
You just feel she is looking for that at the moment. I mean, that was going straight to mid wicket, but that's too. She looking to repeat that boundary.
Yeah, perhaps too much premeditation is
but
what
let's see. I think bowler will feel she's in with a shout here.
Yeah, de Klerk in. Brewer again trying to work it down, but again it's almost a sort of action replay, but even shorter this time. Still no run. 20 without loss.
So has she literally just got off the plane, Nadine?
I think so. There was a talk of a 6 a.m. flight. I don't know. I mean, it's certainly whatever the logistics are. It's really close.
That's quite the commute, isn't it?
She did that last year. I can't remember if it was to and fro from the 100 or. I got this in my mind that she gets straight off a plane and plays. She actually likes that. That's played lustily through square there. That's 4 runs there to Chloe Brewer. She'll feel much happier having played that. And I think the time was brilliant, but she did get hold of it, and it's a short boundary, so it went straight through that big gap.
That was a good shot again. It was a shorter ball, she hit it very safely into the gap, and that you're right that she'll feel much better about that rather than trying to do that. I'm just trying to turn it and maybe get a leading edge. That was a good full shot.
I suppose the question is, has Kirsty Gordon set some sort of trap there? Is she changing the field? There's still no square leg, so I don't think it is. So de Klerk into Brewer. The score is 25 without loss. Brewer comes forward and plays that, and that's fielded by Nadine de Klerk. I hope she hasn't done herself a mischief, because she went down to stop that. She's sort of kneeling on the ball at the moment. I think it may be amusement. I hope it's she's got up, so that's good. So that's the end of the 9th over. 25 without loss are Central Sparks. You'll listen to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire. I'm going to say former Western Storm player, and I'm going to introduce you as former Central Sparks captain.
I think we can say anything, can't we?
I asked Lisa Paget, but I did have her arm behind her back. I said, can I describe myself as ex-Western Storm player? She said, if you like. But I didn't really give her an option to say no, but that's what I'm going going to say? I should also explain that I've managed to tempt Barbara out of her lair to do the commentary, but I did have to ply her with coffee and cake. So that's obviously and we should talk about cake in a minute. As Ballinger comes into Eve Jones, left-hander, who tries to play that down the leg. That's a wide. I think if it had been anywhere batty, the wicketkeeper was very interested there. But so there's the one for the wide onto the score, 26.
See, I think she's missed out on 4 there.
That's right. Yeah, because there's a massive gap there. Any kind of nice little edge there. I used to love that little leg glance.
Yeah, and again,
it looked so stylish.
Yes.
And they're doing very little to the ball. Sorry, you're going to say as Ballinger.
Again, in fairness, Ballinger hasn't bowled many loose balls.
No,
she's bowled her.
That's it. You're right. She's bowled her clean stump. Oh, yes. You said that the bowlers had got it over the batters here, and Eve Jones has never really looked confident there. I think as you mentioned, the nerves have probably got the better of them then, and that they have really not bowled much loose stuff, and that was a really nice ball there from Grace Ballinger to clean bowl the Central Sparks captain. So Eve Jones, unfortunately, is out now, and Mike always loves to show me things just to confuse me. That's definitely out for the Central Sparks captain, and Central Sparks are 26 for 1, partway through the 10th over. Yes, I tempted Barbara out with cake. But talking of cake, because I said to her we're going to be in the Test match special box, which I'd like to just repeat again. We're in the Test match special box. She's bought us lemon drizzle, everybody. So don't all rush, because there are quite a few pieces, but I've got my eye on several. She's made lemon drizzle for us, Barbara. How lovely!
I have made lemon drizzle. We've got an event on in the village tomorrow for the Scouts. It's the District St George's Day Parade, and we're providing cake. So lots of my friends have bought them, but I thought, well, I better make one. So I was making one for the Scouts, so I've made one for us. So that's what I've done.
It's just like the Archers, isn't it?
Actually, as I was
thinking about what
I might talk about today, I was thinking it does sound a bit like that, because tomorrow morning I'm bell ringing. So,
How are things down the ball? I don't really watch the Archers. I listen to the Archers rather, but it does.
Yes, it does feel like it's that sort of life sometimes. But there we go, lots going on. But that's a shame for Eve Jones, I think, and I like watching her bat. So I'm a bit disappointed that she hasn't been able to stay for longer. But that was, again, I think the pressure that has built up, not really getting the ball away, missing out on that leg side wide. I think, honestly, when we haven't seen a replay, but she's missed a straight one, really. I think.
Yeah, I think
she'll be frustrated with that.
Ballinger to Davina Perrin, who's a new bowler, and it's well outside off, and Davina Perrin just thinks, not going to bother with that one, thanks very much. You're not going to bowl at the stumps this time.
See, Davina, I'm going to not have to say Davina McCall, aren't I? You are on Channel 4, please don't swear. Is that right? You're on live.
All of those things. Yeah, all that. It's Davina Perrin who's the very much the young star here. She played in the under-19s recently, and she got a couple of 50s while she was on the under-19s as well. She waggles the bat and then just leaves that one. Almost Test match styly there, as Ballinger bowls just outside the off, and Davina Perrin not tempted at all. Shoulders, arms, and.
Now, I think I heard you say before that they've been on pre-season tour to India or somewhere.
Central Sparks have, yes.
Well, things have changed.
Yes, they have. What's wrong with the freezing cold village hall? Where your breath is still huffing out. And yes, what's with all this foreign travel? As Davina Perrin actually, I think, probably tried to play that one, but there is no run. But
she played and missed that one.
Played and missed one, definitely. Yes. Yes, what's wrong with freezing cold sports halls and things as a preparation for a lovely sunny grass pitch?
It is amazing. I'm pleased to hear it, and again to see that the professionalisation continues throughout the year. It isn't just, we're all together in the summer, but that proper preparation.
That's right. Ballinger into Perrin, who defends
nice
that. Lovely, but no run. Yes, they used to call shot for a dot, didn't they? But we mustn't use the cliches, because Mike's cliche klaxon goes off. We do that.
You didn't tell me there was that either, a cliche klaxon, right? Okay.
He also thinks that is a cliche in itself, so now I'm really confused about whether I'm supposed to say that or not. as the ball goes back to Grace Ballinger. She inspects that.
So how old is Davina? You're saying
she's young. She's still in the teens. I think she gets 17, was it? Yeah, she's saying 17. 17 still. Oh, it's up in the air! Oh, it's dropping tantalisingly in front of the fielder. She got away with that one, Barbara.
She did get away with that one. Again, nervy. I'm nervous for her, for a youngster, because you desperately want them to do well. You want, I always want everybody to do well and for it to be a good game. Full stop.
Yeah,
so you want people to get settled in, establish themselves. But again, you can feel that. I just want to get off the mark. I want to get going.
Yeah, the exuberance of youth, as they say. So 10 overs gone, 26 for 1. That's Central Sparks and the Blaze in the field. There's a waving as the 12th brings on a helmet for Ella Claridge, the wicket keeper. So they're obviously going to change the attack here. She's going to come in close. No, we've got a change of bowler at the far end, at the Birmingham end. Different bowler. So I presume this is going to be. Is this the captain? I'm just looking at the numbers. 24.
Yeah.
Kirsty Gordon. Kirsty McSpin from the far end. From the Birmingham end.
Not allowed.
No, it's not allowed. I shan't say that again. Shall I say that again? No. Oh, no.
I think the accent's probably not allowed.
No, none of that. Ignore what I just said. Kirsty Gordon, the captain, with a bit of spin, left arm around the wicket to Brewer, who comes forward and nurdles that into the leg side, and they get through for 1. They're thinking about 2. They're coming back for 2. They got 2. We were talking about boundary size, weren't we, earlier? And I have a pretty simple yardstick. I think that a boundary is at the right length if you could possibly run a 3. And what I mean by is not a distance. It's because sometimes it's slow in the outfield, quick in the outfield. But I think there should be a chance of a 3. I'm not sure that this complies to that. So that's worked again behind square, and it's just sort of running back towards us. And he got through for another 2 there. So it just feel like the scoreboard is ticking there, Barbara. 28
well, it does
for 1.
Again, so we've got the power play's finished. We've got a change of bowler, and this batter Brewer just sort of paddling down to the leg side. Looks like we've got a change in field here now, just to try and cover that off a little bit. So we've got a short fine in.
Yep. Gordon in, and that's reverse swept over the top of point. I mean, who needs to play the right way around? And that's gone for 4. 4 runs there to the total.
That's an amazing shot.
That is a great shot. A reverse shot to have the chutzpah, the confidence to play that shot, and the timing. I had all the right shots, but not necessarily in the right order. So I could not have done that. My technique was great, but my timing and my shot selection was not.
I mean, there's a risk in that, and I mean, it's
huge risk.
And obviously, there's a
great shot though. We love that one, and that's just plodded down behind square short, and they get through for a single. Because with lots of score here, the score moves on to 34-ish for 1. I'm not sure if the NV players keeping up with the score, so we're at least on 34 for 1. Might be a little bit more because there's lots going on now. The scoreboard's changing. If we had a scoreboard, it would be changing. And there's a checking of guard there from Davina Perrin with Rob White the far end. Meanwhile, as a change, they're taking the short fine leg and putting it into slip here for Gordon. Is this going to be a trap to Davina Perrin, who surveys the field here? There's a few more clouds scudding across the sky here as Davina Perrin defends that really to forward point, and there is no run. Score is still 35 for 1, approaching the end of the 11th over. Gordon to Perrin. Thinks about playing that and takes a bat off it just as well, because Ella Claridge was almost on the crease with her. That's the end of the over. 11 overs gone, 35-ish for 1.
Well, that was the most productive over of the morning so far, and it
was
looks like Chloe Brewer just turned into somebody completely different. So whether she whether she prefers spin or just decided now's the time. But that was a fabulous reverse sweep. But he's also before that the paddles that she was playing and just getting things moving, and that will also help Davina at the other end. Just even if you're not scoring, the fact that you're running, you're between you are scoring runs is really helpful.
It felt like we'd gone into a parallel universe. Suddenly that we'd gone to T20. It was like from the first few overs, which the power play seemed a little more still life than action movie. shall we say.
A bit more sedate. But again, I don't mind it being sedate in terms of 50 overs. I mean, what were sort of the average scores? What was a good score in the RHF Trophy last year?
Probably the sort of 250s.
Yeah.
I mean, a good score beyond 250 and a little bit, not enough to defend between 20 to 250. I mean, that's off the top of my head. But that kind of feels about right, doesn't it? And that's a full toss, and that's the umpire could have caught that then. As it goes, whistle past Rob White's ear, and they get through for a single. We've got to change of bowling here, and this looks like Sophie Munro from this end.
It was number 22, Sophie Munro.
Sophie Munro, yeah, coming in from the pavilion end here.
I know I'm going to sound very old, but they all look very young, but they all look some of them look very tall as well, don't they? Nice to see some tall, quick bowlers.
Yeah, we like a bit of quick bowlers, as that's defended down in front of her, and there is no run. Davina Perrin facing that one. As like you say, Chloe Brewer seems to have, it's almost like flick to switch from all that, because Davina Perrin's still yet to get off the mark, I think.
But it'd be interesting to see Brewer face Sophie here as well, just to see whether it's about spin rather than seam, or she just saw the gaps.
Yeah, I think it's a see ball, hit ball again.
That's a nice
and
shot.
That's played through point. I think it's going to hit the boundary, and it does. 4 runs there. We were saying that Davina Perry needed to get off the mark there, and that's a nice way to get off the mark. No risk, along the carpet, through the point region. 4 runs to the total, and that's 36-ish for 1. We've got no scoreboard, and I don't do numbers. Close enough.
That might be 39.
Yeah, that's 39.
Or 40 even.
It's probably
apart from that,
40. It's 40. It is 40. It's just come up, and Mike's making the gestures to me.
We think we think the hand gestures are those numbers.
Yeah, it's NV players caught up now. 40 for 1. Oh, I went past the outside edge of Davina Perrin's bat, and that made me interested in the wicket keeper.
That was a lovely shot, the ball before, though. She didn't try and overhit it. Played it into the gap. Once it's beaten the field, then you're away on that side anyway. So on that offside.
Interestingly enough, Polly Starkey from Naughty Child Podcast has done a brilliant sticker album type souvenir thing, and I'm going to come to what the stat is as Munro comes in, and that's off the pads and bat, but there is no run there. She's done a brilliant sticker album, which you can get off the Tinternet, and she's done how many games they've won and how many lost. Blaze and Central Sparks have both won 26 games and lost 26 games. And that's not the case for all the other. I mean, I hope Polly's got that right, because I've repeated it now. But it's well worth searching out on I call it Twix, because it used to be Twitter and now it's X. And there's no run there either. That's played lustily straight at the fielder. I think Marie Kelly's getting very busy out there.
She's getting very busy.
There was no run. That's
another nice shot, though, that.
Yeah, the end of the over. 12 overs gone. 40 for 1 are Central Sparks batting here. Yes.
So it's interesting, this youngster, because she's played some really lovely shots. You can see her, she looks like she wants to be flicking off her legs as well, which will look like great shots. But equally, as a captain, a fielding captain, I'm thinking we've got a chance of getting you out. But she looks, she's got a great sense of timing there, and you want her to give herself the chance to stay there long enough.
So she gets to express herself.
Build an innings.
More.
Pick the right balls.
Kirsty Gordon from the Birmingham end, and that's played straight to cover there, and there is no run.
Having said all that, what I'm reminded of is it's ever so much easier from up here, isn't
it? Yes, it's great from up here. So what we like, because we don't have to worry about that now. That's Gordon comes in, that's swept towards that boundary, but they've got it covered this time, so there is a little bit of sliding doors there, and they just get through for a single. 41 for 1. Into the 13th over here. Yes, I'm sorry, I was distracted. I was just thinking about being up here is a lot easier than it is down there. Do you get the itch to play still? I'll come back to that. As Gordon comes in this time to Perrin, who managed to squeeze that underneath the slip fielder. It's coming towards the boundary. It's going across the new drainage area. It could be hauled back in. It is. Oh, she just got that to that, but she's got to collect herself and throw that back in again. Grace Ballinger doing a lot of work there. I don't even know how many they ran there.
Got 3.
They ran 3 there. Oh, see, they should be able to
met
run 3.
your criteria.
Oh, this boundary down here is right, everyone. So the score is 45-ish, 41-ish, 45-ish for 1, 44-ish for 1. Oh, another reverse, but that's right in front of the stumps, and Rob White says that's out. LBW raises that arm. Yeah, no, I think that was. I mean, we were at completely the wrong angle, but it kind of felt like
that felt out.
That was going to be one of those. So Chloe Brewer, unfortunately, is
out. It looked a bit full to play that shot.
And we are 44 for 2, Central Sparks. Here at Edgbaston, you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Western Storm, former Western Storm player, ex-Somerset and Derbyshire really, and Barbara Daniels, who was our special guest this morning, is Vice Captain of England, World Champion in 1993, lifted the World Cup at Lords, and also West Mids Captain.
West Mids Captain, yeah.
And yes, I'm just getting some instructions from my guru, Mike Perkins, who you will also hear on the stream here. If you are watching it clearly on YouTube, because that's otherwise you won't be listening to us. So please remember to press the thumbs up like, because that will help other people to find it, because we know that the YouTube algorithms like to try and bury women's cricket. If you've tried, for example, to look at Western Storm this morning, even though you know the game, and even you will find it hard to find. So the more people that hit those buttons on all of the regional cricket here for the women, the more easier it will be for others to find these things. So please press that button. Please subscribe to the regional channels, as we see Abby Freeborn, who of course was Loughborough Lightning in those days, so came over from the East Mids to join Central Sparks a couple of seasons ago, settled in straight away. Wicket keeper, of course, when Amy Jones is not playing for Central Sparks.
That's quite the border to cross, isn't it? East Mids to West Mids.
It is. Yes, being a former Derbyshire player, but we were saying about that. We never really got the chance to play for Warwickshire.
No.
Sadly, in our careers. So Kirsty Gordon this time into Abby Freeborn, who comes, sort of tries to defend it, but it squirts out down to third, and Grace Ballinger has to do a big run again, and they're going to do 2, and it wasn't a risk in the end, but it sort of might have felt like it when they set off. So they got 2, so Freeborn straight off the mark with the 2 runs. Score is 46-ish for 2.
It's a bit edgy, but it was on the floor. I don't think that was a chance actually, but.
Yeah, we still don't have a working scoreboard here. It's playing a video from a very long distance away here. We don't have the scoreboard, so that's why if I sound a bit uncertain. Gordon, Abby Freeborn manages to ramp that down to a fine leg. It's going towards the boundary across that new drain. And it hits the rope. It's another 4. So it feels like the scoreboard is now well and truly moving as we get to the end of the 13th over. 40, is it going to be 50 up? Because I think it is. It's going to be the 50 up. It is 50 for 2, Central Sparks here at Edgbaston in the sunshine. First game of the season. Chance to boast about who's won the Midlands. Yes, you were saying West to East Mid, so we think that's a big border. There isn't a wall yet, but
it's
still chance.
Distinctive characters. I know when we were playing, we'd play against
the old East Mids
West
side.
Mids and East Mids, and the East Mids would be Joe Chamberlain, Karen Smithies, Wendy Watson, Ella Donnison.
I played Wendy Watson at Derbyshire.
Enid would be playing East Midlands.
Enid's still playing. She went to Australia over the winter.
But they were a tough team to play against. They were very strong, so that was always a big.
Well, they had a lot
contest.
of the England team, didn't they? They were basically the England team with a few extras.
I think Yorkshire might disagree with that.
Well, yes, I'm sure, but yeah. Munro, that's just dunked down in front of her by Davina Perrin, and there is no run. Yeah, Yorkshire were very strong in our day,
but
so were East Mids, because they had Karen Smithies as the England captain, who was there as well, didn't
but
they?
It was Joe
Chamberlain.
Really. I was thinking about Joe the other day, actually, just in terms of
player.
Looking at T20 and stuff, just thinking how she would have relished all of that. She was so built for that, really.
Yeah. Munro into Perrin, who has a little swipe and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I think when people say, do you compare, and it's dangerous to compare them, so we're not going to compare the eras, but she does strike me as someone who could easily have, in her day, played T20, played 50 overs. You know, could have lent a hand to anything because she could bat and bowl.
Oh no, she was.
I think she would have stood up
in any era, really.
Yeah, Munro comes into Perrin, and there is no run there either. And somebody like the late Jan Britton, much missed, but you know, great athlete. And you know, a natural athlete and a natural sportswoman, and I think probably could have adapted to any era.
She was brilliant, and you're right, absolutely much missed. And I don't think I ever saw a better player than her.
No.
And also when you actually got to know her and you saw her work ethic and how much she practiced and what she practiced.
As Perrin takes a swipe at that, and it goes to point. There is a fielder there, and they don't get a run. Yeah, she was the sort of ultimate kind of. Non-paid professional.
Well, professional with a small p. But
yeah,
you know, when I used to do some coaching, I was coaching the England academy side, and I persuaded Jan to come back and be my assistant. You know, we hadn't got a left arm spinner coach, but we were going to be facing some, so she just taught herself to bowl left arm, and she would go and feed people in the nets, you know, for ages.
That's brilliant. Perrin, right-handed, plays that forward, and they're going to take a run there, sort of easy run, easy single there. It's 51-ish for 2.
That's a nice shot again. Nice safe shot.
Yeah, nicely safe shot.
Covered
the ball almost hockey style, almost like just taking all the pace out of it.
You do sense though that Davina is, you know, she looks like she wants to play some really big shots. I mean,
yes, like she's holding herself back. Like there's
just
about
the wristy
to be
cuts, the wristy, you know, off her legs, and you know, just wanting to see some of that. But equally, I say you've got to stay there long enough and just tick over a bit.
Yeah, Munro to Freeborn this time. Who works that into the leg side, and they get through for a single. 52-ish for 2.
See, that's a nice little nurdle. You need,
you know,
need
to do that.
However much you want the big shots, and we do, you do need some nurdles to keep you going.
Yeah.
Just keep you ticking over.
I think you're absolutely right. More nurdle is what we need.
Well, in the sense that, you know, and Joe Root might not like this, but he is a nerdler, you know, and he scores hundreds and hundreds of runs, but he keeps the scoreboard going, and you know, one of those when you look up, you think, oh, he's on 30 already, he hasn't really played a shot, has he?
Light and shade. We need a bit of light and shade. We need the big shots and the little shots.
Yes, and you want to score the boundaries, but you want to be able to equally say, I can find a run here, I can take a run off this sort of ball.
You've got to frustrate the field as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because then they've got to keep changing the tactics. That was 14 overs, by the way, if anyone's interested in the cricket.
A bit more.
52-ish for one. Yes, 52 for 2.
52
for 2. Yeah, give them something to think about, because if you're doing that drop and run or short little nurdles, it's very different to having to defend, you know, smacking the leg side boundary, which we may well see here from Freeborn. No, it's out on the offside. Ooh, Kirsty Gordon's got hands on her head. She obviously thought that was a possible catch behind, because we've got Ella Claridge in close with the helmet on.
I'm just remembering when I did used to coach. I'll carry that on in a second. Let's see this ball.
Gordon to Freeborn, who plays that straight to the point field. There's no run.
That I can't help myself going, you know, as a player misses it, and so I did quite quickly realise I couldn't stay sitting where the players were.
Because you're scaring
when we
them.
were batting, yes, I'd take myself off somewhere else so I could watch them make nervous noises.
Oh, there's a beautiful forward defensive from the coaching manual there, Abby Freeborn. No run. Score is still 52 for 2 into the 15th over. I will be leaving shortly, and you'll be hearing the voice of Mike Perkins. Gordon into Freeborn again, classical defence, and there is no run. You can hear the sort of chatter of the field. It's hard to tell from where we are how many spectators, and I suspect not hundreds, as that's defended again, and there is no run. Great bowling there from Kirsty Gordon, the captain of Blaze. Of course, she's just changing the field. She's sending the deep cover point fielder out towards the rope, which is the larger of the two boundaries. What's she going to tempt here? That's another defended down, dobbed down into the leg side, and that is the end of the over. It's 52-ish for 2, and I'm going to leave you with Barbara Daniels, former England vice captain, and I'm going to hand over to Mike Perkins.
There's a lot of former going on, isn't there? So we're just settling in here, 15 overs. There's been a bit of an increase in the scoring rate in the last 5 overs or so. And it looks like the wind's getting up. Bowler's just taken her hairband off, I think, a bit, blowing her ponytail about. Yes, and the shirts are blowing a bit, so maybe that wind is getting up a bit more than we can sense here.
And I think it's definitely cool out there, it's fair to say. As we have Sophie Monroe at the end of her run. She's going to pace in now to bowl to the very talented 17-year-old Davina Perrin, who's back, and I thought was going to pull that. She's ended up cutting it. I think she almost adjusted because she realised the shorter side was over there. And she might actually, having not found the rope, have regretted that because she had quite a scamper back for the second. But she does get it and takes the score on to 54 for 2.
And she's been looking at that shot a couple of times before and hasn't quite got it into the gap. So that was a nice shot again. You were right. I thought she might have been pulling it, but that was a nice glided down into the third man area.
It's a lovely little adjustment as Monroe on away again, right arm over the wicket and through outside the off stump. A little flash of the bat, a little bit unjudicious there, Barbara Daniels.
Well, that looked a bit quicker actually. That seemed to reach the keeper a little bit sharper than some of the others have. So again, that's always, as a batter, you've played a good shot and you want to play another one. You want to hit the ball again.
She's certainly got a bit of zip about her, Sophie Monroe. Struggled from time to time with injuries, but looking in fine fettle today. Delivers, and that one just evades the grasp of the keeper. If there'd been a first slip, it would have probably hit them between the eyes. Perrin doesn't get back for 2 and was adjusting again, but that time the adjustment was because of the bounce and that extra zip you were talking about there, Barbara, from Sophie Monroe.
Yes, and I think it looked like the ball followed her a bit, so again she just couldn't quite get out of the way. Yeah, she's practicing it now, just moving her head out the way, and her hands were still high. So it didn't look like she got much of a bat. There might have been a bit of glove on that as well. So I think the keeper might be disappointed she didn't get closer to that. But so she's riding her luck a little.
Claridge with the gloves today. Crouches again and Monroe delivers again. Freeborn this time has come on to strike and does the defensive work. A little bit of cloud starting to build up in that sky above us as we tick past 11:30 this morning. We've been playing for an hour in this game. 55 for 2 the score. 3 runs off this over so far, all to Perrin, who's at the non-striker's end. A couple of birds just cawing away in the background as Monroe delivers. It's full, it's off the outside edge from Freeborn, not where she intended it. Leads Gordon to go flat on her back at mid-off in frustration, but it adds another one to the total. 56 for 2 as we peer into the distance. We've got the live stream on the scoreboard at the moment, so if we do sound a little bit uncertain at times, it's just because it is very difficult to see it from this distance. But 4 runs added in the over so far. City of Birmingham still looking in good form in the distance as in comes Monroe, hit into the offside powerfully that time by Perrin. That was more the shot that Freeborn tried to play the previous ball that Perrin executed well, but such is the irony of cricket, she didn't actually get a run for it.
I know, it's a funny old game, but she's a wristy player, isn't she? She's a wristy, flashy player, and you can see the promise, you can see it. I'd be very happy to see her batting for a bit longer, but she has ridden her luck too. So she's playing some shots, she's played some beautiful ones, she's got away with a couple.
One thing Raf Nicholson, the cricket historian who's been in touch, is keen we discuss, and it is very much the elephant in the room tier 1 status, isn't it? We've been so enthralled by the cricket, we haven't really got to it yet, but it has been the big talking point in the run-up to this season, and in particular in the days since it was announced with the 8 counties who are getting women's teams. We'll run you through those in a moment, but Raf Nicholson was keen. We talked about the continuous transition in women's cricket from counties to regions and back again. Counties, area champs, as this one is defended by Freeborn into the offside of the bowling of the captain Gordon, no run. Area champs, county champs, KSL, RHF regions, counties, you can throw the 100 in there as well. I'm just curious for your thoughts, Barbara, as somebody who has won the World Cup in 1993. This one's clapped away into the offside. Freeborn might have felt she should have cleared the fence with that one, if we're honest. It was a fairly rank full toss, 57 for 2. Just curious, having sort of seen the game evolve over the years since, what you make of that side of things and how it does seem to continually change. We'll get your thoughts on that after this delivery from Kirsty Gordon. Left arm around the wicket from the Birmingham end. It was a better delivery. It's uppish and over the top. And there is one run on offer. 58 for 2 the score moves on to. And just the 2 wickets in that column, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously been a lot of change. But then, you know, here we are. You're saying this is the fifth season of this competition. It is a very different era now.
Here's Gordon bowling and just directed away really by Freeborn. Down towards third. It's going to have to go through the drainage just before the rope. And again, that might have just taken one revolution off the ball that was enough for Beth Harmer to get it and return it and only lose 2 runs, and 3 runs in fact on that occasion. Good running from Perrin and Freeborn. Brings Perrin back onto strike, takes the score up to 61 for 2.
Yeah, I think we're still in the very early days of the professional era in women's cricket.
Here's Gordon again. Perrin drives back past the bowler, but only to mid-off, no run.
And I suspect this new move back to a sort of county structure has come forth because of the success of what's happened in the last 4 or 5 years, actually.
Here's Gordon, bowls, and Perrin flashes it away out to the fielder on the cover boundary, just inside the cover boundary, in fact, for a single. 62 for 2 then, the score at the end of the 17th over. Sparks beginning to progress nicely.
Part of the debate has always been, you know, to go to a regional sense. You know, and even when we were playing, you know, there was a mix of counties, there was a mix of regions. You'd then move into areas as well, and there was a notion of, and there still is, of trying to move the better players into a smaller number of teams so they get to play a better standard of cricket. And what's happening now is there are more better players from the various structures that have come into place, from the professional stuff, from the 100, and even just talking about going away pre-season, they're plainly training in a whole way that I wouldn't recognise. You know, one would anticipate that there are going to be more and better players who can see cricket as a career, athletic girls who can see cricket as a career. So I can understand the desire to say, well, let's move this to more teams. There will always be a debate about when's the exact right time to do that in terms of diluting standards, and let's be frank, none of us know the answer to that, however much someone might think they do. 2029,
it's an ambitious target to look to move to 12 teams, and that will obviously up the number of professionals as Munro comes in to start this over. And Perrin's been looking for that pull, and she gets it this time, but only gets 1 run. 63 for 2 the score.
It is ambitious, but I think, you know, from you know, again, we're only going on what we've read, but, you know, the fact that this whole bidding process has brought forth an excess of counties wanting to host and properly host a professional women's team is, I find, actually quite staggering.
Yes.
In a good way.
In comes Munro, and that's leapt. There's an appeal for caught behind. I didn't really see much of that, but I
thought she'd actually played that quite well and got her hands out the way. But there might have just been a sort of sound for the wicketkeeper got there.
Dot ball the results, but we've seen that from Ballinger, and now
yes.
We've seen it from Munro, that little bit of jump.
Just a little bit of lift.
Perhaps what caught Perrin out in the previous over as well, it just leapt off the pitch more. I think Arlott Wong might be
interesting.
Having a look at that as well,
yes.
as in comes Munro again, because it's certainly not going to get better during the course of this game, as in behind it there is Freeborn.
So yeah, I think I was delighted really to hear that there has been a bit of a battle between counties who want to host women's cricket, as opposed to in the past, you know, we used to have to go and twist arms and persuade them to even let us play a match at their ground.
Yeah. and I think that's why some of the, you know, historians like Raf and that kind of thing have thought it's maybe a little bit rich to be complaining you're not getting one when the support hasn't been there in the past. But as you say, the positive there is that there is this competition, there is this desire now to host these teams, as that one's prodded into the onside up towards Kelly. Just remind you of those 8 counties as well, and I'm going to count these on my fingers to make sure I get 8, but Durham, Essex, Hampshire, Lancashire, Somerset, Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire and Surrey have won the Tier 1 status from next season, 2025. Yorkshire and Glamorgan join them in 2027, and the likes of Leicestershire, Gloucestershire, Sussex are clearly all keen because they've made statements in that regard. Northamptonshire has as well, I noticed, as that was cut away into the offside. And as Barbara Daniels says, a very, very good stop by, I think it was Michaela Kirk out there at backward point. Busy in that area already, preventing a run. If you just join us, the score is 63 for 2.
So yeah, I think, and I think again I read a statement from the ECB suggesting that they think they could perhaps move ahead slightly quicker than they first thought because of the quality of the bids they've had and the number of counties who were properly interested and have the structure and the money to do it properly. And I think that's always, I guess those of us historically, we've had some of these senses of promise before, and you think, oh, this could be great, and then it doesn't quite materialise, or the money that you thought might be there isn't there. I honestly think that we've shifted, and I think a lot of what's happened, and I think the 100 has helped massively, is to show, and I think I've always believed this, that once you've got a good product, people will come and watch it because it's good cricket. And I think a lot of what people might have worried about before has just sort of evaporated a bit, to say, actually, yeah, no, we will watch those games. We'll come live to watch the games. I've been here and watched the 100 2 or 3 times, men's and women's, and it's brilliant, to be honest.
In comes Gordon to bowl from the Birmingham end, and this one is pushed into the onside. Score remains 63 for 2. We're at the start of the 18th.
And I maybe am a bit of an incurable optimist, but I think, that notion of if you build it, they will come. I think people have seen that it can work. People have seen that, women, people, not just women, but people will come and watch women's sport.
Driven by Perrin, no run there in the offside. Good bit of fielding.
It is on the television, it is on the radio. This live streaming, this is happening. And more people are commentating, more people are coaching, more women are coaching. I think it's not just about professionalising the playing of the game, but it's everything that goes along with it then that builds that kind of infrastructure.
Score remains on 63 for 2 with that defensive stroke from Perrin down the onside of straight.
So there will be, obviously we don't know enough about it all yet, and there'll be debates about timing and etc.
Here's Gordon again, bowling to Perrin, who's gone big, but not big enough. Oh, just clearing the ring, and then, in fact, by some in the end, it looked as if it was only going to just escape that 25-metre circle, but actually it got a good way back, but maybe plugged in what's undoubtedly going to be slightly soft turf at the moment, given the amount of rain. It doesn't feel like it's stopped raining since last summer, when it rained all summer. As 2 more to the total, so we're on to 65.
There's been a few of those that have plugged, but actually it's in remarkable condition. Let's be honest.
Appeal for caught behind. No real interest from the umpire. And I think Perrin missed that probably by another bat's width, if I'm honest.
No, I think the ground's in remarkable nick, and obviously 600 runs or whatever scored last week, but considering the amount of rain. But yes, there is a bit of plugging in the outfield.
Yeah, it's inevitable. As I say, it's really not stopped raining, as that one just skipped off the turf through into the gloves of Claridge, and Perrin was well beaten on that occasion. I think, again, another bat's distance, but it was her off stump that was the worry there. The over comes to an end, 65 for 2. We've had 19. Sorry, that was the 19th. I think I said it was the 18th at the start, because we'd had 18. Just to recap you on scores elsewhere, Western Storm in trouble against Sunrisers. Going to be interesting to watch Sunrisers this season. They've been historically the side that have struggled in this competition, but they've got Western Storm 59 for 5 in the 17th over in that one. 69 for 4 is the Thunder score. They're also in the 17th over. In the 18th over, Southern Vipers 81 for 1. So I think the reigning champions are in front at the moment, looking at the 4 scorecards.
Yeah, so the others sound much for muchness. Well, or except more wickets at those first 2.
Now, I've seen a lot of the plays, but I haven't seen much of Cassidy McCarthy, and she's coming on to bowl here from the pavilion end, so this will be interesting.
Yes, Cassidy McCarthy, the girl with 2 surnames. That's what he said.
Yeah, you sometimes get 2 first names, don't you? But 2 surnames is interesting. As in comes McCarthy. It's a full toss first up, slightly nervy delivery. Freeborn probably doesn't make the most of it. Kirk gets as much of herself as she can on the ball, I think is probably the way to describe that piece of fielding, and very effective it was too, because it's probably prevented 4 there. Just 1 more to the total, 66 for 2.
See, one of the things I am looking forward to and have been looking at really is with the professionalism. I'll come back to this in a second.
McCarthy bowls, and tucks her arm under her bat as if she's been a bit naughty there, Davina Perrin, at playing at that. She was trying to almost just divert it down past third and trying to get it fine, but sort of took the bat away in disgust.
I do like her ambition, I have to say. I do like that. But yeah, no, within this new era, looking to see that we should be getting women bowling faster, and I think not just bowling faster, but doing more with the ball. Same with the spinners. That as people are training more, and that the layers of that build up over time. It's still very, very early days. I do say this to people a lot. Just because you flick a switch and say, well, we're paying you now, you can't instantly develop 15 years of previous professional experience.
No.
Or fitness even.
The wide ball there takes it to 67 for 2, and then a bouncer and a fierce one. And that was actually, I kind of like that. It's been given as a no ball, but actually that was quite a brave bit of bowling, given she just bowled a wide and she went, no, actually, I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to bowl my bouncer and I'm going to try and knock Davina Perrin's head off. And I thought she actually got fairly close to doing so.
I think she
it's
did.
A bit harsh to no ball that one, but there we go, 68 for 2.
There's no ball on height, is it? I think.
I'm guessing so, yeah. I'm guessing that was the feeling.
Davina's quite small. That's
yeah.
But it was a good ball.
But she definitely had to move out the way of it, I felt, as she drives this one. Backed it up with a Yorker. That's another clever bit of bowling, I think. 68 for 2 it remains. And the Blaze settling into their work here, though the 2 wickets of the openers, Jones and Brewer, may be a bit alarming from a Sparks point of view. I think if they look at the scorecards elsewhere, they'll think, actually, we've probably done quite well not to be 3 or 4, and we have at least got a platform. As Perrin, again, with those skillful little hands, diverts it away down to third and gets another single. 69 for 2.
This is what's interesting to see, is it? Because she looks quite nippy, this bowler, and actually, once as a batter, once you've got that just a little bit more pace on the ball, the shape of your shots can change. Those deflections, you get much more value for those, and if you can hold a good position, you haven't got to add all the power.
Very talented teenager Davina Perrin at the non-strikers now as Freeborn faces up, turns leg side, will pick up a single, score up to 70 now for 2. If we do lose it at any point, my apologies if we do get slightly out of time, but we basically have what you can see on the live stream over on a scoreboard, which is at least
a long way.
It's at least 200 yards away, isn't it? It's quite a challenge on the old eyes, as in comes McCarthy to bowl, and that one is hit hard. It just sort of span, and that allowed Munro to slow a run and return the fielding. 71
I'm not sure that's
for
what
2.
she was aiming at all. I think she was going to look to bring that out through the leg side.
Possibly,
I think it came down to her quicker than she anticipated that.
Yeah, good first over that from McCarthy. Enjoyed that a lot. It was okay.
Spicy.
Yeah, a couple of extras, but they were sort of the kind of extras. Okay, the wide down the leg side you probably would mind, but the bouncer you certainly wouldn't. It was it let the batter know she was about. Now,
no, absolutely.
We've had 20 overs, 71 for 2, so we'll get Claire Jenkins back in. But thank you so much to Barbara Daniels, World Cup winner in 1993, joining us here on the live stream and giving us her thoughts, which have been absolutely superb so far. So we will get more thoughts from Barbara during the course of the day, and we'll get Claire Jenkins back in alongside myself, Mike Perkins. As I say, we are struggling with the board a little bit. So if we do go out of sync with the score at home, we will endeavour to correct it as quickly as possible. But 20 overs gone, 71 for 2. Claire Jenkins, what are you making of that total of 71 for 2 so far?
We sort of went through a sort of a very quiet start, didn't we? Then we had a burst, a few overs of faster scoring. And yes, it's going to be interesting to see how we go from here.
Switch of ends then for. Oh, that's well played. Actually, no, it's not. It's bowled. It looked as if Perrin had diverted that down to third, but actually it's gone off the stump and she's out. And the switch of ends for Munro has worked. She's beaten Perrin for pace, and the score moves on to 71 for 2.
Just having, sorry, I've got your mic, so other than outside the microphone, just have
well, we'll correct that for Claire. But 71 for 2 is the score here. Perrin out for 18, bowled off stump. It looked as if she'd played inside the line of that, or tried to play sort of just the edge of the bat down to third, but ended up playing inside the line and was out. And that means that that she's ended up bowled and out 71 for 2 the score. So well, we can hear you, Claire, so I would carry on talking.
Sorry,
would be my advice.
I'm just creating chaos here, doing the swap over because I can't hear Mike hearing. So yes, so but what better place to be than Edgbaston at the beginning of the season? It's a bit chilly. It's also a bit chilly in the commentary box, I have to say, but we have got this blue sky with fluffy clouds, and we've got the next batter in. So Central Sparks find themselves 71 for 3 in this 21st over, and we've already got Amy Campbell coming out to bat. However, I do have this feeling when they bat together, I don't know what it is, it just makes me feel like they seem to have some sort of understanding. This is probably going to be, I know you say there's no such thing as commentator's curse, but I'm going to build this up now, that the fact that they bat well together, and then there's going to be hopefully no chaos ensues. But of course we've got a left and a right-handed bat here, because Amy Campbell is a left-handed bat again, so that will give Kirsty Gordon and the fielding team something to think about, because they're going to have to change every time the batter there's a different batter on strike.
Yeah, I mean it's a little disappointing from the Sparks' point of view there that they'd rebuilt so well, because looking at the scores elsewhere, Western Storm have just lost their 6th wicket, 64 for 6, and Thunder are 5 down, 72 for 5 in the 19th. So in some ways the Sparks wicket column is actually in a more healthy position here, as Munro on away again, right arm around to the left-handed Campbell, who plays into the offside, and there is no run on offer.
Yes, so yeah, the other scores, the sort of scores are fairly similar, but the wickets columns are a bit different, aren't they? And of course the outlier, of course, would be Southern Vipers, 95 for 1 down at Beckenham. They've got a live stream as well. Unfortunately, I don't know who's on that. There was a couple of male voices when I went out to just have a quick listen a moment ago, but I do know
Munro bowling again to Campbell, who just defends that down the offside of straight no run.
I do know that at Sophia Gardens, Western Storm versus Sunrisers, you're being looked after down there by Hannah Thompson Radford and Catherine Wilkins, known as Reggie to those who know her. So, and that's coming through loud and clear, so I had a quick listen to that as well.
All up and running. I've seen around about 1,000, I think, down on the South East Stars one. We've got just about 500 here on this one and the Western Storm one. So good to have you all with us. Make sure you hit that little thumbs up button, as that one's driven into the offside. No run on offer. Any comments you can add as well, that always helps the algorithm, and all that sort of thing. It is good just to help people find it, and of course just letting people know.
Yeah,
that always helps.
Talk about it on social media, etc. That's always helpful. And the YouTube thing is just to help people find it, because I say a Western Storm, it's quite difficult to find.
In comes Munro and bowls to Campbell, who defends. It squirts out into the onside. There's no run on offer.
Central Sparks 1, South East Stars, all easy to find on YouTube, so you might even want to have several screens open and watching several games at once.
And on a very brief technical point, I'm assuming as you're responding to what I'm saying, you can hear me.
I'm only hearing you
a little bit,
because I'm sat next to you.
Right. Okay.
Really, I can hear you a little, but we've got a bit of a dodgy connection, I think. So yes, I'm hearing. In
comes Sophie Munro, and will bowl to Amy Campbell, who defends that one, and there is no run on offer, and that brings the over to an end. 71 for 3. The main thing in it really is that wicket that has ended up ensuring that the 3rd wicket for the Sparks falls. They've lost both their openers, and they've now lost their number 3, Davina Perrin. So
we're approaching that halfway stage as well. I wonder what they really are looking for at that halfway stage. 50 overs, of course, today. This is Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, coming to you from Edgbaston. Central Sparks, the home team, are batting. They've won the toss and put themselves into bat. The fielding team in their bright orange is the Blaze, and they're from the East Midlands. So it's the bragging rights for who is the best of the Midlands, and in previous seasons the Blaze have most of that score.
Here's McCarthy, bowls short, and it's turned away into the leg side. One more run is on offer.
Felt like a little slice off the back of the bat there, Abby Freeborn, but there was no fielder, so no risk to that one. Another one to the total, as Mike said.
I'm just working out how I can swap you back onto this headset. So just give me a moment just so I can check.
I created
yours
chaos,
is
haven't I?
working.
I went off. I didn't even get a piece of cake. But I'll have to wait for my next break. But Barbara's tucking in.
Having used these earphones, I'm not convinced there's nothing coming through those. I think
There's
it's just a lot
there's
quieter.
A little bit now.
Yes,
yeah.
I think it's just a little quieter.
Just me. As I said, it's me. So, it's the chaos.
Because these ones are very loud by comparison, as McCarthy
that's why I was like, woo!
comes on to bowl. But anyway, we won't bore you too much more with that at home, as this one is played into the offside. Nice drive, firm drive, out to cover, and one more is added to the total. De Klerk out there, just maybe sleeping off a little bit of the flight out on the cover boundary, but does the fielding well. They score 72 for 3 if you just join us. The batters out, Eve Jones, Davina Perrin, and of course Chloe Brewer, the opener, who played a very nice reverse sweep, one of her 3 boundaries, as Cassidy bowls, and this one's prodded into the onside, but it's been Bull that's been on top so far. And
that reverse sweep, I mean, as Barbara and I were on it came out of nowhere. It's like, there was sort of defence and the odd bit of 4, and then up and over the point fielder. That was very exciting.
Look at that, we've got a scoreboard.
We've got a scoreboard.
73 for 3. Now that is a relief for everybody who is in this commentary box right now, even if it isn't for you at home, because I know you've been kept up to date. And that one is defended back into the offside, and there is no run on offer, and it remains 73 for 3. And the scoreboard at 5 to 12 up on the clock is back in working order, and that's what we like to see, isn't it? That'll do us for the rest of the day.
Because I don't do numbers, it's very helpful for me.
It has been quite difficult, it's fair to say. 71 for 6, Western Storm. 86 for 5, the Thunder, and 97 for 2, the Southern Vipers, as Freeborn here at Edgbaston looks to work that one offside, doesn't succeed in doing so, and there is no run taken off Cassidy there.
Yeah, and I mentioned that I like Freeborn and Campbell just seem to have some sort of bit of an understanding between them with the running. Very different batters, of course, and obviously left and right-handed, but they both did well last year in the Rachael Heyhoe. So.
Bowled again by Cassidy McCarthy and pulled away firmly, but to De Klerk, who now finds herself at deep backward square leg. Another 1 to the total. 74 for 3 is the score at the end of the over, and that's the 22nd of the innings. So as you say, Claire, it's just sort of approaching that reckoning point, really, where we get to halfway in the innings.
And I'm sure that they will be wanting to have more runs on the board. But both, of course, imports to Central Sparks. So when Mike and I started 5 seasons ago, they weren't playing for Central Sparks. Abby Freeborn, of course, was then playing for Loughborough Lightning, and Amy Campbell was playing for Northern Diamonds. So, but they came in, they settled very much straight away into that middle order of Central Sparks, and they have relied on them as a partnership to be that engine room, if you like, for let's get in to score up to something that we can defend. I'm sure that they will be wanting to step on that.
And you've seen the wiggly worm between overs as Munro bowls, and that's taken Freeborn on the body as she tried to pull to the short side of the boundary, didn't succeed.
Bit of a Q end as well, I think. But
I feel we're getting close with the scoreboard, but it's still disappearing. The weather vane's still looking magnificent though, with in its gold on top of the.
I think there were lots of people running around pulling their hair out.
Oh, I think they have been all morning, unfortunately. Bless them.
Yes.
It's never nice when this happens, having been on the other end of it. As in comes Munro once more, and will bowl a delivery that's full and twisted into the leg side on the front foot by Freeborn. No run on offer there. Marks the guard again. What are your thoughts on Tier 1 status then, the 8 counties selected here, Claire? We had a little started that discussion. Raf Nicholson's rather bullied us into it by sending us a message trying to get us going on it. Munro is on her way again, with Birmingham heading into sunlight again in the distance, and that's no run as Freeborn defends it. What are your initial thoughts?
I mean, some were more obvious than others, weren't they? And you think, well, and actually the 2 teams today are sort of staying with their existing bases, if you like. So Central Sparks, Warwickshire will be the Warwickshire women, and the same in terms of the Blaze. They're based out at Notts, Trent Bridge. So the East Mids team will be.
I mean, I thought that one was a far from straightforward decision.
No, it wasn't straightforward because you got Leicestershire bid in as well.
Yeah, as Freeborn pushes that one into the cover region, and there is another dot ball recorded, 74 for 3 for just joining Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. I mean, I thought they could have put quite a good bid together, maybe using a bit of the Loughborough facilities to share between the men's and the women's team, and sort of done something that way. I know Sean Jarvis, the CEO there, was quite vocal in his thoughts that he wanted to make sure they definitely got there by 2029. So that one's cracked away into the offside, and there is no run on offer. And he made the point that you could have spread the game to the counties that don't have test venues by giving them the women's team. So that's one argument that's been put forward.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the test venues. As a spectator, I want to see the women play the big venues. So it's great to know that's more likely to be
Munro Bowls
securing a Trent Bridge venue for the players.
Freeborn manages to use the outside edge of the bat but control it down to third and add to the total, 75 for 3.
Because that was part of the criteria as I read off the thing, in terms of, you know, the financial investment, the commercial strategy, governance, leadership, marketing, match day experience, fan experience, all of those things.
Mentioning
facilities and things.
Mentioning RAF there, I mean, her article certainly seemed to suggest that Durham felt the fact they were going to play their games on their main ground was a big reason they were able to kind of break that test match hold that certain teams have managed to get on.
I mean, I watched the video that they put as part of their. I mean, I wasn't involved with the bid at all, but I saw the video and they got Ben Stokes on there saying how important it was. They got.
Cassidy McCarthy comes in for another over. Now, she didn't really get the assistance she wanted from the pitch there. That ball, rather, she sees the funny side of it. It's stuck in the pitch, and it almost got to Freeborn about knee high in the end, that attempt at the bounce. So we know she can bowl one because she has earlier in the spell. 76 for 3.
I think any bid that demonstrates strong buy-in from the top is always going to impress. You know, you want the leadership, you want the people involved at the top making those decisions.
And I think most of the bids, from what I saw of the bids, it's obviously very difficult because you don't know how they performed to this panel and that kind of thing. However, I think most the bids I saw, as this one is played, probably not where Campbell intended it, but she picks up a single behind square on the leg side, having tried to defend that ball. She's on to
She looked sort of surprised and thought, oh, I'll have it anyway.
77 for 3. But I think actually, in terms of buy-in from the top, most of the bids I saw, that did appear to be, certainly in the statements that were being made, there was buy-in from the top, and there were people who were very, very keen to get these, and that has been reflected, I think, in having 2 more teams by 2027 and 4 more teams by 2029. It's the plan. As that one goes down the leg side, that will be a wide, and that is the one weakness we've seen in these first few overs from McCarthy, and it's 78 for 3 the score moves on to.
I mean, more, but also from a spectator point of view, more money coming into the women's game. Each of those teams have to have 15 full-time players, so that's going to be more than there is now. Any of that growth of professionalism, paid to play full-time, because even some of these
bowls, and this one's played into the offside. Mullin there with the fielding, no run.
Yeah, even some of these players have still got like summer contracts or pay-as-you-play contracts. I think that there is an assumption potentially from the public that, oh yes, we've got professionalism, so that's done. Stop moaning about that. No, some of these players are only on summer contracts or pay-as-you-play, so they are not full. But the new system next year will have 15 full-time players. That's going to make a
Mullin,
difference.
hands on hips, returns to her position at cover, and there's going to be another no ball for a bouncer. Now that one I did feel was less well directed than the one at Perrin earlier in the innings that was also called a no ball. 79 for 3. But I think McCarthy's been given a brief here, which is to go out there,
rough them up,
bouncers, Yorkers, whatever you need, just try and I think she was making the point there to her captain, Kirsty Gordon. Well, the last one I tried to bowl. Well, I think she was making the point, which we'll come to after this ball, as it's been bowled full and straight and just goes off the inside edge into the onside, no run. I think she's making the point. The last one I bowled barely got above knee high, and I hit the same bit of the pitch, and it's gone through it's hit a trampoline. So I'm not quite sure where to get me measure to hit the badge on the helmet here.
We did have some, shall we say, inconsistent band. There was one ball early on that just sort of it's been very odd to Clovey Brewer, so we're not quite sure.
That said, though, I think it's been a pretty decent pitch as this one hits the pad and Freeborn looks to work leg side but doesn't succeed there. 79 for 3 it remains. Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins.
You can't hear, but we've got sharp intakes of breath. So now I understand. Barbara told us about when she was coaching that she wasn't allowed near the players because she did so many sharp intakes of breath. She scared the players too much, so she had to sit somewhere else. So we've confined. She's
well, it's funny
she's tucking into the lemon drizzle.
It's funny you say that, Barbara, because Laura McLeod, I think, very much adopts the same strategy because she's sat in a box about 3 to the left of our one as this one's driven back down the pitch to McCarthy, who gets a hand up and doesn't field it, but certainly prevents any scoring being done. 79 for 3 then. We've had 23 overs. We'll bring Barbara Daniels back in at the end of the 25th over, so you'll get some more thoughts from Barbara in just a moment. The other thing about Tier 1 status, reading the sort of write-up, £8 million of new funding every year for the women's domestic game.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think it can, it needs, we're sort of trying to catch up a deficit. So that may, we may in a few years' time be going, well, actually that ends up being a drop in the ocean. But it does look like a significant commitment at the moment that they're going to do that and to try and progress this number of professionals. Because as you say, what you don't want is the situations people are in with the temporary contracts to continue. You want to phase that out as soon as you can, really.
And they can't make any commitment. You're not earning enough to get the mortgage to buy property. It's am I staying here?
Here's Munro, who picked up the wicket of Perrin, but she's been driven through the offside. 4 runs for Amy Campbell. Much needed boundary for Sparks. We haven't seen one of those in a while. It takes Campbell onto 6. It takes the total into the 80s. 83 for 3. Lovely shot through cover.
Really nice shot that was. We need to see a bit more bish bash now. There is that sense that Central Sparks need to get a move on here if they're going to get a decent total on the boards to defend. They're similar scores. The Western Storm down at Sapphire Gardens at 83 for 6. Thunder are 95 for 5 against the Diamonds. But of course,
here's Munro again, bowling to Campbell, who settles for a dot, having hit the last ball for 4.
Once again, the Vipers are the outlier there. 114 for 2 against South East Stars at Beckenham. So they're doing what I suspect the other teams would like to be doing, a bigger score on the board and less wickets down. Central Sparks need to get a movie on here, I think.
But coming back to that point on the Tier 1 status, I mean, you'd rather see 8 teams with everybody fully professional than 12 with lots of people not fully professional, as that one is prodded into the offside by Amy Campbell. Mullin there with the fielding again. 83 for 3 it remains.
That's right. We want that, and we've seen that, haven't we? And we were musing earlier that we were here 5 years ago when it first started. So to think where it's gone to in those 5 years, and the difference, even the differential in the contracts, but the amount of contact time and the difference that's made in terms of the quality of the play is amazing. I mean, it's just.
Here's Munro again, bowling to Campbell, who tried to repeat the shot she played earlier in the over, but the ball was just a fraction shorter, and she missed it, and it goes through to Claridge, no run.
That was a real proper swing at that. I think she'll be glad that she didn't get the edge on that one. That's Barbara's shrinking in the corner. Yeah, that was a bit close for comfort in terms of a nearly caught behind. It's keeping the wicketkeeper interested.
Here's Munro. Bowls, and Campbell hits uppishly. Another flash of the bat takes it into the offside, but this time finds the cover fielder, unlike earlier in the over when the very full ball disappeared to the boundary. 84 for 3. Campbell 5 from the over, gets to the non-strikers end. Just to bring you the quotes then on from the ECB on Tier 1 status. Richard Gold, the Chief Executive Officer, through this process we've seen a huge appetite from first-class counties to have a women's professional team and a real commitment to growing women's and girls' cricket in this country. Come back to that after this ball from Munro, which is defended by Freeborn, back down the pitch. End of the over, 84 for 3. No run added. 24 have now gone. And he adds to that, more professional teams means more women are able to make a career out of being a cricketer, more role models to inspire future generations, and more of the country having a women's professional team to follow nearby. So we'll wait to see if they've been buzzwords or something that the ECB is able to achieve. They're always ambitious at the moment in terms of diversity and that kind of thing. And the quote from the ECB director of the women's professional game, Beth Barrett-Wild, she added to that statement from the CEO, saying it's clear that the game is united in wanting to take the women's professional game forward and in wanting to produce commercially vibrant teams and competitions that excite fans and showcase the quality of our professional players. And they go on to add things like the vast majority of the 18 counties bidded for a team. So it's certainly listening to those quotes, it sounds like it's going in the right direction. I guess the proof will be, do we make the same progress, more progress in the next 5 years up to 2030 that we have in between 2020 and 2025 when we've had this competition? That, I feel, Claire, has actually played a big part in the 100 being as successful as it has been.
Oh yeah, because it's brought the quality of all of the play up as well. Yeah, I mean, it's interested as an observer watching the social media in terms of just before the bidding process, there was an awful lot of coverage and content, as we call it, talking about what various counties are doing in terms of their women and girls section. So it was interesting to see that growth and that real interest in wanting to host, and the fact that there were lots of bids, because that would have been the worst case scenario would have been if there wasn't many bids, and the interest was reflected by that.
I am going to we're going to swap headsets, I think, here. So Barbara's going to pop back onto the one next to myself, Mike Perkins. I am an over out because everyone's having drinks, which means it must be 25 overs gone. 84-4-3 is the total. We'll just let Barbara get her headset on and get a few thoughts from her, and then we'll bring Claire Jenkins back onto her headset here. So, as I say, I will leave you for a few overs, and you will be joined in a moment by Claire Jenkins and Barbara Daniels.
Back in. I managed to put my headphones on first time. Lessons learned already. I tell you what, it looks cold out there. I think they might be having coffee on there. I don't know about what they'll be drinking. There's a bit of
brought on at the halfway.
There's a bit of hand warming going on. But yeah, obviously they'd want to. The Central Sparks would want to be scoring at a faster rate than this. But again, we're only halfway. There's a lot can happen in another 25 overs. They won't want to be all out for 130.
No, indeed not. So at the halfway, so I think we'll just have a quick run round the other. We're all approaching the same stage, which is great. So Southern Vipers are 117 for 2 against South East Stars down at Beckenham. There is a live stream there. Thunder are 101 for 5 against Northern Diamonds at Chesterley Street, and Western Storm are 80 for 8 for 7 against Sunrisers. 91 for 7. That's just changed. 91 for 7, and they're just gone the halfway stage there down at Spy Gardens, and you're being looked after there by Catherine Wilkins and Hannah Thompson Radford on the live stream there. And of course here we are 84 for 3. Starting the second half, as it were, Barbara.
Starting the second half. That's a game of two halves, Claire. Oh no,
no
klaxon.
Yeah.
Cliche klaxon.
Yes. Oh, don't start the cliches. In fact, I had a conversation with Ed Seaborn down in Western Storm. He said, "Why aren't there more football cliches in cricket?" I'm like, "Don't start that.
No, because it's cricket."
So I've already started it. Second half, Barbara. Here we go.
Right, now, what are we doing bowling-wise?
Yeah, number 23 is coming in.
Marie Kelly.
No, you were talking about that Jan Britton taught herself to bowl left arm. Marie Kelly, during lockdown, taught herself to bowl right and left-handed for something to do in COVID. So she will have to, of course, tell the batter if she's going to change.
Well, yes,
hand.
yes. But I mean,
she can bowl left and right-handed.
But that also helps in terms of fielding that ambidextrous notion. And again, when I was in the years when I was coaching, we were often talking about that, about just building players' capacity with both hands, even if they weren't going to switch bowling.
There's a brain switching on things. She's doing right arm around the wicket, and that's Amy Campbell playing that straight to the point field, and there is no run. Score is still.
I think you did ask me earlier on. I think we were disturbed by wicket. You know, whether I
getting in the way.
I know, it's cricket just getting in the way. About whether I still fancied playing.
Oh yes, we'll come back to that in a minute. As Amy Campbell takes a big swipe, it's going to the full boundary. Oh, it was nearly a caught there.
That would have been a good catch.
That would have been a great catch. It would have been a very spectacular catch. I don't think she quite had enough room to get to it. It was bouncing awkwardly. So yes, 4 runs to Amy Campbell, 4 runs to the score, and that's 88 for 3. You were going to say, I was saying, have you get the itch to play?
Very occasionally, I just think, I wouldn't mind having a bat.
Yes, I know what you mean. Amy Campbell comes forward and spectacularly defends that downwards, very much so. No,
but in my recollection, though, I'm a better player than I actually was. So,
yes.
But the reality these days would be somewhat different.
Yes, bit of spin from Marie Kelly, right arm around the wicket. Amy Campbell eyes light up, and she almost hits Abby Freeborn with that shot, but they just trot through for a very easy single. 89 for 3.
My brothers, I've got 2 brothers. They play, like Warwickshire over 60s or something. I mean, they just keep going,
Brilliant.
and I just keep saying, "What are you doing? Still playing?"
I did, because I mentioned Deanie Bakewell, who was on tour playing cricket in Australia last winter. She's going to play forever. She's in her 80s. If you don't know who Deanie Bakewell is, well, shame on you. You should go and research that.
She's a hero.
She's a hero and a leg end indeed. Right arm over this time from Marie Kelly. Oh, and there's an attempted ramp there from Abby Freeborn. It just goes straight through everybody. I mean, I think the wicketkeeper was just had her eyes open.
I think she changed her mind twice as to which side she was going to go.
There was no run, which is the punchline to that one. But yes, I think it's pace off, shall we say, from Marie Kelly. Abby Freeborn, a bit more respectful, plays it straight to the point field, and they get through for a run. But there is, Abby Freeborn. There was more of a risk there, and she wasn't supposed to be running to the danger end. But the point fielder had obviously sensed that was the better end. But that's the end of the over, and the score is 90 for 3. 26 overs gone. Central Sparks winning the toss and deciding to bat, and Blaze in the field in their bright orange kit.
That was a good run. That's the kind of run that I used to like. Let's just run fast. Let's dip it down. Get a quick single, and it rattles the field. I think sometimes again you underestimate that in an era of we need to hit boundaries. Just how much the rotating the strike rattles the field.
And that's why you hear that rotate the strike thing, and it's like it really is really important. Put the field under pressure, make the fielders take chances as well as the batters.
It's also a sense of energy as the batters as well, even if you're not scoring boundaries, that you feel you're taking some element of control.
Yeah, Gordon to Freeborn, twiddles over that.
Yeah, that's a good run too.
Into the offside. Yeah. They made it into a no-risk run, even though there was a bit of...
and again, the fielders, they'll put their hands in the air and think that was close, but actually that's a solid run. That's we should be taking more of those.
Yeah, 91 for 3 are Sparks, as Kirsty Gordon elects to go over the wicket this time to the left-handed Campbell, who's dabbing a bat down in front. She comes forward, does a leg glance, and they think better of taking a run to Grace Ballinger, who zips that back in, and there is no run.
So yes, these days my sport of choice is tennis. So I have a bit of tennis, and in fact,
and bell ringing.
A bit of bell ringing and pickleball. We're just having getting
Oh,
that
let's come back to that in a minute. Pickleball, what a silly name. Amy Campbell plays that into the offside, and there's a great pick up there from the point field. I love a bit of good point fielding. Pickleball.
Yeah. So we're liking that. So it's a sort of shortened form. Well, it's kind of a cross. They describe it as a cross between tennis, table tennis, and badminton. It's a much shorter or smaller court.
Okay.
Different kind of rackets.
Pickleball. I love the name. I'd like to play just for the name of the game.
Yes, airflow ball.
That's one run, whereas Abby Freeborn plays that to cover point, and they get through for a single.
It's a bit like the principle of quick cricket, that kind of equipment.
Okay.
That actually it means you can set up quickly. You can have all sorts of abilities and ages playing. So for and I count myself as one of these days, an older person with rubbish
mature
knees.
Athlete. Campbell comes forward and plays that straight to the mid-wicket fielder, and is frustrated with herself, and there is no run. So great bit of exercise then.
Yeah. So we're just experimenting with that at the minute.
Excellent. Campbell comes forward and defends that there's no run.
Because I tell you what, you forget again, 50 overs is a long time, and so.
But we played 60 overs. Let me just give you the score. So that's the end of because there is some cricket going on.
Oh yeah.
93 for 3. and that's 27 overs done. Yes, those first few area championships I played for the West then. Let's say Western Storm, but West.
Yeah.
It was 60 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because I used to get to like. I mean, I was only young then.
You
I
get
was
lunch
much
and
younger.
tea.
Yeah, well, yes, but you're gonna go. How many overs have gone? 23. Oh, how many overs are doing? 60. Oh, and you start to. Oh, how many? Oh, and
Well,
it was
I
always
know.
hot at Cambridge when we played. Because
Yes.
we used to play so that you know, we used to play county championships over 5 consecutive days on the Cambridge University pitches. Abbey Freeborn plays that to Long On. They get through for a single, 94 for 3.
Which was a great place to go and play. They were all actually they were some of the best grounds we'd ever used to
They
play at.
were well, they were. I mean, that's it. There wasn't some of. They were the best games. You know,
Yes.
they were well looked after. And if you liked ham salad, you were because we had ham salad every single meal. There wasn't none of this having a different OG. Oh, it's a dancy. Oops, she's out. Amy Campbell is stumped. She came forward, not convincingly and not stable in her coming forward, and was stumped. So that's another wicket. Just approaching that 100 mark as well. So Sparks find themselves 93 for 4 in the 28th over here at Edgbaston. Oh, and we were just getting going there. So yes. In terms of Barbara and I were just getting going chatting. But Amy Campbell finds herself kicking herself, metaphorically, I think, by the look on her face as she approaches the pavilion, and she gets a round of applause there. She's out for 13 runs, stumped by Claridge, off the bowling of Kelly.
She will be annoyed at that because she did come dancing down, but it looked like only to play a defensive shot. So
yes,
didn't look like there was much in it for her.
Yes.
And it's just that it's such a horrible feeling when the ball beats the bat and you just think, oh, well, you think something I can't actually say out loud, but
yes.
But just that sinking feeling when you think that's that then.
That's that, yeah. That's the end of
I look really silly.
Batting day. Bethan Ellis, number 14, walking away from us, joins Abbey Freeborn at the crease. Abbey Freeborn passing on some information, no doubt, about the bowling and the wicket and stuff. Bethan Ellis, whose full-time summer contract was announced this week, alongside Ellie Anderson and I'm going to forget the third one, but someone's going to tell me. But Bethan Ellis, anyway, the security of a contract. So. And I think she's been doing pretty well in the warm-ups and and so forth. Because I happened to bump into her mum this week, who recognised me, which always excites me. She said, "Oh, you're the commentator." She said, "Bethan's just got a contract." She's very excited. She said, "Excited mum." I think she might be here in the crowd. So, big shout out to Bethan Ellis's mum, who's probably going to be here. And oh, it's a full toss past Rob White. Could have had that singing past his ear. And they get through for an easy single. So a lusty blow off a full toss. But always feels like that ought to go for 4.
I know, just should be given. But it's actually often people get out on those sorts of full tosses, don't they? You hit it straight down the fielder's throat. But so she actually did well to keep that down.
Yeah, Marie Kelly in again, right arm over to Abbey Freeborn, who just defends that down. There is no run. So 95 for 4, approaching that 100 mark in terms of a milestone potentially for Central Sparks. They'll be eyeing up those 3 figures, as it were, as Marie Kelly short run up over the wicket, bit of spin. Abbey Freeborn works that behind square, and they're going to get through for an easy single. 96 for 4 are Central Sparks.
So although yes, back in the day we did used to play 60 overs, we had more breaks. So this 50 over format for a fielding team, it's a long. Well, no, in all seriousness, it's a long haul. Right. It's a 3-hour fielding session.
Yeah.
And to keep yourselves going,
keep your concentration going,
but just recognise the different phases, the way that the way the rhythm of the game can go. It's a long time, and that's good in some ways, but it demands a different focus than either T20 or even the 60 overs did, because you had a lunch. They were shorter sessions.
Yes,
actually,
you could characterise them, couldn't you?
Yes.
Which session it was.
So this is again for younger players. And again, although we've gone professional, you still haven't played thousands and thousands of 50 over games. So it does take a while to build yourself in, and the stamina and the mental concentration, both in batting and fielding, to say, right, actually there's longer here, and there's a lot can change. So you don't want to panic at 96 for 4.
Yeah.
They plainly don't want to lose many more wickets, but there's a long way to go yet.
Yep. 96 for 4, as Barbara mentioned, and there's no run there. That's played straight to the cover fielder. 96 for 4, and that was 28 overs gone. Yeah, so it was broken up into different phases by the refreshment breaks in those 60 overs. I think I only did one lot of 60 overs. I think it went straight to more or less 50 overs after that. But it always seemed to be hot, those fives, because it was August, because it was school holidays, because we weren't paid anything in those days. I remember getting the scratchiest free T-shirt and getting very excited. And that was literally, there was no payment. We were doing it just for the joy.
Oh, well done.
That's worked through third region. There's a player running after it by Freeborn, and they're going to get back for 2 easily. So that was using the ground. We did say that this corner had got the potential to do 2s and 3s down here. It's quite a long way, and there's some drainage works on the outfield at Edgbaston, so there's a chance to get 3 down
she
here.
She played that quite well, because I think she actually got down into position very early and then waited for the ball before she then just deflected it.
98 for 4 from that. Freeborn plays that to the point fielder, but there's no run there. Fielder falling on the 25-yard line there. So we're almost going to get the 3 figures. Yes, so playing on the Cambridge University pitches 5 days in a row, 50 overs in the heat, in our skirts, of course, in those days. Freeborn plays that too long on, but there's no run.
All joking aside, I mean, the quality of those pitches compared to
what
universally the rubbish we used to play on all the way around, whichever club or county you played for, you very rarely got to play on decent pitches.
They were rubbish pitches, let me tell you. We were lucky to get them if they were marked.
Well, and the grass would be cut. But anyway, that's a long time ago. But actually playing that 5 consecutive days, that was really hard work. And by the 5th day, there were teams that were just like stitched together with bandages.
Yes.
Can we get 11 people standing up? Right, you're playing.
That's 29 overs gone, 98 for 4. It was a test of stamina to play 5 over. I mean, it was effectively a test match, wasn't it?
Well, it was
5 days worth of 50 overs.
I mean, it was like a festival of cricket, wasn't it? And it was good. I mean, I think it was generally it was a pretty good standard that competition. But again, this is what this era can bring in. You haven't got to condense everything into short spaces of time, because you've got to get people time off work, or it's holiday time, or whatever it is, and consequently you can train and prepare.
Yes.
A bit more sensibly than we were able to. I mean, yes, like athletes.
That's really funny in our heads, because you can't see what we're thinking about. But that's backward of square, and they're getting through for 2 runs there easily. Nicely played there by Beth and Alice, and the score. Look! Oh, listen! That's the 100 up.
Oh,
little ripple of applause. Yes, there is some spectators down there. I've seen photographs of the spectators, but they're underneath us, so we can't really see them. But yes, 100 runs up for Sparks in that 30th over. Marie Kelly. That's worked into the leg side, forward of square.
Nice little nurdle.
Yes, Yes, Barbara asked for some more nurdling, so we're getting some nurdling here from Beth and Alice, which is nice. Rotating the strike and all the rest of it, so 101 for 4. Marie Kelly continuing from the pavilion end to Abby Freeborn this time. Plays that defensively down, and there is no run.
See, I keep seeing the Sparks there and thinking about that band in the 80s. Wasn't there
an
music band?
This town ain't big enough for the both of us and all that.
See, that's going to be in my head now.
Yeah. Kelly into Freeborn, takes a big swipe into the mid-wicket region, but that will be fielded easily. So an easy one, a good thump, and a single for it. So 102 for 4 here at Edgbaston. This is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is the 50 over competition between the 8 English regions as they are now. And that's played defensively, and there is no run. 102 for 4.
See, as you keep saying, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, and we say that as the name of this competition.
Yes.
She was my very first county captain.
I was going to ask about that. As Kelly comes in, Bethan Ellis does a big swipey, and they have a little appeal, but they get through for a single. 103 for 4. Oh, we wondered if there was a. So your first county captain.
Well, West Midlands. She was the West
Midlands
captain. Was Rachel? Yeah, Amazing.
Yeah, a legend of the game, the late Baroness Rachael Heyhoe Flint. I'm sure Barbara and I will talk a little bit about that later, but I'm going to hand you over to Mike Perkins, and you're going to have Barbara carrying on.
So yeah, 103 for 4 after 30 overs, that looks like. Just had my eyes tested this week. I can just about manage that on my varifocals.
I mean, I'd very much like to hear about being captained by Rachael Heyhoe Flint, I have to say. I'm sure Claire will come back with some of that in a moment. But I think with Nadine de Klerk coming into the attack, brought in by her captain, Kirsty Gordon. I mean, was she a Kirsty Gordon type, fierce and getting stuck in? Was she an Eve Jones type, maybe a bit more laid back and considered?
None of the above. I mean, there was nobody like Rachael. She was, as a young player, she was, I was just starting. She was very much, coming to the end of her playing career. But she was super positive, massively encouraging, and a very...
Here's de Klerk with the keeper up to the stumps. No run on offer.
She was an adventurous player and encouraged that in all of us, really. We were... she wouldn't be let's settle for a draw. We were going for stuff. And
an ambitious administrator, if you like, in terms of the way she pushed other administrators to create things like the World Cup, of course, which was around for the women's teams way before it was for the men's teams. As in comes de Klerk again, a defensive from the last stroke from Ellis. This time she manages to fiddle it down to third for one. Nice little old-fashioned late cut there, 104 for 4.
Yeah, she was and couldn't help but be inspirational, and I count myself hugely lucky that we lived in the same part of the country. So when I did start playing, I very soon came into contact with her. She was the one who christened me BB Daniel, so as I've been named ever since in the world of cricket. So
here comes de Klerk. Slower ball there, it seemed. It was quite full though, and it allowed Freeborn to readjust and sort of hit the top of the ball there, really, down to third for another one. She was on the front foot though, rather than the back foot like Ellis. 105 for 4.
What I really liked, so when I went to university back in whenever it was, 1983. So the summer of 1984, I worked for Rachael for the whole of the summer holidays.
Here comes de Klerk and bowls. Effort of exertion there. Now Ellis is in trouble. That should be run out, but it's dropped by Claridge. The throw wasn't a great one, it has to be said, for the wicket-keeper, but probably one she would have expected to gather and take the bails off. A let-off for Ellis, though. Her and Freeborn both sort of seemed to get to the middle of the pitch there and turn round, which was slightly alarming for the Sparks on 105 for 4.
Yes, I was sharp in taking a breath in a coachy kind of way just at that point, but she's lucky to get back, so let's hope she makes the most of that.
De Klerk on her way again. She might not be too disappointed because she'll want that wicket for her wickets column, but she won't want to see Ellis go on and get a score that takes the game away from the Blaze, who are in the stronger position at the moment at 106 for 4. That cut stroke off the back, it was sort of a back cut, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That went out square, brings a single.
So yes, I worked this summer for Rachael. It was in the summer where we'd got New Zealand were over touring, but they'd come and play some of the counties or club sides as well. Rachael was managing the England team. So I came and looked after her husband and her son, basically, did the cooking and stuff. But I had to go. I remember I had to come up to Pebble Mill to come and pick up a whole radio set for her, so she could deliver updates from all the matches, into radio stations. I mean, obviously pre 5 Live and stuff.
Here's de Klerk bowling to Freeborn, who just fiddles it away into the offside, doesn't get a run. That's the end of the 31st over. The 100 came up in the 30th over for Central Sparks, and they've progressed the score by another 6 there. So that's what they'll be looking to continue to do, I think, for the remainder of this innings. 106 for 4 the score.
So yeah, watching Rachael sort of manage the England team, do a lot of the publicity, do the radio stuff, and just being around while she was contacting people, ringing people, just the energy that she had.
I mean, everything you hear from her, she just sounds like Superwoman, doesn't she?
She was. I mean, she was a double international. She was an England hockey goalkeeper. But again, I count myself hugely fortunate that I not just saw her play, but played in teams with her, and then was able to watch how else she just went around her business, basically.
Here's Marie Kelly, who's had Campbell stumped. That one swept away by Ellis, who is a little bit disappointed not to get more from that. There was a curse in the direction of the clouds above. 107 for 4.
And I think just the sheer persistence of the woman to keep going, when it really wasn't easy to get any interest at all.
Kelly, who's bowling right arm off spin at the moment. She can bowl just about everything right and left-handed, but right arm off spin at the moment brings a dot there off the back foot from Freeborn.
So I think she would be delighted that there is a trophy named after her.
Freeborn went offside with the last ball. She goes just back down the onside of straight with this ball, and Kelly collects it for another dot to her analysis.
Whereas, quite interestingly, I think about the Charlotte Edwards Trophy and think she might be quite embarrassed that there's a thing named after her while she's still alive.
Well, I think she is. I think she is. From what I've heard from Lottie, there's appeal for LBW there. Kelly felt there was pad involved. We'll find out now from umpire Banbury, and there is no signal. So the run goes in favour of Freeborn, which I have to say was my initial instinct as she went down for the reverse sweep. She did get just a little bit of bat involved. Field changes slightly for Ellis. Mid-on comes up. There's two back on the leg side, one back on the cover boundary as Ellis is back into her stumps, trying to find that gap on the offside towards the fielder on the boundary, but backward point in the form of Teresa Graves, who I haven't seen much of today, was busily forward there. She can bowl a bit, Teresa Graves, as well. She might be useful in these remaining middle overs up to about 40, you think, as a big sweep from Ellis. She gets it away out towards Sophie Monroe, who comes up from backward square leg, and there is another single to the total, 109 for 4. I imagine Ellis and Kelly would have come across each other quite a bit. Obviously, both would have played in that Warwickshire team that won what was then the county championship, I think. Claire Jenkins is nodding, so I think I've got that right. But the last edition of county cricket, there was a victory for Warwickshire in that, and that was a team that had the likes of Wong and Ellis and Kelly all involved in it. And Ellis has sort of gone the other way. She started off with what was then Lightning and is now with the Blaze, and Kelly's kind of gone in reverse, really. A few motors revving up along the Pershaw Road in the distance, I think, as in comes Nadine de Klerk revving up from the Birmingham end and bowling right arm over the wicket, full toss, and Ellis has... She missed out on a short one first ball of last over and misses out on a full toss there and hits Cassidy McCarthy. And I think when you're facing a South African overseas like Nadine de Klerk, you kind of want to make the most of those balls.
I think she'll be disappointed that she didn't just put that a couple of feet, or maybe a metre, I should say, these days, to the right.
I don't think she's bowled one of those in her 6.1 previous to that delivery, as this one is just played into the offside. De Klerk will be happy to settle for a single there. The score is 110 for 4.
So you still feel, so Freeborn's, what, there's 28 or something not out there, so she's sort of, ticking away. You just don't feel that any batter yet has really sort of got away and, let loose, really.
Here is de Klerk again. Cut stroke attempted, but not executed by Freeborn. No run on offer.
So I think, of the two captains, I think Kirsty Gordon will be feeling currently quite happy that, things are still pretty much in her control, the field's well set.
I'd want to be in the Blaze camp at the moment, I think. I think there's a lot of batting for Sparks to do as that one gets past the outside edge of Freeborn's cut stroke, and de Klerk returns to her mark with the score still 110 for 4. I think there's a lot of batting to be done before they can have a little bit of a dip at the end, isn't there?
Yes, I think so. And again, not really aware of the strength of the batting to come, but obviously without Amy Jones, that makes a big difference to this batting lineup.
In comes de Klerk with a Yorker, and the hands go to the head because I think she felt she was through there, and Freeborn just denied her the opportunity and is sort of wandering around like, I don't see what all the fuss is about here. It's a dot ball recorded in the book anyway.
Yeah, she's playing it cool, but I thought that had got through, as you could tell from my yet another sharp intake of breath.
It for all the world seemed as if it was. Freeborn's last 100 coming against Sunrisers at Chelmsford at the back end of last season. Doesn't drive in the direction she was intending there, but she'll get a 1 behind square on the leg side, and it's another useful contribution to the score. 111 for 4. Freeborn has 29 of them, and that's the end of the 33rd over. That's the one thing I'm still straining to see a little bit on the far side is the overs. I got my 24 and my 25 mixed up earlier, but
so you want to say, is that clearer on the yellow or the white?
Yes, yes. Very much. When you reply blue, you generally get wheeled off at that point. There's Got the blue stumps below us with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint branding on them. And we've got Marie Kelly to bowl right arm over the wicket. It's good to see Marie Kelly having a bowl, because there was all that fuss about her bowling right arm and left arm in the pandemic, but we never actually saw her get many overs as that gets the cue end. It was the old John Virgo trick shot there from the batter Freeborn. Doesn't bring a run. That's one for the kids.
John Virgo. Yes.
He's not had an outing in a while, has he? As this one is bowled, it's reverse swept. It was a paddle reverse sweep from Freeborn. I think what she was attempting off the previous delivery, there's nobody down at third, was her thinking, and she picks up 2 for it, 113 for 4.
That's quite interesting, because the keeper had anticipated that, and she wasn't very far away from taking what would have been a spectacular catch.
In fact, that when it came off as much of the middle of the bat as it did, it nearly did her a bit of a mischief, actually, rather than her affecting a catch. A slip's coming in now. In fact, it's going to be a short third. So the gap that opens up is into the leg side. There's 3 back on the leg side as Kelly delivers this one, and they're going to try and run 2 to them. It's clipped away by Freeborn. Excellent shot to execute it there in the first place, and good running between the wickets to get there and back. And she knew Ellis was coming to the danger end, if you like, the closest end to where she'd hit the ball. So Freeborn was able to just sort of pull up a little bit as she completed the 2 and just catch her breath ever so slightly, which I think might be important in this over now, because they very much almost set a fitness test here into the leg side for Freeborn, who will go that way again off a ball that didn't bounce and only picks up the only fielder in the ring, who's at short fine leg there on the 45. 115 for 4 it remains.
Maybe in defence of the batters, that bounce, I suspect, you know, they're not 100% set on how certain that bounce is, so perhaps that's...
Here's Kelly again, driven into the offside against the spin, but it was full enough to play that shot, and Freeborn a little disappointed not to find the gap. Another dot. Feels as if they're just trying to set Freeborn little challenges here, be it the clipping into the leg side and running between the wickets. She hits this one hard, so we'll only get 1 this time. I think she felt she could dissect the 2 out there, but as we say, it's a little on the heavy side, the outfield today, as you would expect given the rain. So just a single, 116 for 4, and it's almost like Kelly's kind of trying to set a challenge, be it right, you've got to play down to the gap at third, or you've got to play against the spin, or you've got to clip it and run 2, and just trying to almost keep Freeborn's mind whirring as much as anything.
Well, I think, you know, intelligently the field has been well set, even with the you know, the slightly bad ball or a full toss or whatever. It's pretty much going to the field. They might get 2, but there's not been a lot of boundaries, and I suppose maybe the biggest surprise is that this short boundary hasn't really come into play massively yet.
There's a few of sort of, I felt Perrin was kind of shaping for it, I felt Campbell was kind of shaping for it, but nobody's really executed it. You're right, as we just get some little bit of message from Hypercourse, who informs us that Nicola Hancock has finished with 5 overs, 4 maidens, 15 for 3 in her first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match, which is very, very good figures indeed. Western Storm bowled out for 114 in that one. As there's an attempt at a catch again off the reverse sweep from Claridge. She got gloves to it but couldn't hold on, and she did everything right there, Claridge. It would have been a magnificent catch, but she just couldn't hold it.
I am going to sound like a very boring traditionalist in a minute and say, do you know, I just think she could be playing those down the ground. There's not enough pace on that, I don't think, to be playing that reverse.
It's Gordon who's coming to the attack, and it's
like
gone over probably cow corner more than straight, but the result is 4 runs there. The ball is on the batter's side of the rope, if you like, and 4 more added to the total. So after the nearly being caught on 116 for 4, the total moves to 120 for 4, and I think Freeborn, I don't know if you were on telepathic communication there, Barbara Daniels, or it was just people who can bat thinking alike, but certainly the ball's clapped away with some style there.
I just think, I mean, I haven't seen this much of it, but I think she's got the shots to play those. Long on's gone back. And she just seemed, the last couple of overs, she's been going sort of by default to the paddles and the reverses, and I was just beginning to feel, I think you're going to get out doing that, but actually that was a good pickup. Over to the onside. Last ball sort of clapped down on by Freeborn, didn't produce a run. She'll hit that one on the cut, down into the pitch and over Claridge, who's having a fairly torrid over, having anticipated the reverse sweep, not quite clung on, and then seen that one just
bounce over her and away for another single. 121 for 4. It's that sort of time where I think all the Blaze players will be thinking, I'm glad we did all that fitness work over the winter, because these are the sort of overs which do start to test the legs a little bit. So Ellis goes for the sweep. There's Gordon was begging really there for the umpire to lift the finger, but it's not out. And Ellis had clearly judged the line well and swept based on that. She doesn't get a run because it took her very firmly on the pad in the end.
I think that probably was a good shout. I thought she was walking for a minute, which is what I used to do in Elby. Sometimes you just not fair enough.
Ellis turns this one leg side off the hip and will pick up 122 for 4 as the ball's returned from the boundary. Freeborn last season making 401 runs, including that best of 107 that we mentioned against the Sunrisers, an average of 36.45. So a pretty decent season there from Abby Freeborn, I think it has to be said. Although she will probably, when they scribble down those little targets, she probably will be thinking that I'd quite like to get the other side of 40 this season. A quick thought from Barbara Daniels, who I'll step onto her headset and allow Claire Jenkins to jump onto mine. So Claire will be back with you in just a moment, and after a thought from Barbara, and then I will pick up from Barbara in a moment. So Claire, if you pick up from me.
Okay, so we're just having a bit of a drink being brought on for Freeborn here. But yeah, so that was a good over for her. And just beginning to show a bit more intent. It'll be interesting to see how these next few overs go up to the 40, I think. They'd want to get 200 as a minimum, wouldn't they?
Feels like a key phase, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think so. 35 overs gone. So we've got those last key 15 overs to go. What can Central Sparks set as a total? Its first game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So the first game of the season for the regional teams here in England, and Sparks put themselves into bat, so they're going to want to set a total then, Mike.
They certainly will, and it's Ballinger who's going to come back into the attack at this point, and she's going to be bowling from the pavilion end, heels kicking up as she goes, and she delivers, and it's hit firmly into the offside, and there is a run on offer to the fielder, and that is 123 for 4. As this one is Ballinger's going to get to the back of her run once again, and will continue to run in from this pavilion end. She delivers and is hit on the full. Advancing down the track there was Freeborn, and that's why she made more than 400 runs last year in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and it's clapped away. In fact, it was Freeborn who's hit that one all the way for 4. 127 for 4 the score moves on to, as this one is played away very nicely indeed. What did you make of that, Claire Jenkins?
I didn't see any of that. I saw the ball disappear, but I was just slightly disturbed by a technical issue I'm having. So I'm just getting myself. 127 for 4, as you say, into the
127 for 4, and that's going to bring Claridge up to the stumps. Brave move from the wicket-keeper, although she'll be disappointed not to have clung on to the reverse sweep, although that was very hard, but I think more disappointed with the run-out she could have had of Bethan Ellis, and she'll be watching that score creep up to 12, and I think every one of those runs will be hurting her, as in comes Ballinger again to bowl, and that one is played into the offside. There is no run on offer.
There's a bit of the point fielder there. I thought I was going to get that in the mouth, but she's stopped that, because that is a short boundary that side. They don't, as you mentioned earlier, they don't seem to really made a big thing about making some runs on that leg side, because Kirsty Gordon's definitely decided that she's going to let them go, hit into the bigger boundary side towards the Hollies here at Edgbaston.
Here comes Ballinger again. There's 2 back on the shorter side of the ground, and again Freeborn was trying to find that side of the ground, but again finds Michaela Kirk, who's always a busy fielder, and with Mullin added in there at cover, who is also busy, then it's quite a difficult offside trap to breach at the moment. In fact, Mullin's actually over at mid-wicket as I look. So, but definitely Kirk is busy in that area. They're just discussing the field at the moment. Ballinger. She's going to bring third up and send mid-wicket back, having conceded a 4 earlier in the over to mid-wicket. So Mullen will depart towards the boundary now. We've got McCarthy at mid-on. We've also got a backward square leg and a fine leg, or a long leg really, sort of on the 45-degree line, out down towards the little stand here at Edgbaston that has the flag with the bear and the ragged staff on top.
Trying to put the squeeze on here.
Here comes Ballinger. Bowls, and it's driven into the offside. It's the busy Beth Harmer who's at cover. She does the fielding there. We've got Gordon at mid-off. We've got the backward point, Michaela Kirk, as we've mentioned. Third has come up inside the ring. There's also one back on the cover boundary. But I think it was what Barbara was saying, really, Claire, that the sort of the shot down the ground perhaps could be used a little bit more, although maybe it's the pace of the pitch is preventing it. As down the ground the ball goes and right over the top of mid-on's head. Now, will it roll away? It's into the drainage.
Yeah.
McCarthy chases all the way, but in vain on this occasion. It's 2 boundaries from the over. I think there might have been a little of exchange of words between Ballinger and Freeborn there as they passed each other. 131 for 4 the score then. We have had 36 overs, Claire Jenkins.
We have 36 overs indeed. Yeah, it feels like Kirsty Gordon's trying to put the squeeze on Central Sparks here, having brought back her opening bowlers. They've relied heavily on Ballinger last season, and clearly they may well have to rely on her this season as well. So she was the top of their Rachael Heyhoe Flint statistics for last year. Their main strike bowler, Grace Ballinger, alongside Bryce. Of course, we are Bryceless. I'm going to use that joke again today because they are playing for their country.
This one is bowled and played away into the leg side. Gordon, of course, started her career with Scotland, but she's converted to England. No run on offer from that first ball of Gordon's.
Captained the A team over the winter.
Here comes Gordon again and beaten the bat, and that's the sort of grip that seems to be in this pitch. We've seen it plenty of times, and Gordon finding it there with the seam, and that one looked as if it really turned to me. Beating Ellis's outside edge. She's on 12. As we say, every run she gets could hurt Ella Claridge, who's diving again, is the keeper to try and grab a ball that is unlikely to stop. Harmer chases this one down to third, doesn't prevent 2 being scored. Ellis busy between the wickets, 133 for 4. But yes, I'm glad you know exactly where the Bryces are, because whenever you don't see them in a Blaze team, you're sort of thinking, where are the Bryces? But they're generally playing for Scotland.
They're playing for Scotland in the Middle East, but it's raining in the Middle East despite it being a desert.
How strange, as this one's swept away behind square on the leg side, and it bounces up over the rope despite an attempt to dive and stop it getting that far. 4 more for Ellis, and progressing the scoring nicely in this over. She's on to 18, 137 for 4. Ellis is one of those cricketers that I think we're going to see more of with the expansion of the game, because she's sort of she's been around what was at first Lightning and is now the Blaze, and she's been around Central Sparks but without really ever nailing down a position. And those are the sorts of players that you imagine the newer teams that are coming in from 2027 might be looking at and going, right, which of these players is sort of good enough to kind of build what we do around, as that one grips again and beats the outside edge. 137 for 4. Yeah,
Rosa Talks Ball asked me to do some, who do I see as some of the emerging players, and I picked Bethan Ellis and Caris Pavley as 2 to watch, certainly here for Central Spots, with Pavley not playing today, but Bethan Ellis very much so.
Clipped down to long on by Ellis here, who does have a 50 in this competition.
Yeah,
19 came in the first edition, didn't it?
She's done well in the warm-up games, as I understand as well, according to her mum. It's who I chat to. Yes, which your mum would say. But I've been kind of keeping an eye on some of the scores coming in. We mentioned Davina Perrin got a couple of 50s in the England under-19s, and then the games over in India. There's been some good scores in there as well. So yeah, so I think I pick Caris Pavley, who is although not playing today. I think it's going to be
she's
a
in the
great
squad,
asset.
isn't she?
Yeah, she's going to be a great asset.
No, my mum thinks I'm brilliant all the time.
Yeah.
She's not always right.
while we're talking to people outside the game, it's Kath Bentley's birthday today, and she was deciding whether she's going to come and drive over or stay at home. But wherever you are, Kath, I'm sure you're watching.
If you have come, I think you've brought your bobble hat with you, because I think it is quite
lots
chilly
of bobble
out
hats.
there.
Yes.
In fact, we've still got the heating on behind us.
Yes. We have to have the window open for the FX mic as well. So yeah.
Ballinger again then from the pavilion end on this long run, but it can be a very, very productive one, as Claire was saying. The pick of the Blazers bowlers in this competition last season, as that one takes Ellis on the body.
But you're right. As the base expands, there'll be a need for those good utility players, people who can turn their hand to various things, particularly if they can get some runs in those key
players like, I
overs.
remember seeing Ollie Ray write a piece. She was sort of trying to get in the Sunrisers team in that first edition, just missed out. But players like that there will be more opportunity for them, as that one's played up to mid-on to Cassidy McCarthy, who does the fielding, and there is a dot there. Sort of, I know in Ollie's case, it was the case she'd sort of been around Middlesex and had started out in Durham. She played a lot for Scotland and was kind of, she was at that coming sort of towards the end of her career, and perhaps maybe missed out because of that, because there weren't quite the places. But probably, if there'd been 10 teams, might have got to go somewhere else. As Ballinger bowls, and this one's played into the offside. Really, really nicely played away. And there will be 2 here if they're quick. Got to be very quick, and they are very quick. And they get back 140 for 4. The score will tick on to on the far side. We're on to, really, because it's an electronic one these days, of course. And I saw Ollie Ray this week very delighted that Durham were one of the teams that that got status, because that's her part of the world, I believe, even though she's, as I say, moved down to Middlesex.
I remember seeing Lizzie Scott, who plays for Northern Diamonds, make her debut, and connected with her mum, who's
Ballinger bowls and just
Durham,
beats the cut,
course.
and there is no run on offer there.
Yeah, Lizzie Scott is of Durham, so I think they'll be delighted. There will be some delight and some.
And of course,
Danny
Hazel, World
Danny
Cup
Hazel,
winner,
yes, that's right.
is
coach of
very
Northern
much
Diamonds.
a girl of the Northeast, or woman of the Northeast, and she will be glad to be back, no doubt. As Ballinger on her way once again, delivers, driven firmly but straight at Beth Harmer at short cover, who's been busy in the side today for the first game of the season. These sides 5th in Sparks' case and 2nd in the table in the Blazers' case in this competition last year. And as we say, in the wickets of Ballinger last year, 18 of them were very, very much needed from the Blaze point of view. A best of 54 for 4 last season, and she picks one up here. Ellis is out, backing away, trying to drive to the short side, and as we've been saying all day, any batter who's tried to get the ball over there has very quickly found their innings coming to an end. Ellis out for 21, bowled by Grace Ballinger, and she trudges off towards the pavilion. The Sparks in need of another little rebuild here. Claire Jenkins, 140 for 5 the score.
Yeah, still needing to get some more score on the board. But I think Bethan Ellis has played the right innings, if you see what I mean. It's that, quick fire, some shots, move things on a little bit. It was funny, because we've talked about should they play more traditional shots. And actually, last season, you and I watched a lot of straight drives in the V from, what we might well see now, from perhaps a later order, from Arlott and Wong and Campbell, and it was something that was characteristic of their play last season, so it's sort of even more surprising. Of course, every time Barbara thinks they should play a shot, they then play that shot. So I'm hoping that she's going to think a lot, channel that inner playing in the V up and over the fielder, so that we can get a decent score, because as Barbara said, we want a good game.
We certainly do, and
yes,
Katie George is on her way.
We're being paid by Central Sparks, but that's by the by. We want to guide you through all of this, and we want them.
It's like though they've decided there's something about I don't know if it's just we've mentioned sort of a bit of stickiness when bowlers try to dig it in short of a length, bit of stickiness from Gordon when she's been trying to get a bit of grip and turn, and it's like they've almost decided that's put them off trying to put their hands through it and send it over mid-off and mid-on. And I mean, even early in the innings we saw Perrin try it, for instance, and it did get out the ring, but it was sort of very loopy, wasn't it? And it's like they've just almost decided it's not the pitch for those shots. But then when we've seen Freeborn play them, they've gone away, albeit I suppose one of them went a bit more kind of cow than mid-on, if that makes sense. You know, she sort of almost had to really force it there and really drag it there.
It'll be interesting to see what Katie George's input here, because she does like to drive the scoreboard from a batting sense, and I'm sure she'll want to get on with it and set a decent total, so she's got something to bowl at in the second half.
Another delivery here from Munro has been brought back in by Gordon. That's going to be a tight single, but the throw was a wild one from Harmer in the end, and George, who's just come to the wicket, maybe feeling those hamstrings ever so slightly. 1-4-1 for 5 the score moves on to. Scores elsewhere, Southern Vipers very much leading the way again in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 188 for 3 in the 37th. Sparks 140 for 5, as you know. Western Storm bowled out for 114. That'll be disappointing because they had a poor season last year and really, I think, have made an effort to rebuild over the winter. But Sunrisers, who I think Sunrisers and Thunder are both going to be very interesting to watch, because they've been at the bottom end of the tables for these 5 years. But I think they've both pretty much got their eye on a trophy this year. They're giving that impression, as Audley is George, who defends that one.
Yeah, you know, because they've got Katie Mack at the start, or who's
they've got Katie Mack
now,
yeah,
and then later on they've got
I
somebody
will
else,
consult Polly Starkey's souvenir edition.
That's a smart move, I reckon, because Katie Mack played in the 100 first year of Birmingham Phoenix, so I consider her a Bromley. But she's a great all-rounder, brilliant fielder. So I think that's a smart move on the Thunder's part.
Here's Munro. Bowls to George and hits George really with one, I think it was inside, edged, I would reckon, towards the thigh, one of those real stingers. It had that, certainly gave that impression to me, as she clearly has got good padding, because there's no sort of rubbing of a bruise yet or anything like that, but she's just
don't show any
facing
pain.
up again. Yeah. Katie George strikes me as the sort of cricketer who doesn't really show her opponent anything if she can. Georgia Val is the other overseas for Thunder,
that's it.
as that one's driven up to mid-off, and there is no run on offer.
Presumably
41 for 5 it remains.
I'm presuming they'll do tag. They'll tag. They won't both be playing at once.
Well, they certainly can't play in the same team. The rules are one overseas in this competition. I think that question has been asked by someone, I can't remember who, and I've nicked their answer, but I've definitely seen that.
Well, it makes sense, but a great role model, Katie Mack. Oh, another bruise.
Well bowled by Munro into the body again of George, who's getting a roughing up early in the innings. One other interesting quirk I noticed of this game, flicking through the souvenir edition,
Polly
is
Starkey,
that both these teams have the same number of wins and losses coming into this season.
Oh, Mike, you weren't listening earlier, were you? But you can repeat it if you like.
Am I repeating the 26-26 stats? As,
yes.
In comes Sophie Munro to try and make it 27 for the Blaze. That one's clipped off the toes into the leg side. One run on offer, 142 for 5. Yeah. So the win-loss ratio for the Sparks is 26 won, 26 lost, 1 tie, 3 no results, and the 26 for the Blaze, 26 won, 26 lost, 1 tie, 3 no results.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is amazing.
It's worth repeating.
It is amazing. Just think, like, if they tried to do that, they couldn't have managed it.
No,
that's amazing.
So good they said it twice. Barbara saying it, which is brilliant. Yeah, she's quite right. 142 for 5.
What do you make of that as a total then?
Well, I'm
5 wickets
trying
left
to stop
for the last
myself
10.
saying not enough, but depends on what happens here. I think, you know, if you'd asked me to pick who I wanted to be doing this, I think probably Katie George and Abby Freeborn, or possibly Amy Campbell, which has come and gone already. So, you know, I think Central Sparks will be happy to have
McCarthy,
these two
Pavilion M, back into the attack, and it was an attempt. It looked as if she flashed that one away through backward square leg, and she actually missed the ball completely there, did Katie George, and she continues to be peppered.
Yeah, I think she's. It's something to do.
Innings.
I don't think it's the pitch. I think it's just the it's to do with the pitch, obviously. But timing. I think Katie George not quite got the timing. I thought when she clipped that one off her toe into the leg side, beautifully timed shot through mid wicket along the carpet last over. I thought that she perhaps got
looking
it,
like
but
she's
not,
having a bit of a
not.
long winter at the moment. Well, that'll help because she's flicked it away with the wrists into the offside behind square and 4 runs. Got forward well and early, and then just managed to direct the ball behind square for 4 runs, 146 for 5, and that's what the Sparks need from Katie George, and she could be a very destructive player when she wants to be, and she was proving it there by flicking that one away. So she'll be feeling a lot better because, as I say, she's taken a lot of bruises in the early stages of this this innings so far, and she will continue now, facing up, playing leg side, taking on the pad. I don't think she'll get any addition to her total, but she does add to the team's total with a leg by.
Leg by, as you
147 for 5.
Because Katie George was an import from Western Storm a couple of seasons ago. She seems to have settled in well. She seems to be really enjoying her time at Central Sparks, from what I can see. Settling into it. Let's hope she stays fit and healthy and maybe pushing for an England slot again.
McCarthy again, right arm over the wicket, into the pads. And again, there'll be another leg by, if Freeborn is quick, which she is. 148 for 5.
McCarthy meant that, didn't she? She was like, "Oh, I'm going for this," as one should.
As I say, I've not seen Cassidy McCarthy play before, I don't think, but I'm getting the impression that she means most things she does. Certainly that bouncer to Perrin early on, she meant. And
she looks proper powerful with the shoulders that we can see from sitting behind her, looking at McCarthy across the back of her shirt. She's got a great name, Cassidy McCarthy. I was musing whether she ought to write romance novels when she's older. It's a great name, Cassidy McCarthy. Want to see more of that. There's some great names.
It's a
Finty Trussler.
A pretty formidable fast bowler's name rather than a pen name at the moment, and
McCarthy.
That one is played into the leg of George, who is continuing to take the bruises here. But she's got a 4 in this over, which she will be delighted with. Sunshine still gracing us here at Edgbaston, but the clouds have built, but none of them are threatening. I don't think we're going to see any rain today. Certainly the weather forecast had a 0% chance, so
well, I'd like that one. Thanks very much.
As McCarthy bowls, and the sun now illuminating the pitch below as it's driven offside. Finds Harmer, who's been busy at short cover. 5 minutes past 1. We've had 40 overs of this game. The score is 148 for 5. I will bring back in Barbara Daniels. You can resume that chat about Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy with former Derbyshire and Somerset cricketer Claire Jenkins.
Yes, Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So she sort of followed me around really, because I was mentioning to Barbara off air that my cricket story starts here at Edgbaston. My headmistress was June Bragger, who was an international cricket umpire, and I found myself on a school trip from a local school here watching Rachael Heyhoe Flint lead out England against Australia in a one-day international. So that was my first encounter with cricket. So that was early doors. I'll come back to that. That's played back past the bowler. Oh, and sort of everyone gets a bruise there. The bowler gets one in the hand. Katie George nearly got one in the face. Fortunately, she's got have to have helmets now. So, but there was no run. So the score is 148 for 5. We're into the 41st. That last 10 overs. This is the key one. This is what sort of total are they going to have to defend as Munro comes in from the far end, bangs it into the pitch. Freeborn plays it into the leg side and takes that first run quickly. They're thinking about 2 and they're going to go for 2. It's going to be a run out. No, just that hit that. That had been a direct hit, Barbara.
I think it would have been. It's 50 though.
That's Freeborn's 50 up. So Abby Freeborn, she gets 50 off. It's a long way away. I think it's 82 balls. So that's great, and this is exactly the engine work that Central Sparks, and I've talked about Freeborn and Campbell before, but Freeborn definitely in this case has really made that happen. I suspect that Katie George could have done without the putting the burners on to get to the other end. However, it's done. 150 for 5, so it's 150 up, as well as Munro comes in and Freeborn plays that just down to the cover, and there is no run. Gosh, that was exciting, Barbara.
That was exciting, but that ball just kept a bit low there. But there definitely was two, I think. I think
there was
two if they'd said it straight away. I think there was a bit of hesitation. But I think well played, Abby Freeborn, and a lot still rests on her shoulders in this last 10. I think they're going to need her to up the scoring rate, and for her to stay in for at least another 5, you'd think.
Yeah, you want her to stay in, and then Katie George to kind of bat around a bit and take those bad balls and things as Munro contemplates. They bring their fine legs slightly into the circle. Munro almost a full toss, but Freeborn plays that nicely into the leg side, but they're only going to get a single there. Score moves on to 151 for 5.
I would still say, I think Blaze have bowled very well. There's been really remarkably little bad balls, and relatively few bad balls. I was going to say remarkably little filth. That was going to say.
You could say that. But I don't know how many extras there are.
But they've bowled pretty. I mean, there's been a couple of wides. There hasn't been that many.
Not many. They've bowled well.
And there hasn't been a lot of width on offer. For instance, there's been the occasional one, where there's been a sort of flashing drive to the offside. But they've bowled very tidily, I think. And I think, as Mike was saying, there's enough in this pitch that's just sticking a little, that's stopping the batters just feeling we can, hands through and back ourselves. So you have got to work at this as a batter. But I would say it's been a good bowling and fielding effort so far.
George to face. Plays that into the leg side, not convincingly, but straight to the square leg field. But they get through for a single, and that's another one to the total. 152 for 5, the end of the over.
That is me trying to be fair on the basis that obviously I really want Central Sparks to win. But
yes, but you're right. There hasn't been much loose, is what you're saying, or filthy, whichever you want to describe it.
And sometimes, in any level of cricket, occasionally you get at least one of the bowlers you think, oh, hang on, there's enough stuff
there's a weaker
just to keep
one.
Us going.
That they want. Maybe a bowler that they want to target. I mean, I'm sure they are targeting, but there isn't like, oh, great, because so and so's coming on and we can really get a big score here. Yeah, it feels like smart captaincy and good and just good bowling, basically.
And yes, the outfield is a little slow, so that you're not getting a total run of the green. But I think again, if you just don't know what's a good score, do you really? But if they got somewhere between 200 and where are we? 10 overs, aren't we?
It's going to be a lot.
I don't think they're going to get 250.
Yeah. George plays that bouncing, fortunately for Central Sparks, to Marie Kelly, and there was no run.
Oh gosh, that's one of those where you think, should I have had a go for that?
Yeah, it's one. It was a really horrible length, wasn't it? It wasn't close enough to go for a catch, and it's sort of. But it's close. You'd have gone for that. You'd have gone for that, would you, Barbara?
in my youth, I would have.
McCarthy into George, who again tries to play. You're channeling that forward drive, aren't you? I can feel that coming.
I don't want to be billed as a traditionalist. I'm just saying I think
there's
been moments where they've tried too much of the paddling when actually the ball was there to be hit into a gap straight. So you've got to be able to do both, obviously. But I don't think it's particularly easy scoring.
No, and I think the other way of describing that, sometimes the simple things would be more productive for them. So if they played those, just dob and run, or short and run, and then pick a wider delivery to have a little smack at, that's going through the covers, and it's going to be 4. Because there's a gap there. They left a big gap there, so that's 4 runs to the total. 4 runs to Katie George. Should be enjoying that, I think. I used to hit it through the covers and run. So if you and I were batting, I'm running, because if I've hit a nice shot to the covers, I don't care if it's straight to the fielder's hand. I'm running anyway.
That was, as they say, in the slot, I think.
The slot.
That one. Yeah. When she played that very well.
156 for 5. McCarthy running away from us to Katie George, who's getting increasingly excited, I think. Or plays what was, I think, full toss over the umpire's head. They've got that boundary covered, but it is a massive boundary. So how many did they run, Barbara? 2.
That's 2.
Yeah. It's a massive boundary out there, and
It is.
it's sort of scaggy and a bit damp
yes,
looking
it looks
from
like
here.
they've
So
picked up a divot there.
yeah,
I think when we
just
first
replacing
arrived
the
at the
divot.
ground, they hadn't moved that boundary out that far, because I was coming in saying, "Oh, it's a bit short," but it looks now like it's a long enough boundary.
Yeah. I wouldn't fancy running around there, mind you. They never let me that far out. So I've got no run, no throw. That's why I had to field at point partly. Right, and that's played to backwards. Where I was going to run out chance. Oh, Abby Freeborn gets in. Hurtles down that far end, and they're doing what they need to do, speed things up a bit, aren't they? And it's 159 for 5. They do need to do this, but it just looked a bit,
I think,
not so much in control.
Yeah, I think maybe I think if the keeper had been closer to the stumps, that might have been.
That would have been
Interesting
different.
to see on a replay, but I mean, you're right. They've got to take those singles, and I think some of those perhaps they should have been doing a little earlier. But again, easy to say from here.
It is, as Freeborn plays that to the boundary fielder, but there is just a single on offer there. 160 for 5 at the end of the 42nd over. Yeah, they're going to have to take some risks. That was a several thoughts about that, wasn't it? It's like, do I play it or leave it as a wide? Oh, it looks all right. I'll smack it across the carpet and we'll get a single, and I'll get the strike the next over.
So we've got 8 overs. So.
Yeah, they need to get a movie on. We're talking about Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So yes, I came to see her play Captain England.
What year
here.
would that have been?
Because you're trying to age me, that's why.
No,
it would have been 1976.
Right.
77, 76. Gosh. Yes. About then. He's going to work out how old I am. I've got a stat, actually. I'm going to come back.
See, that's before I was playing cricket.
I thought you were going to say before I was born then.
No. Just as again, because you just didn't know it existed. So you're playing lots of other sports. I didn't start playing any club cricket till I was 17, I think.
Yeah. I've got a great stat here. Did you know that you are the 9th oldest maiden test century holder when you got your 160? I was saving that because when we met for this cake and coffee and were persuaded to come back, when she found out that she was slightly younger than me, she punched the air and cheered, listeners, as Abby Freeborn pops one back up over Katie George's head as the backing up batter, and they get a single, 161 for 5. Did you know that? You were 9th oldest maiden test century with your 160.
No, I didn't know that. I think until Danny Wyatt made her test debut was it only last year? I think I was the oldest debutant test player.
Ooh.
Because I was 20, whatever, 8, 9 or something.
Katie George plays that through the bowler's hands. That was a chance for the bowler, but it would have been hard because it was walloped, and they get through for a single. Oh yes, because Danny Wyatt, for me, because I saw her grow up through the Staffordshire ranks, played a tiny bit with her. She'll always be like sort of 18 or 19. When I look at her, I kind of see that 19-year-old, and she's a sort of Peter Pan of English cricket as well.
Yes, because she came through sort of Wolverhampton and West.
Yeah.
But, so I was coaching her really from when she was at 12, 13.
Freeborn takes a swing at that and is stumped, unfortunately. Oh dear. So that was a great innings from Abby Freeborn, who is out stumped, unfortunately, on a very big score there. I think it's 63, is it? 53. Stumped Claridge off the bowling of Munro. So Sparks find themselves now at 162 for 6.
6 now, yeah.
162 for 6. But a great innings from Abby Freeborn, and whatever score they get up to, it would look even worse without her score, as it were.
She'll be disappointed. That's a shame, though, because actually
she's doing really
that
well.
ball did deserve to be hit for forward. I think she was through the shot just a long time before the ball got there, to be honest.
And it kind of feels, I mean, she's been out there a long time. I don't know whether it says any minutes, but she's been out there a long time for the first game of the season when you're not really into the run of things. So we've got Emily Arlock coming out. We've got Emily Arlock coming out now, who, despite being a fast bowler,
can bat, can't she? Yes,
she does like those big drives of yours. So I'm hoping she's going to do some BB Daniels-esque straight drives down the ground.
Unless anybody who remembers me ever playing is listening, say I very rarely hit any of that down there.
Did you? What was your favourite shot then, Bibi?
Well, I think any wagon wheel of mine would have been one of those where it's largely on the leg side and occasionally on the posh side, as we call the off side. But But I mean, I was a sweeper. You know, I was a sweeper, a cutter, and a puller. I like those. But again, sometimes on the kinds of wickets we used to play on, it wasn't. You couldn't really cut and pull.
No.
But the occasional off drive still sticks in my mind. You know.
Yeah. Oh, a lot to face. Ooh, and that was
Big gap.
banged in, and she's pushed that to the not posh side, into the leg side, and they get a single. Love that posh side. Yes, the offside. Yes, so Arlott's off the mark with her first ball, and it's 163 for 6. Katie George to face up now. Trying to think. I mean, I like to leg glance, and I like to play through the sort of late cut. I like that, but we didn't always have those pitches that you could play those shots. As Katie George swings at it, goes down the leg side, and they get through for a single. Arlott's in easily, so that's another one to the total. That feeling that things are going to speed up now. We have to wake up now, Barbara.
Yes.
It's going to get exciting now.
I did like a little click through mid wicket. That's I used to quite like those. And you know, if you got to play cut shots, yes, but actually, you know, every now and again you just play a proper back foot drive. Just think, and sometimes you just even say to yourself, "Oh, you know, that was nice," and then you forget to get run out or something.
Yeah,
admiring
the shot.
Yeah.
As I was saying about playing a shot to the covers and then running anyway, regardless. Arlott tries to play that back past the ball, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 43 overs, 164 for 6.
So that's 42. No, hang on. Yes, 42 balls left, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't do numbers. What did you taught? Did you say you taught?
Yes, I taught English. English at
So
secondary
not
school.
maths then?
No, not maths.
English.
I taught
English, yes.
yes, taught GCSE and A-level English and English literature.
Because we all had to have jobs.
Oh yeah, no,
played as complete amateurs.
Proper job.
Even playing for England. So did you get time? Oh, because it was summer, or did you get time off when you were teaching?
Yeah, but you know, we didn't used to play as much, did we? So you know, if I think about '93 when we won the World Cup, that was pretty much in the summer holidays. And I had a very understanding head teacher at that point. I was teaching down in Kent, and he would give me time off as and when I needed it. And then I went on supply for a bit, so I could just take time off. But we weren't playing every winter. You know, and we weren't even playing international series every home summer. Yeah. So
Gordon
that's a good
over
shot.
the wicket, and it's played up towards square leg of the field. Have cut that. No, it's 4 runs. Another 4 runs to the total. 4 key runs, I think, for Central Sparks here, as they move on to 168 for 6. Katie George playing that backward of square. Big boundary there, but still making the ball making its ground, as it were.
She's got fast hands, Katie George, hasn't she?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, and obviously handy left arm swing bowler, which is point of difference still in the English women's game. Katie George facing up to Kirsty Gordon. She squirts that. Two square leg is going to be a run out. Oh yes, an easy decision there for Rob White. Unfortunately, I mean, they've got to speed the run up. They have got to get some runs. Emily Arlott will feel like she should have set off 5 minutes earlier, I think.
I think you've got to be ready for that. Or still, you know, you've still got 40 balls. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That we're not in the last couple of overs here.
No.
And Emily Arlott is a decent bat. So
yes, that will be yes. Let's hope it's not going to be a key loss. Let's hope we are going to see all 50 overs batted here, because that's the other dilemma at this stage. You want to you paid for 50, you're going to bat for 50, as we used to say.
And I think it's interesting how targets come and go, isn't it? You know, we started off saying, again, without any knowledge of what the pitch is playing like. You know, 250 is a sort of par. They'd want to get to 200 from here, wouldn't they? Psychologically, that's a nice. You'd still feel you've got something to bowl at that point. And they're still in the game. They're still in the game.
I mean, it's interesting to know. I mean, the other games. So Thunder are all out for 165 at Chesterley Street. Western Storm are all out for 114 at Cardiff.
Yeah.
So whether it's pitches, whether it's a bit of rust, whether it's the start of the season, whether it's brilliant bowling, we need to interrogate the live streams and the statistics for that. But so we're going to. Well, you got your wish now. So we've got Izzy Wong.
Izzy Wong, yes.
Coming out to bat with Katie George.
And obviously, I'm very much looking forward to seeing her bowling and hoping that that's
going to be good
to her, for her, because she's still only young, isn't she?
Yeah, that's the thing I think we forget about Izzy Wong, because she's sort of because Charlotte Edwards had her in the old Kia Super League days involved with the Vipers. I don't know that she actually played that very much, but she's been in and around, and I think that's that perception, isn't it, that people are older than they are. And
I think sometimes, I think this has been historic as well, that we sort of get carried away sometimes with the youngsters, and I don't think we give them enough space and time to allow them just to remember they haven't finished fully growing yet.
Yeah. Wong faces Gordon for the first time and kadunks that down, and there is no run. Score is 168 for 7. Central Sparks batting against the Blaze, who are the visitors here at Edgbaston today. Wong plays that through Katie George, and they get through for a single. An easy single there. Score moves on to 169 for 7. Yeah, we forget sometimes that they're young and they've still got growing to do. They've still got lessons to learn, and they're not the finished artist. And to control all of that.
And they are participating in a whole unknown world. Really, this whole professional thing. There's not lots of people who know how this goes.
No, that's a wide down the leg side. Yeah.
So I think I do think we just have to be. I've heard people saying not such great things about Izzy, and you just think, give the girl a chance, really.
Yeah, give them a chance. As Katie George plays a nice shot down to long on, they get through for an easy single. Score 170 for 7. Yeah, they've still got learning to do, haven't they? And give them a little more slack. And it's that judging them straight away. Give them a bit more chance. There wasn't much of an hours out there, but they got through for a single. Didn't look convincing. Are we going to get a leg by that? Yes, a leg by. So it did come up leg by. No hours out. Yeah, 171 for 7.
I think it's still whilst the professional game is expanding, it's still a relatively small world. So you can come in and make a very big impact very quickly, being new and young, and then then the world changes, and you want some longevity. You're going to. People find you out. It isn't quite so straightforward. You start thinking about it too much, as opposed to just being and playing.
Yeah.
And that can play all sorts of havoc with anybody's mind, really. So, and you've got to have the space to go and make mistakes, because nobody can be. Well, I don't think there's any cricketer who's ever been perfect,
No.
but you've got to have space to learn the game, really.
Yeah,
so
and you learn by your mistakes as well, don't you? That's 44 overs gone. Score is 172 for 7. Sparks. Back to Rachael Flint. So I saw her lead out England. The next time, my first job was working at Bath Sports Centre, and as a trainee manager. And one day she just walked into the office. Now I knew she was filming, because this is how old I am. Her and Ted Moult.
Oh, yes.
Is the old show job, wasn't it? They were filming for exercise for the over 50s. I knew they were in the sports centre, and she wandered in and said, could she use my phone? And I was just, stage struck. But that was so. I actually had a conversation with her, but it'd be only one-sided. And then at various points, I've met her for cricket and golf, actually.
Oh yeah, no, very good golfer.
So our lives had sort of crisscrossed. But of course, she was handed the first ever Cricket World Cup trophy by Princess Anne on this very ground. So it kind of feels like the spirit of Rachael Heyhoe must be a little bit here. Would have been her closest test ground. She'd led England out. She picked up the first ever World Cup cup here, because the women had one before the men had a World Cup.
Was that 73?
1973, that's right. Yeah. And of course, so sort of a West Mids girl, born and bred.
Totally.
So
Wolverhampton.
Yeah, as Ballinger comes in this time from the Birmingham end to Katie George, takes a big swipe up. Wongy that is. Up and over.
I think you're gonna have to
mid
run,
off.
Izzy.
I am. Yes, you can't admire that completely. She thought that was going to go to the boundary, but no, it stopped up. Pitching wedge, talking about golf, sort of pitching wedge that and just stopped. Poof. No, you got to run that. Can't admire that. Katie George is giving her, come on.
She'd have been happy if that landed near the flag. But
yes. They get through for a couple of runs, and the score moves on to 174 for 7. And Ballinger comes in to George. Oh, a little swipey. Oh, it's gone past. Come on, there's a run there. They're going to get a wide and a run there, as Wongy looks a bit askance at Katie George. Like, oh, yes, there is a run there. 174 76 for 7. Scoreboard catching up. 176 for 7. And then the last time I saw her, she was getting money out of people fundraising for Lord's Taverners, which she was brilliant at. So I'm glad that my last memory is of her doing the thing that she was best at, as that's played into the posh side, and they get a single. That's the offside for everybody else. Bat side. For a single, 177 for 7 Central Sparks here in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, which is why we're talking about Rachael Heyhoe Flint. And when they won the World Cup at Lords, the year that Rachael had passed, the big picture of before the game felt kind of portent, as that's played beautifully out through the point region, and they get through for a single up and over the field, straight towards the boundary. Yeah, so when England beat India at a packed out Lords in 2017, just before the game they had a bit of a tribute to Rachael Heyhoe Flint, and a picture came up massive on the screen, and it did feel like, come on, the script is written. You know, this is what's going to happen today.
And I think she'd be delighted
against the odds
to see.
Katie George plays that into leg side. It's going towards the rope. Yeah, we're going to get 4 there. Another nice 4 done. Rounds the end and comes back again. Another 4, 178 for 7.
I think she'd be delighted to see, you know, the kinds of the stadium's full. I mean, I know I'm playing it today, but the 100.
But the 100,
I mean, I watched a lot of
the Ashes. Oh my God, last summer.
But the Commonwealth Games here, I watched games involving England, not involving England, packed out. You know, just to say yes, you know, people will watch.
Yeah.
And I think
you schedule it right and you market it right, they will come and watch it. Katie George. Oh look, she's channeling you there. Look, up and over. She can admire that one. Yeah, it has actually gone for 4.
I was going to say you still might need to run. But
no, that was 4 from the bat of Katie George. She was trying to well, she did admire it actually. They only did an accidental half a run, and the score moves on to 186 for 7. And
again, all joking aside, though, you know, you just think again from when we were playing. I mean, you know, I never ever thought in my lifetime we'd see a professional version of the
felt
game.
the same.
I know the whole landscape of women's sport has changed, and maybe we can talk about that later in the day. But it is amazing to be able to come here and do this.
Absolutely.
Shot.
And that's played through the covers by Katie George. They get through for a single. She pinches the strike at the end of the over, I think. Yeah, that's the end of the over. So Sparks find themselves 187 for 7 off 45 overs. I'm going to hand you over to Mike, but leave you in the capable hands of Barbara Daniels.
BB Daniels, yes. Apparently BB Daniels was a radio character on Life with the Lions, and it was Rachael Heyhoe Flint who, some county game, said, "I bet that's what people call you." And I said, "Well, I didn't know anything about it, but that is what I'm known as now." So yes, I have a parallel world in which I'm known as BB, and that's the cricket world.
There you go. Well, the insight from a 1993 World Cup winner has been absolutely fantastic to hear. I've seen lots of messages from various people saying it's been great to hear some stories already, and that was after about it was the complete opposite. It was after about 15 overs. Oh, we've had so many stories already. So it's been excellent to sort of get a little bit of a perspective on all the sort of things we've been hearing this week, really, and just how far the game's come, because it really has changed, I think, by the sound of what you've been saying since 1993, as an overseas player and a Dean de Klerk comes in and will be squeezed out into the leg side, and as with any fast bowler, she goes and runs after it because she's really annoyed that she's going to concede 2 there, but she does concede 2. 189 for 7, Barbara Daniels.
Yeah, no, that was good running, turning that into a 2, and that's what again they've got to keep on doing. It is actually decent outfield. There's those sorts of runs there. It's not always the 4s and the 6s that we haven't had any 6s, have we? But not yet today. But not always those that helps us get up to a big score.
Although we did see in the previous over as de Klerk bowls a Yorker and it's well blocked, a dot ball will be recorded, but it could have been so much worse than that. 189 for 7 it remains. But we did see with that one that Izzy Wong admired down the
Yes.
ground that she was thinking, I've played on a lot of cricket grounds in the last couple of years, and most of them that'd have gone. But
Exactly. That's
in England in
exactly what
April,
That's
no.
exactly what she was thinking. Because that would have, and again later in the season, that would bounce and skip on, and it would have been an easy four. It was a good shot.
George to face, and she's going to try and
Oh.
hit this one over the leg side, but didn't really get the bounce she was hoping for, and
Unlucky.
settles for another dot. And the other interesting thing we saw that last over was Katie George actually found the short side of the ground for
Yes.
the first time, and then also went down the ground successfully as well. So that's the sort of thing Sparks need in the last 4.5 overs here to get themselves up and past that 200 mark as far as they can.
Oh.
But it will be a wicket here. Nadine de Klerk spearing the ball in as she had earlier in the over, and on this occasion Katie George couldn't keep it out. She was trying to heave into the leg side, trying to get a move on, but she's out bowled by Nadine de Klerk for 32. And Nadine de Klerk, who picked up wickets for fun last season, 28 across all competitions, including a best of 7 for 33 against the Northern Diamonds up at Chesterless Street, picks up another wicket here. Katie George out, takes the gloves off, and Ria Fackrell will head to the wicket at number 10 to try and add those late runs to get the Sparks past 200. Barbara Daniels, your thoughts on that dismissal?
Well, yes, she obviously looking to just keep the scoring going, I think she was looking just to push that through mid-wicket, really. But it was like that Yorker, really. Effectively, it Yorked her, didn't it? But I think she's played a really good, sparky innings, I was going to say. And injected some pace when they absolutely need it. And I haven't seen very much of Katie George at all, but I liked, she got fast hands. She was getting through the ball, so they very much have welcomed that, the Sparks. So, yeah, let's see now. Anything over 200, they'll be pleased to get to, I think, and then feel they may be wanting to mirror what Blaze have done in containing the batters, really.
And they'd be the only side in the country other than Southern Vipers to get past that 200 mark.
Yeah, that's true today.
And Beckenham's clearly a wicket that looks as if it's playing a little bit differently to the others today. So it might not be a bad score from Sparks. This is down the leg side goes Claridge, who does very well to gather that, the wicket keeper. Another one to the total. That'll be useful. 190 for 8. Claridge has had a very strange time with the glove. She's had 2 stumpings, which are never easy. But then she nearly effected a brilliant catch off a reverse sweep, but it's also had the run out she couldn't get, and there was a few byes in the last over. Very sort of strange innings for the wicketkeeper batter as de Klerk comes in and bowls again, and clipped into the leg side to get Fackrell going. And there will be one more to the total, 191 for 8. What I do like about Claridge is she's been very brave of standing up to all the seamers.
Yeah, and that makes a difference. Again, quite early on we saw Eve Jones taking 2 and 3 steps down towards them, but there's nobody else really has been able to do that once the keeper's moved up. So that takes one weapon away from the batters. So no, she's done some good stuff. The wicket keeper there, but I think again that variability of bounce won't have helped her either.
Certainly not, as that threatened to be a repeat of the Katie George dismissal there. Fackrell just gets the toe of the bat on it. Sorry, it was Wong in fact who got the toe of the bat on it, and has scampered a single to finish the over with 192 for 8. We know Izzy Wong likes to go big. She probably hasn't got the wickets in hand to go this over, but I don't think that's necessarily going to stop her.
I agree. I think if that shot she played in the last over that she thought had gone for 4 is anything to go by, but it was a proper shot. She's not. Again, she looks like a batter. She can play decent shots. Obviously, we're all excited about the bowling if she can get that back again.
And she hit her first ball of the Women's Premier League for 6, of course, season before last, and she can start an innings with a flurry of 6. She had one really great innings in the BBL that I remember, where smashing it everywhere, and she does like to hit a bomb, as the modern parlance goes. And hitting bombs, and I think Izzy Wong quite likes doing that. I think though the priority for Sparks here is to get another 8 and just make that board look the way it should with 200, and then maybe have a bit of a hit after that. Nope, she's going to hit straight away, and she finds deep extra cover. And Fackrell wanted to come back for 2. Wong was less keen, and
I think that was the right decision. I think on that occasion, But
don't think they'd have both got there.
Yeah, no, exactly.
193 for 8 then. 7 away from that 200 mark, which I feel would just give Sparks a chance here, but the Blaze are on top in this game. And you'd probably expect that given the positions in this competition last season. As Ballinger bowls, Fackrell with a big puff of dust as she tries to get something on it, but doesn't succeed. No run.
What's Izzy saying? Just, yeah, look, there's loads of space there. Get one. I want to go and smack them. Come on.
I think knowing Izzy, she's probably said, now hit that right over mid-on's head. There's 6 runs on offer there.
Well, actually, to be fair, she probably, because again, any little bit of bat on that into the leg side that really should be a single, shouldn't it?
Yeah, she's right there. I think she was just saying, just play a bit of bat and ball cricket here. And, well, maybe she wasn't, because Fackrell's just cleared the front leg, got the hips through and tried to smash it over long on for 6 and not quite succeeded. Wong still giving a little bit of advice. Maybe just watch the ball and bat and ball, I think.
Again, yes, again, all easy from here, and you got all those thoughts in your head, and you're thinking, oh gosh, didn't quite come off.
But I think she's having 1 or 2 thoughts added to it,
Yeah.
which might not necessarily be helpful. As Fackrell drives down the ground, that was a nice shot. She advanced before the ball had been bowled, and then clunked it really up to mid-off. Examines the toe of the bat, but she got plenty of it. 194 for 8. Yeah, a little bit of
one of those that's rattled up the handle, but she's got the single.
That's the one where you're checking you've got the good quality springs in the bat's hand. I remember when I was growing up, it was 3 black springs.
Yes,
everyone used to think was the magic ones, and then it seems to change every year really. As in comes Ballinger, and down the ground goes Wong, and high and away. But will it plug?
Yes.
It does plug. It was a really nice shot from Wong, but she just got a bit too much height on it, and it ended up stopping in the turf rather than bouncing on. But it brings another 2, 196 for 8.
It's a clean strike, isn't it? It's a clean strike she's got.
Hands on the hip. She can't believe that she's hit that shot twice now and's only got 4 for it when she was expecting 8 minimum.
You see, if they've been warming up in India, I suspect they've had more carry.
They claim as well, don't they, that the ball flies a bit further in the heat than it does in the cool, as Wong tries to hit this one again over the offside. It goes, just evading mid-off. Deep extra cover comes round. 2 more to the total. Wong didn't get as much of that as she has of the other 2. 198 for 8. That's a decent enough position to be in with 3 overs to go.
I think so. I thought that fielder was just contemplating a dive then, but decided against it. But I think that might have wanted to go for that. But yeah, no, that's a good over, and they're doing what they need to do here. Picking up anything they can in this last 3, and you just don't know. Again, as we're saying, this is a good score in the context of what the other scores are around the country, and I don't think already this will be an easy chase. So, well,
the number of times you must have in your career come off and gone off. We'd only had 10 or 20 more, and this is where you can get your 10 or 20 more, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Here comes Nadine de Klerk, elbows jutting out, looking for more wickets as she always is. Bowls a full toss though, looking for the Yorker. It's clipped leg side by Fackrell. Is there going to be 1 or 2? Wong wants to come back for the second. She saw the fumble and got back for the second, and the 200 is up. You'll hear that from the applause from the Sparks bench down below us.
It sounds like there's quite, well, I mean, the audience is all at the crowd is all underneath us, so you can't
it often is at
Edgbaston.
Yeah, it often is at Edgbaston. People often sit below us rather than where we can sort of see. As Nadine de Klerk bowls, and this one's hit leg side. They're going to look for 2 again. I don't think Wong's going to be quick enough this time, so just the 1. Marie Kelly returns it. Fackrell had turned and ran, and then realised, oh wait, my partner's not interested
here. And
here.
that was a clean pick up this
201
time.
for 8. Yeah. Marie Kelly had watched that one all the way against a former team, of course.
It's quite disconcerting in here as I just turned my head in the commentary box. There's pictures of TMS commentators, and I keep looking like I've got Jeffrey Boycott on my shoulder.
Always a bit ominous. As in comes Nadine de Klerk, bowls right arm over the wicket in towards the pads of Wong. It takes those pads down to the fielder at 45, just inside the ring.
See, I think if she'd left that was a wide, wasn't it? But
yeah.
Just one of those, you're trying to get a bat on, aren't you?
I think it was well bowled by de Klerk.
Yeah.
She just decided, I'm going to hit you. And before you know it, it will get there. They've done well to keep de Klerk to just the 1 wicket of Katie George so far, and looking for that Yorker again to double the tally. Wong manages to get bat on it and even sort of directed into the offside, but doesn't find a run.
She's one of those bowlers, declared. As a batter, I'd be thinking, has she not had 10 already? So she must be on her 12th or 13th.
Well, when Eve Jones patted that maiden back first, I just thought that's a very much I'm not letting you get wickets today. Wong went behind square on the offside of the last one, now looks to go down the ground on the onside, finds Marie Kelly in from long on, 1 to the total. Less profitable than the previous over, but the 200 has come up, 202 for 8. As de Klerk walks back to her mark, such a valuable cricketer, 28 wickets across all competitions last season, was the leading wicket taker in the short form, the T20 with 15. Also took a 7 for in this competition. Only 1 today, and it will remain that way as Fackrell clips leg side. She got it far enough away from the field to come back for 2. This should be run out if it's a direct hit. De Klerk had left it thinking that was the best bet of the run out, and it missed by a fraction. 204 for 8. Good running, you've got to say, in the end by the batters. They've put the pressure on the fielder there to make the direct hit. But maybe if de Klerk had been there and sort of braved the finger crusher, she might have been able to affect the run out.
Yeah, that was tight, that one. But again, at this point, that was good. I think that's good running. Pressure on the field. 2 runs gained. You can see why you'd want her as an overseas player, though, de Klerk, wouldn't you?
Yeah, particularly when you can get her for the bulk of the season, as they have.
Yeah. And she's a tidy fielder. I don't know. Sorry, again, apologies. I don't know. Does she bat? I presume she'd probably.
Yes, she'll come in around about 6 or 7. I would imagine.
Okay.
Yeah.
She'd be a good all-round value to your team.
Yeah, no, she'll be a valuable contributor once again. There's be a little bit of the summer that she's missing for, where she goes off to play for South Africa, I think, and Heather Graham will come in, who's a very similar sort of player, really, just Australian rather than South African. As in comes Ballinger from the Birmingham end, it's chopped past the stumps, past Claridge, and there'll be runs as it dribbles away agonisingly for the Blaze. Fackrell had to sort of wait there just to see that Wong could get back. She's huffing and puffing, but she's made it. 206 for 8. Good start to the over from Sparks, even if it wasn't a conventional
Not quite what
cricket
she meant,
stroke.
but they all count, don't they? That's it.
I think she was aiming over mid-off again there, but ended up going to fine leg. Doesn't matter. Valuable runs for Central Sparks here, just putting themselves in with a real chance. In comes Ballinger, bowls. Wong has hit this one high. Now has she got it out the 25-metre ring? There's a fielder on the back of there, and she's been caught. The 9th wicket falls with a score on 206. It's Daisy Mullen with her first catch for the Blaze, in for a 5-game loan spell, and a safer pair of hands on the pitch I don't think you could have found than Daisy Mullen. Wong trying to go over the top, couldn't do so, and it now becomes a little bit of, right, we've got 10 balls left, can we get 10 runs from them? I think with these last pair, Baker and Fackrell.
Get what you can, but again, I think Izzy Wong's done the right thing. She's injected some pace. She's played some good shots, and particularly when she was in with Katie George. So, I think she's done her job really. 13, and there's this last over and a bit. What can we pick up? So, I think they'll be pleased that they've made it past the 200, and anything now is good for babies.
Yeah, definitely. And Wong was 13 off 13, ends up on 13 off 14 because she's been caught trying to hit a boundary, so that's fair enough, really. That's exactly what you want from the players coming in at that point. George 32 off 30, Ellis 21 off 30. Those are the sorts of innings that you want to be played to just get you to where you need to be. The mainstay, Abby Freeborn, 53 off 87 balls, 116 minutes, 4 boundaries in that, telling that it was only 4 boundaries actually. It shows how difficult batting has been at times for the Sparks, as Ballinger comes in and bowls to Baker, who tries to get something on it but can't, and that is a good dot ball, as Barbara Daniels says. You'd have been applauding that one in your days on the field, I think.
I would have, yes. That's a dot ball, but it actually didn't miss my much either, did it? There was a nice bit of in swing coming back in then to the right hander. Yeah,
Ballinger was in the game, bought a ticket for the lottery, as they say, and that one goes through outside off stump, and there is no run on offer, despite Claridge just struggling to cling on for a moment. But
she's quite hard for the batters to see that she had missed that, really. But
the other aspect for Sparks here is they will know that Blaze lineup is lacking the Bryce sisters,
Yes.
it's lacking Georgie Boyce. These were people who were scoring runs last season as Ballinger bowls and threw outside the off stump. It creeps once again, another dot ball, and Baker left a little bit frustrated here that she can't at least get bat on it. It almost feels better as the batter, doesn't it? Particularly as a number 11, if you've at least got bat on it, even if you haven't scored off
this
the
is
delivery.
Tidy bowling and just enough movement to make it hard for it, like you say, number 11 to come in and just put bat on ball.
Ballinger again, and it's almost like an action replay, that one. Threw outside the off stump, a flailing drive that doesn't connect. 206 for 9 then, an over left in the innings.
Are we on a timer for this? Is that they just seem to be running
there
around
is
a
a
little bit more
cut-off,
quickly?
and I will tell you what it is in just a moment if it flashes back up on the board, because it's disappeared.
Okay.
It's just flicked onto some between over screens, but we're at 147 at the moment. That is what the board is telling us. So that means we're ticking up towards 2 o'clock. And perhaps it's not actually displaying today because the fact that we have had a few problems actually getting it started, so maybe they've left that bit off. But in comes
It just looked
the
like
clerk to bowl the final over, and there will be a single into the leg side. In fact, they're going to go for
no,
2. No,
it's
it's
a
going to be a
run
run
out.
out to end the innings.
Oh, it's not.
Oh, and it's been dropped by Claridge. Second run out she's missed in the innings. 206 for 9 becomes 207 for 9 with the single, but it could have been all over. It could have been more. It could have been less. It's 207 for 9 anyway.
Actually, I don't think there was 2 there. Again, you implored the intention, but there wasn't 2. But and she should have been run out. So, yeah, shame for the keeper. She's had a couple of those.
In comes de Klerk. Bowling again. Right arm over the wicket, back in towards the pads, and Pat Banbury felt she could see enough of the stumps to know it was creeping down the leg side. And there is another single off the pads recorded. 208 for 9, I make that, although the board's only showing 207 at the moment. So we'll get that one tidied up. As in comes de Klerk. Bowls in towards the toes again. Squeezed out. Hannah Baker's going to come back. Ria Fackrell's going to put the yards in as well, and Hannah Baker applauded warmly by her teammates for taking the score on to 209 for 9. And they really appreciated the number 11 there, because she had a tough time with the bat in the previous over, but was doing sort of almost the hard things. Yeah, the hard yards indeed. Yeah. And every one of those 22 was appreciated by her teammates, or 44 to get there and back, as de Klerk bowls in towards the toes, gets it wrong for once a little bit, and it's clipped away, but they will only get 1. It was actually a nicer shot than some of the early ones in the over, but produces less runs. 210 for 9. We'll just get that clarified, Mid-innings, because I definitely think that the over started on 206 and they tried to run 2, got 1, so I'm sure that made it 207. But anyway, I'm sure it'll be cleared up in the break as de Klerk bowls. It's clipped away leg side, 1 on offer at least. It's not the final ball, so there's no percentage in just running back and hoping you get there, even though you'll probably be run out by half the pitch. They'll probably will take that option here. 211 for 9 the score, as the sort of half the pitch is in shade and half's in sunshine, and it's gradually just sweeping across us as a cloud moves through the sky here in Birmingham. De Klerk to bowl the last ball of the first innings of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for the Blaze and the Central Sparks. 212 for 9 then, the score at the halfway stage. I'm told there's some lunch on offer, so we will depart you during the break, but make sure if you're leaving us, if you're going to get your own lunch, that you do come and rejoin us in around about 30-40 minutes time to see what the Blaze have to offer in the reply. 213 then will be the target for the Blaze. What did you make of that innings, Barbara Daniels, before we just finalise the scorecard?
Well, I think they've done well in the end to get to post a score over 200, and again in the context of other games going on today, you know, a very steady start. I think a very strong performance from the Blaze in terms of containing and in terms of very tight bowling, actually, a little bit of variability in the pitch. But I think Sparks have done well towards the end in this last sort of 10 overs or so to inject a little bit of pace with those last few batters. Putting on some quick runs. So I think it's a decent total, and I think, as ever, much as I am a Central Sparks girl, obviously, I think it's set to be a good game, and that's what wherever I am in the world or you're watching in the world, we want women's cricket. You want some good close games. That's
well,
what we want.
The thoughts of Barbara Daniels there. We will hear more from her in the reply. Let's just run you through the card very quickly. Eve Jones first out for 12, bowled by Grace Ballinger. She faced 34 balls, 35 minutes, 1-4 in that innings of 12 runs. Chloe Brewer second out for 22, LBW to Kirsty Gordon. She played a nice reverse sweep but was out trying to repeat the trick. She made 22 of 29 balls in 49 minutes. Davina Perrin was then out with a score on 71, bowled by Sophie Munro for 18. Abby Freeborn was the mainstay of the innings. She was joined by Amy Campbell for a little bit, taking the score up to 94. Campbell was out for 13, stumped by Ella Claridge off the bowling of Marie Kelly, one of 2 stumpings in the innings for Claridge. 140 for 5 was the score when Bethan Ellis was out for an enterprising 21 of 30 deliveries. It included a boundary, but she was bowled by Grace Ballinger, who was the pick of the Blaze bowlers. 162 for 6 the score became when Abby Freeborn was out for an excellent 53, 87 balls, 116 minutes and 4 fours in that innings before she too was stumped by Ella Claridge, this time off the bowling of Sophie Munro. Katie George was partnered by Emily Arlett at that point. It was Arlett who was run out for just 1 run with the score on 168. 7 wickets down at that stage, and then it became 189 for 8 when Katie George was bowled by a superb Yorker by Nadine de Klerk. 32 Katie George made off 30 balls in 36 minutes with 5 boundaries in that innings. She was the only person I can see there who managed to go at more than 1 a ball, so that shows that batting was difficult at times. Izzy Wong gave it a pretty good go though. She was 13 of 13 when she was caught by Daisy Mullin off the bowling of Grace Ballinger, so put a slight blot in the copy book in the fact that she was out of faced 14 deliveries in the end, including the one she was out of. 13 runs added by Izzy Wong, and then Rhea Fackrell and Hannah Baker took the innings through to the end. Fackrell not out on 12 off 11 balls, so she also got a strike rate above 100, and Hannah Baker 1 off 6 balls as well. So useful contributions right through the list without a big score from the Central Sparks, and if the Blaze can come out and get a big score, then they will be very happy indeed. 213 the final score, so the chase will actually be 214. A little bit of counting going up just to correct that side of things. The bowling figures, de Klerk 10 overs, 1 maiden, 35 for 1, very tidy indeed. Grace Ballinger 10 overs, no maidens, 47 for 3. She took the most wickets in the innings. Kirsty Gordon 10 overs, 1 maiden, 52 for 1. Sophie Munro 10 overs, 1 maiden, 28 for 2. Cassidy McCarthy 5 overs, no maidens, and no wickets for 25 runs. Marie Kelly picking up the 1 wicket for 22 runs in her 5 overs. Do rejoin us after the break when the chase for the Blaze against the Central Sparks here at Edgbaston will be 214. We'll see you then.
hello everybody, and welcome back to Central Sparks versus the Blaze here at Edgbaston. The chase will be 214 for the Blaze, and they have sent out their opening pair to work out how to go about this one. Marie Kelly against her former side, and Teresa Graves will be opening the batting for the visitors here. And Abby Freeborn and Eve Jones just in discussion of exactly where they want their fielders placed for Emily Arlett, who will be opening the bowling from the Birmingham end of the ground. No doubt Izzy Wong, who's positioned herself at deep backward square leg, will be interested in getting the second over here. Myself, Mike Perkins, alongside 1993 World Cup winner Barbara Daniels and Claire Jenkins, the former Derbyshire and Somerset cricketer, self-styled Western Storm former cricketer. Claire Jenkins back with us.
Lisa Paget said it's all right, so although I think I didn't really give her an opportunity to say no when I said, is it right? I could call myself a former.
Are you saying you're intimidating? Is that the...
Oh, I could never. It's not usually a word that's associated with me, but you know.
Well, as we were saying, we've got Marie Kelly at the wicket and Emily Arlett charging into bowl.
Excellent. From the Birmingham end. Comes forward, squirts that to kind of gully position, but there is no run. So they have been set. Well, they've got Sparks got 213 for 9, and Blaze need 214 for the 50 overs today.
I was thinking there'd been a single that was going to get added back on in that final over, and I think there has been 214 the eventual chase.
Oh, look, from a height past the batter. And that's got Abby Freeborn already thinking I'm going to be in the game early. She stood a few paces back, so she isn't in a helmet as she would be if it was a spin bowler or something a bit slower potentially. Emily Arlott banging the ball in from the Birmingham end. Ponytail behind her. Long, tall figure of Emily Arlott. Forwards. Defended again to the same angle. Backward point, Davina Perrin does the fielding, and there's no run.
We got Barbara's thoughts before the interval on the score from the Central Sparks. What are yours, Claire Jenkins?
Yeah, I think at the halfway stage it felt like way not in, like a long target. And I think that milestone of getting to 200 was really important. And as you both said on commentary, really, anything beyond that was going to be potentially a bonus, as that's defended forward and there's still no run.
So 14 bonus runs then to check off to begin with, by the looks of it, and then
as
get
Barbara,
back on with the chase.
And as Barbara was saying about looking at the scores around the country, I know that they're all different pitches and different conditions and things, but there wasn't massive scores in the other games other than obviously Southern Vipers getting 273, which would have been a massive task here, as that's defended forward, no run again.
Yeah, you would imagine Chesterless Street, where the Diamonds and Thunder are playing, it's going to be very, very difficult indeed to bat, given they lost an entire 4-day game in the opening round of cricket fixtures this season. So you would imagine there, if nothing else, the water table's going to be quite high, which probably does. I know they've got all the drainage and everything now, but I think it does always just sort of, even with the covers on it, it seeps through somehow. Yeah,
and that's glanced down the leg side. It's going towards the boundary. Here's a fielder after it, who cuts it off. Yes, just about. I was tithering with the boundary there. Izzy Wong, I think, is down there, and that's brought back in. But the first scores on the board there for the Blaze. 2 runs down to that leg boundary. That's the end of the over. 1 over gone. 2 for no loss.
That said, at a glance, Northern Diamonds aren't finding it too difficult. I suppose they've gone fairly slowly to 22 without loss off 8 overs, but when you're only chasing 166, you can take your time. Sunrisers well on the way to that target of 115. They're 84 for 2 after 22 overs, so it looks as if Sunrisers are laying down a bit of a marker for the season, although they did that in the first game last year, beating the Vipers, and then had to wait some considerable time before adding to that victory. But it looks as if they're going to get the better of the Western Storm today. Should also probably give anyone of a Warwickshire, Worcestershire or Nottinghamshire Persuasion. Just an update on those county championship games, which are ongoing as well. So Worcestershire 184 all out, Durham 244 all out in that game, 111 for 1. Durham now in their second innings, so 71 runs ahead of Worcestershire. That's one of the counties associated with Central Sparks, as is Warwickshire, who are 455 all out. Hampshire just beginning their reply in that match.
Wong to Graves. Sort of wafts at that one, but there is no run. And Izzy Wong points at the pitch accusingly. I don't know if it moved or something. Or there is a drainage channel just next to the pitch that she's pointing at and stamping with her foot. So
that match between Hampshire and Warwickshire at Southampton, and the Blaze fans all want to know how Nottinghamshire are getting on. They are playing against Somerset, who are 232 for 5 in reply to 193 all out. So 39 runs ahead with 5 wickets remaining. So Somerset just starting to build a lead there. Looking into Division 2, we'll get Leicestershire v Derbyshire, which are the other.
Graves waves at a ball outside of the posh side, the offside. There is no run again.
And so the other two teams associated with the Blaze are playing against each other. Derbyshire and Leicestershire are 337 for 4 on day 2 on that one. So it looks as if batting, actually, having talked about water tables, where they're going to be with games that have been washed out for 4 days, actually might be all right at that one at Derby, because they also lost a 4-day game there. But there we go. So you're up to date on the Championship as well as the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Right, Graves shoulders arms, as they say, but leaves that one significantly from Wong. There is no run, because in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, the Blaze have relied on Beaumont, who's not here. She's getting married today. Boyce, who's not playing. Sophia Monroe, Teresa Graves, and Kirsty Gordon. That's their top 5 batters in the kind of the various rankings for Rachael Heyhoe Flint. So.
And the fact Gordon's on that list perhaps suggests that they've been a bit short of runs over the years.
And also about England availability. You know, they may not have had Silverbrunt and Beaumont very often as Wong. Bangs one in, and Graves sends that to mid-on, and there is no run still. Are we going to have a maiden?
Could do. We had one to start the other innings, so it would put them level pegging.
I mean, certainly Central Sparks must have. I mean, Laura McLeod made this point in one of her previews, was that when they're on song, they would have one of the most fearsome attacks in terms of pace, spin, and medium. So they have to be on song. That's the key, though, isn't it? So Graves managed to work that into the leg side. Katie George possibly twists her ankle and gets the ball back round again, but Spike seemed to have stuck in, but she's walking away. So unless that's,
she looks okay, doesn't she? She hopped on it a few times, but other than that,
because she was heading towards the artificial strip, and you kind of think, oh no, don't lose you slipping on that. But she managed to swerve away from that. But there was a run, so we're not going to have a maiden. 3 for no loss, and Izzy Wong's just moving the field a little. Right arm over, pace bowler into the pitch, down the leg side, and that's all wide. And there's a sort of muted appeal, I think, to try and put the umpire off giving the wide potentially.
So we've done well in that first innings, haven't we? I think we've had everything. We've had runs, we've had wickets, we've had a hypercourse stat. We've done really well, haven't we?
That's right.
We've sort of had everything that you would expect in a Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game.
Yeah, and I've had a message about Barbara and I describing us as old birds from somebody who's supposed to be a friend.
They know you.
It's nice to hear 2 old birds on the stream. I'm like, oh, okay, thanks very much. And that's a dot to end the over. Blaze are 4 for no loss, and that's 2 overs done.
Excellent to have you with us for another year on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button and make sure that you spread the link as far and wide as you can so people can find us during the course of this season, because it would be really interesting to see whatever happens in this final year of this competition, whether there'll be new names on the trophy or whether Southern Vipers, as they very much are looking at the moment, will be the team to beat again. They've got the highest score of the day so far. South East Stars have just begun their chase of 274. They are 6 without loss so far, so whether they will be able to get those runs at Beckenham, we will see. But a good attacking field from the Sparks here. A gully and a slip in
gully
place.
And a slip, that's right. And Arlott coming in for the Birmingham end. Oh, it's just it's dropped in the slips. Oh, there's an edge there. Arlott will be fuming. So Arlott manages to get the edge there, but unfortunately, that slip that Mike had just mentioned.
Well, we set it up.
Yeah, set it up.
Unfortunately, Eve Jones fumbled, and I mean, it was a bit of a goober, to be quite honest with you. It should have been taken 10 out of 10. It was right there, and just couldn't cling on.
Couldn't cling on, indeed.
She's at sort of 1.5, isn't she, Jones?
Yeah. Arlott in again. Oh. And defends that down straight to the bowler. So, yes, that's the pace from Emily Arlott. Last season, in terms of Rachael Heyhoe Flint, I was just looking at the sort of top bowlers. Georgia Davis did very well. She did lots of wickets. So, Georgia Davis, who's not playing today. Katie George, who is playing today. Emily Arlott, who we're seeing now, coming from the far end. Grace Potts, who is not playing today, and Erin Burns, of course, who's been pinched elsewhere. Oh, there's another edge, potentially, but not quite. Nearly inducing that little snick to the slips that Central Sparks are obviously trying to get here. We have got a gully as well, so we are looking for that edge.
Yeah, Georgia Davis, who not playing today but took 27 wickets last year, the most in the competition of anyone across the 12 innings, and she took them at 14.77 as well. So she's very much the best bowler in the competition. Good 3 wickets ahead of Katie Levick.
Yeah, she took 4 for 19 on one occasion. Woo! What did I miss there? Straight through, I think. Straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Defending shot. Blazer still 4 for no loss.
But interestingly as well, the top 3 in that list were all spinners last year. Davis, Levick and Gregory, and then Adams and Smith, so the top 5. So it was Ballinger who took
the first
18.
the first of the pace bowlers, is she?
Yeah, she took 18 for the Blaze, and she was the 6th in the list. Katie George for Sparks also took 18.
Was an appeal for a catch behind. We're much too far away to tell, but the applause, the appeal seems to have sort of faded away. So, but Arlott definitely tempting the batters to have a little go, a little nibble at the ball there. Not getting one yet, so still 4 for no loss in the last ball of the 3rd over. So what's Emily Arlott going to serve up here to Teresa Graves? Has to defend that, gets up and over that, and can only knock it down. That's the end of the over. 3 overs gone. Blaze are 4 for no loss.
So lucky to still be at the crease, really, Teresa Graves, because it was a good, genuine edge to Eve Jones at that kind of 1.5 slip position, but she survives the over. Arlott picks up a maiden. We'll be happy with that, but she'd have rather liked to have turned the M in the scorebook up the other way round and had a wicket maiden there, because she certainly deserved it. Long chat between Marie Kelly and Therese Graves. Be interested how Kelly goes about this, because it almost seemed as if she moved to the Blaze for a little bit of freedom in the way she batted.
Yeah. And a chance to bat up the order as well.
That very gritty innings that she made here, and she made also a very different innings at 100 against Southern Vipers in the T20, and that for me was the real moment where that Charlotte Edwards Cup competition came to life and really became a sort of batters really going after things.
Wong to Kelly, who can only thump that straight to mid-off, and there is no run. But yes, certainly, Warwickshire versus Warwickshire here in terms of the structure looking backwards, but I think they're probably still playing Warwickshire together. So Izzy Wong to Marie Kelly. I'm sure there'll be some chirp on the field as well.
Yeah, they were in that title-winning side together, weren't they?
Yeah.
But I think, as I say, Marie Kelly, there's been times in these last 5 years where she's been very, very gritty and determined. There's been times where she's been very, very expansive, and has almost looked like one of those players who could sort of revolutionise the way women's cricket's been played at the top of the order.
Wong's banging that in, but that is well fielded by Katie George at short mid-wicket. She looks at the spikes again, and there is no run.
Along with the likes of your Wyatts and your Lambs and those sorts of players. You know,
she got a very
at
she
the
can
domestic
get quick
level.
fire.
She certainly plays the game a different way to say Eve Jones. You know,
Oh,
who looks to bat as many of the 50 as she can and sort of catch up her strike rate towards the end. Whereas Marie Kelly at times has shown she can sort of come out and score at 150, 200, but that doesn't seem to be the approach today.
No, Wong. Kelly comes forward, but just dabs that down again to Katie George.
And the total on the board might be something to do with that. Another 210 needed with the score 4 without loss at the moment.
Yeah.
So she might know that actually if she can bat, you know, half this innings, they're gonna be a good way there.
Yep. Talking of chases, Sunrisers are already at 97 for 2, chasing down Western Storm's score of 114. So they need 18 more runs off a lot of overs as Wong comes into Kelly. Can again and defend that. Wong looking like she's got a good line there and a good length, because Kelly's not able to get up over that. They've got a bit of a temptation into this leg side, which is a huge boundary, but kind of worth giving away in a sense.
Certainly, yeah. Certainly. Looking at that field with the slip and the gully in place, as well as a backward point actually, who can often be a wicket taker. It looks as if they've decided they need to get early inroads here.
Yeah, which they will do. Oh, there's a big appeal. Grace Banbury is not impressed. She's keeping her hands down. So, big call. I don't know.
It's like they're discussing the review, which I don't think's on offer.
I know, I was just thinking, they look like they're going to go for a review, but we do not have a TV umpire.
I think it was missing by a good stump down the left side.
We're at 45 degrees, and we've got no chance telling. Sometimes you get a sense, but
I've just watched it on the replay. It was close-ish.
Okay.
Might have been clipping.
Because the bowler always thinks it's out, so Wong comes in for the 25-yard circle, right arm over to Marie Kelly, who defends that down respectfully, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 4 overs gone. Score. Oh, it's a maiden over. Oh, another maiden over. 4 for no loss. 4 overs gone.
She looks in rhythm, Izzy Wong. Last season, I didn't feel at any point I saw her she looked herself and in rhythm, but she looked really smooth and everything. I say this a lot with fast bowlers, but Izzy Wong in particular, she's sort of almost a straight lines person. If everything's going in a straight line, you just know it's working well for her. And I never felt we saw that at any point last season. And she'd had a long winter last year, because she'd started off injured and then had played international cricket and then Women's Premier League and done very well at that, and then sort of came back into the English season and didn't probably have the season she would have liked.
As you say, potentially out of rhythm as Arlott comes in from the Birmingham end. Played up to a fielder. It's going to be a catch. It is. I think that's Rhea Fackrell out there, but I could be wrong. Could be Bethan Ellis. Right. So that's out. And that's Teresa Graves gone, I'm afraid. And it was a relatively easy catch, although it felt like it was happening in slow motion there as the ball went towards the fielder at mid-on. And
well, one person who never looks out of rhythm is Emily Arlott. She just sort of came in serenely there, and the contrast between her serene approach and delivery and the shot, the way the ball came off the bat was quite telling. Really good catch, diving forward at mid-on.
Yeah, so Graves goes for one. It was indeed Rhea Fackrell took the catch off the bowling of Emily Arlott. So they find themselves 4 for 1.
A fairly torturous one, you have to say, there for Teresa Graves. Dropped at slip and then caught at mid-on, not timing the ball. But,
you know, it is the first. I mean, we shouldn't make excuses, but it is the first game of the season. There is a reason there, potentially. So...
Now, Sophie Monroe making her way to the wicket. This is a bit of a promotion in many ways, because she's usually a sort of 6, 7, 8.
She did well though with the bat, because she was their sort of third highest batterist, as it were, and she also made the England A team over the winter. So obviously rewarded for doing well. A handy bowler as well, of course. But Sophie Monroe makes her way to the wicket.
183 runs last season, including a high score of 41.
Okie dokie. She's going to face Emily Arlott, as you said, on song from the far end. Ooh, flirting with that edge again. I might be tempted to put another slip in even. But certainly Eve Jones needs to be ready, because if she gets that edge, it might even be going to Amy Campbell at the sort of it is a gully, really. Don't often see the gully field. Oh, you could call it very short third. Oh no, we've got a third because we've got Davina Perrin in front of us.
I thought she got a 50 last year, Sophie Monroe, but it must have been the year before. It's
yeah.
It's nice that
sometimes they merge.
Nice that we can have those moments, though, isn't it? Where we've played enough seasons that things like that can happen.
Oh, defended up on her toes and then defending that down into the leg side, and there is no run. 4 for 1. Approaching the end of the 5th over, where I get a chance to eat some more of that delicious lemon drizzle that BB Daniels brought in for us. Traditional test match special styley.
Very nicely after the lunch that we were
and
treated to.
Laura
thanks to Beth Gaskell for inviting us down for that.
Yeah, Laura McLeod's threatened to bring us some coffee, which would go very nice with some cake. I'm just saying, Laura, if you're listening. That's defended again. There is no run. 4 for 1. Couple more balls of this Arlott over, as you say. It is a smooth action. She's a tall figure, Emily Arlott. Long dark hair, the ponytail behind her coming in from the Birmingham end, right from 25-yard circle. So it's a decent length. It must be fairly ferocious, I imagine, coming down from quite a height. Sophie Monroe waits. Played down again and respectfully. No run.
Stroke that one. But she hits clean ball, and that was kind of what they'd used her as in the early days, but now just deciding.
Well, she'd obviously caught the England eye to be out touring with the England A side. That was the New Zealand series, presumably. I must have picked that up from. So Arlott, last ball of the over. She's just moving her mid-off fielder slightly round. Ooh, it's a nearly edge again. Another sharp intake of breath from those anywhere near or even far away. That's the end of the over. 4 for 1, and that's another wicket maiden. In this case, a wicket maiden for Emily Arlott, so she'll be well chuffed to get the season started with a nice maiden. I'm going to hand you over to Barbara Daniels.
And that's she does manage to turn that M from the previous over upside down into a W on this occasion, does Emily Arlott. She'll be feeling very good about that indeed. It's been a tough start for the Blaze, 6 for 1. Yeah, it was the 2022 season, the last season as Lightning, that Sophie Monroe made a half century. So she certainly can bat, and she's got the nod today, and it will be very interesting indeed to see how she goes about this innings. She's at the non-strikers at the moment. It's Kelly on strike. That's down the leg side, and a wide ball signalled by umpire Banbury, and it is on to 5 for 1. Barbara Daniels, what have you made of those first 5 overs?
Well, it's been a strong start.
Sorry, well, I'll actually put your mic on. I knew that had happened today. Sorry, let's try that again. Barbara Daniels, what have you made of the first 5 overs?
It's been a strong start from the Sparks, because it should have been another wicket down, shouldn't it? I think Emily Arlott's been particularly impressive, but it's, as you said, it's lovely to see Izzy Wong back bowling, and pretty effectively.
Good Yorker length ball this time. That's, I think, what she was going from the previous ball that just crept down the leg side, but she executed it well there. It was almost as if she just went to the back of a run, took a big deep breath, and went, right, let's have another go. I always remember there was an interview with her quite early on where somebody was asking her about kind of, the attitude she takes to the game and the positivity she has, and she was talking about when she bowled a wide as a child, and she used to think, brilliant, I get to bowl another ball. Which obviously isn't something you want as a professional cricketer, but I think it just shows the joy with which she goes about things, and how she sort of takes any little knocks. That one leapt up a little off the pitch and was well controlled into the leg side by Kelly, who gets another single in what's been a tough start to the innings so far. 6 for 1. We're just approaching 2:45. Weather vane relatively still on top of the score box, but the bare and ragged staff, which will of course become the badge that Central Sparks wear from next season, that's on a flag on the far side, which is blowing about in all sorts of directions. It looks as if it can't really make its mind up of which way it wants to blow, as in comes Wong again, delivers, spears it in. I think there was a little bit of something involved as it went down the leg side, because no wide has been signalled. It wasn't bat though, but there was a little bit of excitement from Jones and Freeborn there for a moment. Wong didn't seem interested. Katie George just over for a little chat. Don't know what she spotted from mid-wicket, but we could well be about to find out.
I don't know whether she's moving the ball in or whether she's just spearing it in at the moment, whereas Emily Arlott must be moving the ball because the amount of time she's beaten the bat, I think.
Yeah, and I think that one that was caught slip, she actually got to go away,
yes,
which we don't see often from Arlott. That was, again, going for the Yorker there from Wong, got it wrong, hands on hips. She hasn't looked as happy this over as she has in the previous ones, but doesn't concede a run there.
I'll tell you what Izzy Wong does look like, and the same as in the field and when she was batting, she's an athlete, actually.
Yes.
And I think, that goes a long way. And I say it would be lovely to see her settle into a season, regardless of England, and just bowl and bowl fast and effectively.
It's what any bowler needs, really, isn't it? It's just to do it lots. As Wong bowls, this one's short of a length. It's well guided in the end by Munro. Down to third, there'll be a single on offer, 7 for 1. It's the shorter side of the ground where that ball went.
And going back to some of the previous discussions, the fact that a player like Izzy, who plainly is an international standard player, but has got competitions like this to be playing in regularly. It's good competition. She's got a bowl against decent batters. She's in good company. Again, historically that wouldn't have happened. You'd come out with the England setup, and there wouldn't have been anything.
Cliff, really,
yes,
absolutely. In terms of standard.
Yes, exactly. So she's still going to be challenged here, and it's a good
One
place.
One bowl in short. It's pulled away into the leg side. We know she can produce that shorter ball. Didn't find the top edge though. Pretty much found the middle of the bat actually. 8 for 1.
But it's a good place for her and others to get bed those skills in again and get some confidence. Because that actually is just so important. And again, I don't know Izzy at all. I haven't seen her very much apart from in the international setup, and she just looked lost last year. And it almost looked like the yips, which is it's terrible. So it is genuinely lovely, regardless of the fact she's Central Sparks. But to see her back, and I wish her every success this season in just building back up again.
No, I think Arlott has got it to move away a bit because we've got 2 slips now all of a sudden. So as well as her natural bringing it back in, I think she is just getting 1 or 2 to at very least hold their line. Running in from the Birmingham end in sunshine, Emily Arlott. First game of the season for the Central Sparks, and it's bowled. And the Central Sparks have their second breakthrough, and it's Arlott who looks in top form. And she has bowled Kelly, who is out for 4 against her former side. She'd moved a long way across her stumps. Had 2 slips for company, but got bowled round her legs really in the end. Hit the middle stump, but the ball was just a perfect one really from Emily Arlott. Let it go at off stump her end, hit middle stump the other end, and that is a really, really disappointing departure for Marie Kelly. The Blaze 8 for 2, and all of a sudden that 214 target's looking a fairly big one.
I think we quite confidently said 214 would be enough. I think that's what we said, wasn't it? No, yes, I had a very not neutral hands in the air on that wicket, so I apologise to Blaze fans, but no, that was a good ball. And again, I think coming back to Izzy Wong as well, Arlott's bowled well, but whilst Izzy perhaps hasn't been as effective, together the pairing has got the 2 wickets because again nobody's got away. So, but I think Emily Arlott bowling very nicely, pressure building, and it just putting that second slip in, makes it something else for the batter to think about. Then she didn't need any of the fielders.
And looking at the top 4 from last season that the Blaze had, it was Sarah Bryce, Marie Kelly. We've seen Kelly depart. Sarah Bryce isn't here. There's no Catherine Bryce. There's no Georgie Boyce, who was going in at 3 last season. I mean, the opportunity was always there if they could just get, any number on the board, and they've managed to do that. And Arlott looks very, very difficult to play at the moment. 2 for 2, her figures. What can she produce with this one? Ella Claridge, the hard-hitting wicket-keeper batters, come to the crease and will fiddle that into the leg side. And there was there was excitement, there was ooze, there were hands on the heads from the Sparks fielders. They feel something's happening. And given a catch has gone down as well, it just, Arlott's really making stuff happen here. And we were talking about, those England aspirations, and I think it says in that souvenir guide that Polly Starkey, that women's cricket journalist, has produced, that she will feel hard done by not to have made any England appearances, having been in a couple of squads, and maybe that the ship had sailed now that Lauren Filer comes in as that one skips past the outside edge again. It remains 8 for 2. If you just join us, you're with Mike Perkins, Barbara Daniels. But actually, if you're bowling like this, you're going to catch the eye of those selectors, surely, because this is a great start to her season.
It is a very good start to the season, and I think, again, coming back to those discussions about, regional, county, whatever, the fact that the pool of professional players is expanding who are getting these sorts of opportunities to play very good standard cricket.
Arlott bowling again, finds the outside half of the bat as Claridge, I think, was in the end trying to play that leg side, but just sort of almost got a leading edge. No run, out to cover it went.
I think, and you hope that will mean that you've got more players competing for places. So, and maybe you don't want lots of movement in squads necessarily, but people pushing themselves into the frame. I'm playing really well at the moment, I can come in. And I think, again, in the last few years, historically, you've got a squad of England players. It's been hard to get past that.
Arlott bowls again. Prodding again is Claridge. Finds cover again, although that was the way she was trying to hit the ball that time, it felt. Still 8 for 2. And Arlott, certainly not as quick as Filer, I don't think. And Filer's actually, even since I think going into the England team, looks as if she's put on even a bit more pace. But actually, she's quick enough, isn't she, Arlott? That's the thing about her. And she always seems to do something with the ball, and always seems to just nag at the batters from a good length. She can hit that back of a length hard as well if she has to. Beats the outside edge again. Only beats the off stump by a whisker as well. Emily Arlott, top form. It's another maiden I make that one. 8 for 2. And wow. Takes the cap. And, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 2. Take that one, yeah.
In fact, yes, you should take a photo of that now and just say that's me, thanks.
But that's her spot for the season now, isn't it? I mean, different conditions, she'll have to move it around slightly, but she's just found her length straight away.
I mean, we all get very excited about pace, and I do think that, again, in this professional era, we will see the paces of women going up, and I think that's absolutely right. However, you still have to be able to do something with the ball. Just pace on its own isn't going to do it, because batters will love the pace on the ball, once as they get used to it. So yes, we still need bowlers like Emily who can do a bit with it and startle you every now and again.
Here comes Izzy Wong, bowls, and it's in towards the body, worked away behind square. Katie George quickly across the ground. Real athlete, Katie George. She has her problems with injury every now and again, but she's when she's in form and she's fully fit, she's a real proper athlete, is Katie George, and proving it there just with how quickly she covered the ground. 9 for 2. Yeah, because at the moment, sort of the 80-mile-an-hour barrier is a little bit like the 90-mile-an-hour barrier in men's cricket, isn't it? But I think we'll actually see that gap potentially narrow a little bit, because the speeds in men's cricket, I don't think have increased in about 20 or 30 years, but they seem to be in women's cricket, getting quicker and quicker. But it's combining that with the accuracy that Izzy Wong has shown with that delivery there.
Yes, and some of that, when I think about facing Catherine Fitzpatrick, who was fat. I don't know.
She's always the one. She's always the name that comes up who was quick.
She was quick. I think Jo Chamberlain was of a similar pace to when she got it right, and she was left arm, Jo. And you definitely knew about it. But, Catherine Fitzpatrick wasn't a big girl, but technically she had just an amazing action.
Wong bowls, and in it comes, fiddled away into the leg side. Katie George again across with the fielding. She's almost a mid-wicket and a square leg.
Yeah,
she's doing both jobs. 10 for 2, the score moves on to. The Blaze into double figures. Reminder, the chase is 214.
So it's not necessarily, sometimes when you talk about young male fast bowlers, they talk about, they need to bulk up yet. They haven't. It's not necessarily that, but it is about a level of fitness that will mean, that your Lauren Filers can come in and not immediately be injured from the increased expectation and amount of games and the quality, the intensity of matches that you're playing in.
Well, that's the thing with fast bowling, isn't it? It's not good for you.
Well,
so they do break down and they do snap. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. As in comes Wong and bowls, and that's a really good delivery. A little bit of bat involved. Maintains Munro's wicket, but her and Claridge are out earlier than they would have liked to have been.
And that's why I think we have to be super careful. Whilst we all get really excited about young fast bowlers, I think we have to be really careful that we're not injuring them and wrecking them before they're old enough to be sustaining a level of professional sport that we're only just beginning to get used to. So I do think we have to look after them and wrap them up.
a short cover and a short mid-wicket for Izzy Wong, who bowls to Munro, who prods down the onside of straight to Brewer, who opened the batting. What seems like a long time ago now. We're around about 5-3 with the 8th over of the Blaze reply.
I haven't seen Izzy live very often, so just what's your impression in terms of her pace at the moment relative
Today,
to when she was on it and fiery?
Quicker than any point she'd bowled last season.
Really?
It's not the quickest I've seen her, though. I'll come back to the quickest I've seen her bowl in this competition, as that one was played away behind square on the offside to Davina Perrin, who did the fielding, prevented a run, end of the over, 10-4-2. We've had 8 of those overs now, so it's very, very tough going for the Blaze here, and they're just trying to... the next sort of checkpoint will be 26 for 1, which was the 10 over score that the Central Sparks had. But I think the quickest I ever saw Izzy Wong bowl, and she was very quick that day, was the second game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in the opening year, where she'd bowled frankly like an absolute drain against Northern Diamonds in the first game, and Sparks had been heavily beaten, and she took the ball and from the Birmingham end and got a wicket first ball, and then bowled just a really hostile quick spell. But I think that was just sort of youth and enthusiasm and just a bit of bravado of I'm going to lead this attack for this new team, as Arlott again doesn't concede a run, driven down up to mid-off by Claridge, and the fielding was done 10 for 2. But that day she was really quick, and I could tell. I mean, I've watched a lot of cricket at this ground, and you could just tell from where Amy Jones was standing to keep to her that she was really getting it through that day. And as I say, it surprised poor Laura Marshall for Thunder and got her out first ball. And I think she took another one with a bouncer as well. It was a really hostile spell of bowling, and it was very quick that day. And I don't ever think I've seen a bowl that quick again, if that makes sense. But this is, she looks. The thing today, she looks in rhythm.
She does look in rhythm.
She looks like she's almost still bowling slightly within herself, but it's still very quick, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, and it would be nice to see. You want to back up. You'd like to see her being able to bowl that hostile kind of spell eventually again. But if it starts within her.
But the other thing that day was she worked really well with Arlott, who just sort of, I think, likes it when Wong's cranking the pace up. She can just sort of sit there with the line of length and hit that length from a tall height, and sort of. Like she did with that delivery there that just got squeezed down to third, almost get the batter thinking, right, if I go forward I'm going to get hit on the fingers here if I'm not careful, and just kind of put them in two minds. And then obviously when the ball does start moving, it becomes very difficult indeed. 11 for 2 then as we approach 3 o'clock. The chase 214, so that's another 203 required. Munro and Claridge already at the wicket for the Blaze. I mentioned they've lose in 3 of their usual top 4 from last season, as Munro is forward to defend, and Katie George there with the fielding, who took 18 wickets last season, was the leading wicket taker for the Sparks, equals 6th best in the competition. So she had a very good season last year, Katie George, and that's nice to see, because for such a long time she couldn't bowl.
What, because of injury?
Because of injury, yeah. You'll see from her action. I mean, you can see why she gets injured. Just because she sort of really almost snaps over. You can see in sort of really old-fashioned bend the back bowler as Munro prods this out down to third for another single. 12 for 2 the total moves on to. So you can really see why it happened and whether they've done some work over the winter to try and reform that. But I think to begin with, it was just she was injured and they were trying to reform the action to get her back, but actually that was making it more difficult to get back. So it was almost as if certainly last season, and probably even the season before, they'd said just bowl and get back to bowling, and then we'll work it out from there. As Arlott delivers this one, driven down the offside, the posh side of the wicket, as we've been calling it today, thanks to Barbara Daniels. 12 for 2 the total moves on to. That's 9 overs gone. We'll bring Claire Jenkins in for myself, Mike Perkins, at the end of the over. The way we'll do it, Barbara, is if you swap with your headset with Claire first, and then I will keep talking, and then I will give you this one so you can jump back on this side. You'll have to do the bobbing about that I was doing in the first innings, this innings, I think.
It's interesting that, again, the pace bowling thing, because it's Ishmael, isn't it? The South African bowler. I mean, she's a slight player, isn't she? But again, technically, there's something. She's whippy, isn't she? Because she bowls pretty quick.
And she's actually had longevity as well.
Yes,
which is
she
the
has.
Interesting bit. As in comes Wong again and bowls, and it nips back, and there's an appeal for LBW, and it was a real old-fashioned wrapping of the pads, and there's almost a guilty look on Sophie Munro's face at that far end, but she's got away with it, and she remains there, 12 for 2. Let's have a look at this on the replay, Barbara Daniels. It's just coming up for us in the commentary box here. I'm sure it will for you at home. I could see too many stumps.
I could see too many stumps, but it's a good ball. And again, she's just altering her line slightly. I think she just needs to go slightly straighter, but it was a good ball and she's beaten her. So
there's a square leg quite close, there's a mid-wicket quite close, and a cover quite close, and that one beats the outside edge, and that was probably the best ball she's bowled of the spell.
And the fastest, I think. That was
yeah,
there was a bit more in that.
Yeah. As I say, it's almost like she started within herself.
Yeah.
And she's getting quicker through this spell.
Which is sensible. And again, in this whole professionalisation over the years that we to come, I think speed will come. It's not just from physicality, but again, it's technique, it's the wrist position, it's really playing with all of that. So you're getting every last ounce out of your action that will push those paces up again.
Another ball that's worked into the leg side, and this is good captaincy from Eve Jones, having these players it's almost like they're creeping in. They're on the tiptoes, aren't they? And
they are. They feel threatening.
So we've got Campbell at short cover. Jones herself is at mid wicket, chatting to Katie George, who's at a kind of forward square leg position, but she's both forward in terms of in front of square and also forward in terms of the way she's creeping towards the batter. One comes in again, short of length, doesn't get much from the pitch there, and that's why it'll be forced away. Perrin's stopped it well, is going to throw down the stumps at the far end, just misses. Brewer was coming in to try and affect the run out as well, and it was a single more taken, I think, in desperation by Munro than anything else. 13 for 2 brings Claridge onto strike, but they had to rotate the strike there. They almost had to take that, despite Perrin's brilliant stop.
That was good cricket. I mean, that's a good ball. It's a decent shot. It's a very good stop, and that was an excellent throw. So we like that.
All good here for Izzy Wong and the Central Sparks, who maybe having not got as many as they would have liked, are on top with the ball. It's short of length. It's hooked in the air. There's a fielder down there, and it bounces once on its way down towards long leg. Doesn't quite reach Emily Arlett, I think it is. Oh no, in fact she's up at mid-off, so who's that down in the distance? It doesn't matter anyway because it hasn't reached them. One more to the total, 14 for 2.
Well, that could have gone, couldn't it? I mean, that was not.
That could have gone anywhere.
That was not a convincing shot, and again, that's a threatening ball, isn't it?
Yes.
That's in the right area. It's caused a bit of difficulty.
Here comes Wong again, straight approach, and there's a big appeal for LBW, and that one's out. That one has to be out. There was no way that was going anywhere else other than the stumps. And Munro, who got a single to get away from strike, was immediately back on. And Izzy Wong, with a spearing delivery, has got the third Blaze wicket here. They're in all sorts of trouble. 14 for 3.
Back leg, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was back leg. And trudging off is Sophie Munro.
Well
and
bowled.
This Blaze batting lineup is looking a little vulnerable now, Barbara Daniels.
Well, it is, and obviously we plainly accept they're missing some of their key players. But however, I think these opening overs, I think, would have been difficult for any of them to face. Yeah. Let's be fair, and I think Izzy has just found her radar again, bowling in tandem with Emily Arlott. That's been a really good over where you felt something was coming, and she's earned that wicket, I think.
And we're talking about bowling in partnerships. They've done exactly that there. Right, 10 over mark. What we're going to do is we're going to get Claire Jenkins back in alongside yourself, Barbara Daniels, here. So the score at the moment is 14 for 3. Claridge is going to be joined by Nadine de Klerk, the overseas player, coming in at number 5, taking a bit of responsibility. I think a bit of a promotion from last season. I think the highest I saw her was 6. So let's see what she can produce, and we will bring Barbara Daniels in alongside Claire Jenkins.
Ooh, this is exciting time to come back. I've been watching this thinking, ooh, that's yes. I mean, I mentioned that Laura McLeod in one of her previews had said, when they're on song, we have one of the most formidable bowling attacks. That's what I've missed, I think, while I've been off. What have you been doing, Barbara? You got lots of wickets while I was away.
Well, yes, obviously I'll claim. Obviously, I'll claim.
You're going to claim that.
I'll claim credit for those.
Yeah. Arlott. That's came forward and just defends that straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Claridge facing Arlott. What are you going to say?
I'm just going to say again, not knowing the teams very well yet. So after Izzy and Emily Arlott, what is this? The next sort of strand of the formidable bowling attack?
Probably. Well, Katie George.
Oh yeah.
Left arm over pace bowler. Then we've got a mix. We've got all sorts. So that a lot of them can bowl. That gets squirted to point, but felt also like it might be a catching chance. We've got the spin of Hannah Baker. We've got Davina Perrin, medium pace. Eve Jones can bowl.
So it's all bases
Rhea
covered,
Fackrell
really.
can bowl. Bethan Ellis has bowled. Chloe Brewer, they can all bowl. I mean, they are missing Georgia Davis, who are, you would normally expect to be in the side. As Arlott comes in, and that's defended again, still no run, and the score is 14 for 3, and we are into the 11th over now. So past that power play, which will be different for the men's and the women's game, but in the power play in the 50 overs, it's 2 outside that ring, but I suspect because they're attacking anyway, they've still only got 2 outside the ring, but they don't have to have that now after the 10 over mark, as Arlott comes in to Claridge, defends that down. They're going to take a run, could be a shot at the stumps, and there is, but it's probably the wrong end, but it was a good chance. And it's also you mentioned it on commentary before I came on, it's that sense of menace now that Eve Jones can be a lot more attacking, and there is that sense of the field, as it should do, creeping inwards.
And I think that Sparks would have felt, that they'd had a good second half of that batting innings until, particularly those last 10 overs when there was a bit of they got past that 200, and that does carry you into the sort of,
Ooh, that one reared up from Arlott, and I think she'd have got rattled on the fingers there, although she looks like she's trying not to show any pain, but that was at best handle, but at worst possible finger crusher there from Arlott to de Klerk.
That's just risen off a length, really. That wasn't particularly short, but she ended up playing that pretty well, because that could have leapt up for a catching opportunity.
And de Klerk is good with a bat, so she is a genuine all-rounder as Arlott comes in again, and de Klerk can only defend that. I saw de Klerk at the end of the over. Is it 15 for 3, and that's 11 overs done? Yes, 11 overs done. I was in the Women's World Cup in 2020 in Australia. I was at Sydney when that rain came, and the cricket gods gave Australia enough of a window to play against South Africa, but not for England to play against India. But it'd been a very...
We're not over that, really.
No, we're not over it. We've forgotten it already. However, that game where Australia played South Africa, Laura Wolfart and Nadine de Klerk, who I hadn't really sort of taken on my radar before that, the two of them almost won that game like double-handedly, as it were, with the bat and the ball, and they nearly pulled it off in that window that was only big enough for the game, for the short. I think it was a shortened game even for Australia to make that final, to be at the MCG, to win in front of 86,173 of my closest friends because nobody wants to watch women's cricket. It's on the pants again. Wongi's rattling everything. Everyone's appealing, and there's no run. That's the thing. 15 for 3.
You see this go on, sorry.
That story would have been very different if it had been South Africa versus England as opposed to Australia versus India. And the thing about that game at the MCG is that 87,176 of my closest friends came to join me apparently, but actually they had sold all 90,000, so it was a sellout. That's the people who came through the door, and that's defended down for a dot. Still can't get that ball away from Wong in there. They're also feeding off each other, aren't they? Which is kind of the extension of what you were saying. That, like Mike said, Wongy bowling like she is allows then our lot to stick to a line and length, and the two of them, and that happens. And we've been in those teams where one bowler's really pegging away, and probably bowling better, but the one who comes on the other end gets the wicket. So it really doesn't matter for Central Sparks. That's thumped through mid wicket. You're not stopping that one. I don't know. It doesn't matter how many fields you've got in there. That was a great shot there from Ella Claridge through mid wicket, and it's thumped into the hover mower there, the hover cover, and that's 4 runs.
She picked that length up early, didn't she?
She did.
She played that very nicely.
19 for 3.
I think that's one of the cleanest shots of the day so far.
I think you're right, but I suspect that Sparks won't necessarily be so worried about that. I mean, although having said that, they're just pushing Katie George out towards the boundary, but the odd 4 is okay if you're bowling dots the rest of the time. So
I think Katie George might be in for a catch.
She might be. I think they're hoping to make that a trap potentially, and that's just defended down. Another good ball from Izzy Wong.
All I was going to say was just seeing them creeping in, and that sense of threat. It takes me back to every time I've ever played against Australia.
And you were the one in the middle, and they're coming in at you.
Just thinking, I don't know where to score a run. This is all too scary. Why do I do this? None of which are any helpful thoughts at all to have in your head when you're batting and facing Catherine Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, and yes, they say threaten the fielding team. You think Catherine Fitzpatrick was a very fast, mean bowler from Australia, a very good bowler, as that's defended again.
But they were collectively as a team. They were on. You just felt. Honestly, you looked around and thought that they must have 14 people on the pitch.
Has anybody counted?
It's just no, you wouldn't count. You just think this can't be right because I can't score any runs.
But there wasn't. I think Mike mentioned it. There didn't seem to be speed guns about. But legend has it that she's probably the fastest bowler, certainly of her era. Potentially, even Ishmael you mentioned, maybe not as maybe faster than that. We don't know because it wasn't measured. But it was certainly. Mean with it as well. But competitive mean.
There's threatening.
That was a dot.
She was, in a spirit of Australianism. She was. Hang on, I've got to keep my language clear. But she was really scary. So there was something about the whole attitude of her, of the team. I mean, they were a brilliant team. They were really good. And all of that England-Australia rivalry was there. But that was the first time I'd properly felt, even though I'd played men's cricket and stuff, I'd felt that just intense threat, really, and that you just genuinely thought at times, you're thinking, I just don't know how I'm going to get off strike here.
Barbara, have we got time to do your story? What they did to you, what the Australians did to you? We're going to get that story, Mike. We're going to get the story out of it. Because I've heard various versions. I know the punchline as well. As Arlott comes into de Klerk, he comes forward and just defends that. So people ask, what's the best bit of sledging and all the rest of it. And there are words, but sometimes there are gestures as well, are there not, Barbara? Are you going to tell the story?
Yes, I believe I know what it is.
Just give me a gap in between for the balls, and then you tell the story of what was happening on a length for you.
Yes, this is England-Australia. We were playing a test match.
Let's just wait for the ball. Defended, no run.
Which must have been around 1998, something like that. So Australia were the world champions. Came over. We were playing a test match at Halifax, I think. Harrogate. Harrogate it was.
Harrogate International.
And I was we didn't play. You didn't play many test matches. I'd been promoted in the batting. I think I must have been batting 3 or 4. Obviously measuring yourself against the Australians wanting to score runs.
Defended. No run.
So I go out to bat. JB was batting, so I go out to join JB. I can't remember who was out. Whether it was Helen Plimmer or Carol Hodges before I went in, and I'm facing. I think it was Catherine Fitzpatrick actually.
Highly likely.
So I go out to bat, and of course you're doing all that. I'm going to be got your positive psychology. I'm going to be walking in quite strongly. I'm going to look everybody in the eye, and so then I go to take my guard. Into de Klerk.
Pokes it towards point, but there's no run.
Looking at the umpire, just going to get middle stump, and I look down to take my guard, and I think there's a piece of rubbish somewhere, near near where my guard is, and I just go to sweep it away, and I realise it's actually a love heart on middle stump, which says "Bye Bye Baby" on it. and I sort of I'm thinking, well, I don't want to say anything. I'll carry on.
Oh, a lot into de Klerk, who fends that away to point more than anything, and there is no run.
So I then do take my guard, and I've got Melanie Jones at point, who was the most awesome fielder, but from her round to the wicketkeeper, who would have been Julie, can't remember her surname, blonde hair, does a lot of commentary, I think.
Julia
days.
Price? No.
Julia Price. But from point round to the wicketkeeper, all I could see and hear was people, like in Scooby-Doo, and they're just all shaking their shoulders, laughing.
Defends again, no run.
And so I then remember, I had to sort of, well, you don't want to get out, do you? So you just, I was horrified at this, and it wasn't until you better do the change of it.
13 overs. Oh, it's another maiden from our lot. It seems
well
like,
done.
oh, there's another one. Another one came along, and and it's 19 for 3 still. Yes.
7 overs, 2 for 5.
Yeah, their shoulders are all going up and down.
I waited till the end of the over, and I met JB in the middle, and I was going, you'll never guess what they've done to me. And she was just saying, oh, just forget it. I was so outraged that they'd chosen to do this on a test match. And so you just had to put it to one side, and I think there must have been an interval, lunch or whatever, and I was still chuntering about it. But I didn't see the funny side, let's say, till after the game finished.
Wong in to Claridge. Plays that again. Is it going to be the catch? Oh, the trap was set. Katie George was there for that. Have a go at this. Oh, there's a wave of sorry there. We thought they'd set that then. Another chance. Well, I think Wongi's laughing. It's difficult because we're quite a long way away. She looks like she's smiling. There's a sort of...
Oh, it's a no ball.
It's a no ball. God. Oh, well.
I think that. Is that she's signaling a no ball, or is she
I
just
don't
saying
know.
wait?
She's just saying... I don't know.
Not a no ball. Sorry,
Not a no
my
ball.
mistake.
No, but, yeah. So... Wongi's got her hands on her hips. She's giving Katie the... I hope that's happily smiling at each other as Wong comes in and bangs one in. And Claridge manages to play that again, 2 square leg, but down on the carpet. And there's a sort of frustrated throw in. Oh dear. There's a bit of steam on the pitch here, I think.
I don't know, again, not wanting to make excuses, because I think she'd have expected to catch
that. Mat, is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, just
that
whether she's had to run over that that covered strip, whether that's put her off in any way. I think she still would have expected to catch that. What we don't want to see now is Izzy Wong only bowling that ball, to be honest.
Yeah, so what's she going to serve next? Oh, the same ball, or the same direction anyway. Katie George gets her body behind that and throws that back, testing out Abby Freeborn's reflexes to make sure that she's tall enough at the wicket.
I just think she's had a lot of success in pitching it up a little bit with the odd one short, and I'm not sure that they need at this point to be just going for that. I mean, obviously you've missed that chance, but
will it work again? Is what you're saying?
It might do, but maybe not every ball. That's the thing.
22 for 3 still. Wong. De Klerk this time, who just paddles that down to Davina Perrin at point, and there is no run. Meanwhile, back at Harrogate, so the shoulders are going up and down. JB said, "Oh, forget it. You're steaming."
I'm steaming, but yes.
Do you think it's funny afterwards, or do you? I feel for you. I wasn't there.
When I say afterwards, I mean after the whole Test match finished, which obviously we lost, and I didn't score many runs. But again, back in the day, you just say that was the one Test match we were going to be playing probably for the next 3 years. And you want to score runs. You're still fighting for your place. I wasn't that established really.
De Klerk plays that, twizzles at the same time and plays that backward of square, and they get through for a run. 23 for 3.
So yes, I do sometimes tell that story when they say, "Oh, there's a lot of sledging in women's cricket." You say, "Well, look, that's it was kind of funny sledging. It wasn't really sledging." And they didn't. To be fair, they didn't. They talked a lot. The Australians. They didn't really sledge. They just were loud. And it was just
confident because they were successful, so they can be confident, can't they?
And they were just in your face the whole time. It worked plainly.
Wrong to Claridge this time. So that's just a single. Do you know who put that sweet on it?
I think it was Mel Jones, but I couldn't honestly
Do you want to know? Because I know.
Oh, go on then. No, I don't know.
So Lisa Kitely told me it was Mel Jones.
Oh, there you go. I thought it was Mel, but that's to have that confirmed.
So
yeah.
I kind of didn't. I didn't know whether you wanted to know. That's the end of the over. 14 overs gone. 24 for 3 are the Blaze, and they're chasing a big total here. So 3 wickets down without Tammy Beaumont, Nat Sitterbrunt, either Bryce sister. Who else are they in minus? And Boyce, yes. It's going to be quite a thing here, but lots and lots of overs, as you emphasised in the first half. You know, it's a long old game, the old 50 overs. Even 14 overs, still a long way. So anything can happen in this game.
So this is the first bowling change. So is this Katie George coming on?
I've got another Catherine Fitzpatrick story. We've got time for Catherine. So Sue Redfern told me that she came in to bat in, it was a one-day international at Worcester. I was watching actually,
right.
and she came in at 7, and Catherine Fitzpatrick obviously didn't realise she could bat a bit, and Sue was kind of late bloomer with a bat because she was a bowler. Anyway, she hit Catherine Fitzpatrick for 4. I can still hear the wooden advertising hoardings as George bangs one in, and that's just fended off into the leg side, and there is no run. She manages to hit Catherine Fitzpatrick for 4. Catherine Fitzpatrick then comes down the wicket to have a little word and says, "You're not hitting the next one." And Sue Redfern sends for a helmet, and she didn't hit the next one. So she was a fearsome, and she went on to do coaching and things as well. I mean, it's a great character, and a brilliant player, and a great athlete as well. I mean, she was fit as a fiddle, wasn't she?
She was a fiery character.
George comes in.
What did you
talking
say?
Of fiery
you said
characters.
Something earlier about not wanting to be on the opposite side in a fight. I think that would also.
Oh, you'd want Catherine Fitzpatrick on your side of the fight, yeah, and playing with you, with Kirsty Gordon captaining. That would be would be an awesome combination. So Catherine Fitzpatrick, if you'd like to come back of retirement, I'm sure she's fit as a fiddle still.
She probably is.
Yeah.
She's probably still coaching. I mean,
she can only I think she is. Yeah.
I'm going to say, well, she's a little bit older than me, but she can't be that much older.
Oh, she's very young then if she's anywhere near our age. As George comes into Claridge, again fends that down. Another dot ball. Crikey, we're collecting dot balls this afternoon, aren't we, Barbara?
Yeah, so she's hit the length straight away. And like I said, that left arm angle, just a bit different again. So I mean, we've seen, they had a left armer, didn't they? They had Ballinger.
Ballinger's left arm, yeah.
It is nice to see that variation.
Talking of Sue Redfern, she was a left arm swingers bowler as well, and she's always keen to see the left arm bowlers. Left arm over.
So there'd be her, and we had Joe Chamberlain. Was it Jill Smith left arm? Susie Kitson.
Oh yeah.
All of whom always thought they got you out LBW every time they managed to bring the ball back, regardless of where it pitched. That was saying.
There was no run there. Yeah, well that's it. I was saying the bowler always thinks it's out, don't you? And you have to look at any game of cricket. I always think it's out. And I mean, and they. Sue Redfern reckons because there was no DRS, left arm over, never get a wick, never get LB.
Yeah.
So George again from the 25-yard circle, coming in with some intent now. Oh, rattling the pads.
Oh, I thought he was going to get.
Oh, I thought he was. Then it was a sort of.
He just checking his numbers.
Yeah, he's checking his numbers. Rob White at the other end. He gave us a little bit of a. Ooh, thought that was going to be it then.
I was going.
It was a good call.
Are we on
There's no run there.
Replay.
And we've got the live stream up, but it's sort of slightly behind, so we get a chance to see it again.
I think that's pitching outside leg. See, that's what happens to the left armers. They think
and then they forget they've got it down the leg side. Yeah. 24 for 3 still. Last ball of the over. What's Katie George going to serve to Ella Claridge, the batter wicket keeper for Blaze? Another banged in, and another dot ball for Central Sparks, who are doing a good job at collecting them. And at the end of the over, 15 overs gone. Another maiden over for Katie George, and the score is 24 for 3. And it's getting well. And also, yes, we'll get Barbara. I'll see if I can think of it. That's the classic BB Daniels story. The love heart, bye bye baby, on a length or on a popping crease by the sound of it. That was, it was interesting to hear the story from a different angle. When I was Lisa Kitely was telling me that story, and then And she said it was Mel Jones that put the love heart down. So the mystery is solved.
So you can
and
learn
the story
something
is
even
told.
all those years on, eh?
Yeah. Wong to de Klerk this time, who kind of fends that off again straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Still 24 for 3. And into the 16th. So you've missed some excitement here. Some great bowling. And Barbara Daniels.
Yeah.
Love heart
Don't worry,
story.
I didn't miss that. Don't you worry. We were, as I'm sure everyone at home was, I was hooked by that one. And I'd definitely be hitting the little thumbs up button at home if it was.
If you like that, press the thumbs up, please, on the YouTube, as we say. Wong into de Klerk. Slashes at that and puts it through cover, and I don't think they're going to chase that down because it's a short boundary there. No, that's 4 runs to Nadine de Klerk, who is no mean bat, but they are. But I have to say, Central Sparks are bowling well, and as Laura McLeod challenged them to be on their absolute best, they are pretty ferocious pace attack here, and then you lose our lot, and then you get Katie George. With the benefit of having seen the other overs from the quick bowlers,
it's a great position.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in. But the but.
Say after this ball,
Wong to de Klerk, who can only fend that down, and Wong does the tidying up. There's no run.
The only drawback is of the two people that you wouldn't expect to drop catches, probably Eve Jones and Katie George would be the two. And Katie George particularly. I mean, I don't think I've barely ever seen a shallow catch. No. And they were both pretty routine for players of this level.
Yes, for their own personal standards potentially. Yeah, but you know.
And I just think this level generally now.
Yeah,
you don't often see those catches put down. So just thinking it could be 28 for 5.
Yeah, it could be
28 for 3. But I suppose you can't think like that really.
No. De Klerk again defends that, but they take a quick run this time. It's a drop and run. There's a chance of a shy, and Abby Freeborn takes a stump out, but I think that wasn't close unless there was some poor hoovering going on from the batter. But they get through for the run. Score moves on to 29 for 3. We're approaching the end of the 16th over. We've got some more overcast conditions here, but. It's seeing the players, the umpires at half time who were saying it's really cold out there. I said, well, it's cold in here because we've got the window open to get the mic.
One umpire said
was it
cold.
Well,
the other one
Grace
said
Banbury
in the
said
sun
it was cold.
It's all right, yes.
Oh right, yeah. Well,
I think
Rob's
Grace
enjoying the
stood
sun.
in the shade first half.
Perhaps he's got his big vest on or something as Wong comes into Claridge. Manages to twizzle that round to the fielder at fine leg. And they get through for a single on the scoreboard over there is doing something strange. It's obviously needs resetting or something because there's a big blue flash across it.
It's not quite arrived for the new season, that scoreboard, bless it, today. What's the Sparks have done that I think is quite interesting here is they've seen the slow outfield on the longer side of the ground in the first half, and they've brought their fielders a good distance in. They're sort of almost 2/3 the way back rather than all the way or 3/4 as you might usually see.
Yeah. Wong to de Klerk. Ooh, is that an edge? Ooh, it's not an edge. Nobody appealed.
I was up for it.
You were given that, weren't you?
I was up for it.
Nobody appealed for it.
No.
I thought.
I don't think.
Plus,
it
wasn't. It just looked from where we are.
We'll have a look on the replay in a moment. But
it's de Klerk facing, isn't it? And it looked like it kind of caught the back of the bat or an edge or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It was the way it sort of slowed up as it went past and made me think it got a bit of something, but maybe it wasn't.
Body shape as well.
Yeah, I think if anything, it was a bit of forearm or sleeve or something rather than bat or glove. But I don't know. It just the way it sort of looped as it went past her.
But nobody appealed. 16 overs gone. 30 for 3 are Blaze in reply to the Sparks total, which was 214. That's it. Told you don't do numbers. Katie George coming in from the Birmingham end. Claridge defends that to short mid-off, and there is no run.
18 wickets in the competition last season, remember, for Katie George, the equal 6th most with Grace Ballinger, who's picked up 3 today in her first game of 2024 here at Edgbaston.
So she rounds the top of her mark. George in Oh, and that's swept backwards behind square, but there is a fielder there, so they'll only get the one run. Wongi doing the fielding down there, just a single.
The middle of the pitch is taking a real pounding because
Yeah,
Katie George has come on and done exactly what Wong's doing.
I mean, she kind of always does that. It is that, I mean, I'm never quite sure when a commentary says bowling a heavy ball, because it's like, that sounds like it's cheating. You're bowling a different ball. But it is that really smacking it into the pitch, making the pitch do.
But heavy balls
work.
often are sort of kind of almost Yorkery balls,
Yeah.
aren't they?
So anyway, no, this is proper slamming it in, and they put that in front of square, past Grace Ballinger, the square leg umpire, and they get through for a single.
I mean, this is proper old-fashioned sort of headhunting, trying to take the batter's badge.
Yeah.
By smashing it.
Nose and toes, they call it, don't they, sometimes?
I mean, it's been
one
real.
for the feet and one for the head.
And I mean, it must be great for Eve Jones just to toss the ball to Wong, and then toss the ball to Katie George, and then toss the ball to Arlott, who bowls through maidens on the bounce.
I mean, that's what you want to do a pre-season tour for. You want to do friendlies for. You want them to be coming in, doing what they do, and doing it their own way. Oh, there's a chance of a shot of stumps. Oh, thought about a run there, and then it was a bit of mad. I think if I'd been the de Klerk, I'd have been saying no thanks.
Well, she was very much with her body language. She was just stood on a bat handle at the non-striker's end.
Claridge was like, ooh, now I've done half a round, I've got to come back. Good bit of fielding, good quick bit of fielding there. Yeah, 33 for 3. 33 for 3. All the threes. Sunshine on the pitch. On the Blazes orange kit as they bat. And that's played to mid off, and there is no run. Still 33 for 3 into the 17th.
That's another 1-8-1, I make it.
Let's have a quick look at what.
No, 1-8-2 because they need 215, don't they?
182 off 33 and a bit overs.
No, they need 214.
Final answer?
181.
Phone a friend.
I think that's why they're rebooting the scoreboard.
Oi, it's gone up in the air. Oh, it's going to go between the fielders with 4. Oh, sliding doors moment. Unfortunately, that's 4 runs to the Blazers, 2 fielders. They don't collide, but they nearly did on the boundary trying to stop. It's a short boundary as well down there, so.
If they were sliding doors, they never closed, I think was the problem there.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That was it. So I think that's the end of the over. 17 overs gone. 36 for 3 are the Blaze. Chasing Central Sparks 213 for 9 off their 50 overs. Claridge on 13, Nadine de Klerk. Oh, Claridge on 17, Nadine de Klerk on 8. So that's where we are at the moment. So what are you thinking at the moment then, Mike?
Well, at 3:30 on the first Saturday of the season, I thinking we are seeing a very, very good game of cricket at the moment.
Yeah, because
I mean, exactly what you want.
It's advantage Sparks with three wickets down, given they haven't got Beaumont, Bryce, Silverbrunt, Boyce.
But it's one partnership, and they're right back in it.
Yeah.
I mean, the next target for the Blaze here is to get to that 5-wicket mark, and I think if they do it by 80, the game is won. But if they can do it by even 100, I think they would back themselves here.
Yeah, they did.
Particularly if the run rate's starting to creep up.
But if Sparks can get a few more wickets, because we've got a change of bowling here. Bethan Ellis coming in from the pavilion end. It's a sort of, it's almost out the back of the hand. Oh, it's a shy at the stumps, and actually Bethan Ellis got in the way of that. That might have been interesting if she hadn't been.
Yeah, I felt she left it in the end actually. And I think she realised it was getting close and actually pulled her hand out the way. But it would have been interesting if she got to the stumps or mid-on had been able to run in and get to the stumps there, because I think that would have been close.
Yeah, this bowling is it's a sort of nagging length. It's not fast, it's not slow, and it's almost an underspin as the way she leaves it. There's a muted appeal, but there is no run on that ball. And now the batters have got to get used to a completely different rhythm.
It's the sort of bowler that, with the advent of T20, it was the sort of bowler that kind of disappeared in the late 90s.
Yeah.
When sort of paces began
and
to
now
increase
pace off is.
But actually, all of a sudden, T20 cricket has made bowlers like this very, very useful again. All of a sudden, just to just sort of run their fingers on it and take the pace off and dig it in the pitch.
Yeah. She turns that round backward of square. There is a fielder there, so it won't go to the rope. They're gonna run through for the 2, aren't they? Get the 2 fairly easily because there's a big old space out there to field round. Amy Campbell is out there.
Another couple off.
She's a great outfielder, but I've heard her talk on podcasts, and she says I get bored in the field. Like, oh God, somebody should be tasked with keeping her, engaged or waving at her occasionally or something. Bethan Ellis, her green heels flying away from us. And that's defended down to the short mid-wicket. Rhea Fackrell there does the tidying up. There is no run.
Speaking of Rhea Fackrell, when did you bring her in here then? Because she's sort of she's the spinner in the side, isn't she? She's the leading spinner, if you like.
Well, you got Baker, haven't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I suppose Baker maybe's more your wicket-taking option.
Yeah,
Fackrell's more your kind of your holding bowler. But I sort of when do you start thinking about them?
Oh, that's it. It's out. It's clean bowled, is it? It's clean bowled. And that's out because it's sort of innocuous, and we're too far away to see stumps fly. To see the Claridge goes for 19, bowled Ellis. We can't. We're too far away to see if the bails are on or off. But it's just sort of innocuous delivery. But
the second wicket we've seen with a slower ball today, actually.
Yeah.
The first one was Emily Arlett's, which I must confess I didn't pick up that. The bowling of Marie Kelly was almost like an off spinner, whereas that one was a kind of running the fingers, and it just looped out a bit more than Bethan Ellis, who's not she's certainly not the highest pace bowler we've seen today anyway, but she just managed to get that one to loop a little bit, and it worked really, really well. You'll have seen that on the stream. Claridge was drawn into a sort of sweep in the end, and 39 for 4. There's one of those 2 wickets we were talking about to get them to 5 wickets. I mean, this is where the experience of de Klerk comes in, though. She's got Daisy Mullin, who hasn't really had a chance at Thunder with the bat very often.
You see Thunder more than I do.
She usually bats 6, 7, maybe even 8 sometimes because of, there are other players who bat in the top 6. Your Fee Morris, your Naomi Datani, your Liberty Heap, your Seren Smale, your Emma Lamb.
Even Tara Norris.
And she's not had much of a look in, Daisy
Okay.
Mullin, but clearly can bat. So this is really interesting. She's here for 5 games. She's going out, and Nadine de Klerk really needs to talk her through this.
Yeah.
Because this is a tough situation. 39 for 4. They need another 175 to get to the victory target. These 2, and then Beth Harmer coming in next, have to do the bulk of the work. And
as you say,
it's a long way.
You want the experienced hands of Nadine de Klerk to be really talking her through this. And the thing that was pointed out in the recent couple of recent South Africa series is that Nadine de Klerk's running between the wickets and backing up needs some work, shall we say. So let's hope she's learnt some lessons from those series, as that's turned behind square straight to the sort of short fine leg, squarey leg fielder, and there is no run. So that's 18 overs gone. Blaze are 39 for 4. So we need de Klerk's all of that experience to kind of download to Daisy Mullin. They're having a chat in the middle.
Great bowling change that, though, to bring Bethan Ellis in at that point. Ball, pace, bounces. They've just mixed it up. Slower ball gets the wicket. And I thought it was really good because Claridge had been there for 41 balls, 48 minutes. She was proving difficult to dislodge. I thought it was a really good bit of captaincy from Eve Jones.
So we continue. The Sparks are continuing with Katie George from the Birmingham end, this time into Nadine de Klerk, banging it in again, and again Nadine de Klerk can only defend that down. Emily Arlott does the fielding, and there is no run. 39 for 4.
So as I say, for me, it's got to be this partnership, Harmer, and they've also got Michaela Kirk as well, who can sort of really bat. But I sort of feel Claridge was Claridge, Kelly really, and I suppose possibly Munro as well. They were the sort of batters who could take this game away from Sparks. These ones are going to the ones they've got left are going to have to really grind it out. Although Mullin,
that's great timing from de Klerk, who just leans on that one, takes the pace of the ball, and plays it straight through the mid-wicket region straight for 4. So another 4 to the total. 43 for 4. Heading towards that first 50 milestone though, but with 4 wickets down, that's going to be the thing to carry, really.
I mean, Sparks were 4 wickets round about the 30 over mark, I think, something like that. And they had 100 on the board at that stage.
Yeah, which is not the benefit that they have. That's played through the covers. That's another beautiful 4. Well, I suppose totals are going to be pretty easy to get if you pick a gap in the field and play a beautifully timed shot, as Nadine de Klerk did there. So another 4 to the total, getting closer to that 50 again. 47 for 4.
4th wicket in the Sparks innings fell. It was Amy Campbell, 27.2 overs, 94 for 4. The score.
Yeah,
at that
so you've
point.
got the benefit of all those runs, haven't you, already
so
on the board?
they've almost got to double this total to even get back to par. But Nadine de Klerk's going about it the right way. As I say, her and Daisy Mullen seem as if they maybe have other ideas here. So
George de Klerk again defending that great line, because I think Nadine de Klerk could only fend that off there. Still 47 for 4.
The thing about George, though, is that she is primarily out there to be a wicket taker, isn't she? She does go for runs. So a couple of boundaries, they're not unexpected necessarily off Katie George. They will happen every now and again.
Yeah, she can be expensive,
and she'll come back
but
from
effective.
it.
Yeah,
she's kind of almost used to that.
Yeah, de Klerk again plops that. Oh, there's a bunch of a run out. Oh, that would have been close. There's a bit of a mad moment from Nadine de Klerk. She played that short into the sort of short cover and then went to go for a run and then thought, and had to make a wide circle to come back round again.
You used the half-a-rounder analogy. She looked like she went at least 3 bases there.
Yeah.
The way she was circling round.
Yes, it's definitely a victory roll there. But she nearly paid the price then, because I don't know that. Well, it was all over the place. That could easily have been run out. That was only marginally not a run out, I suspect, as George comes in. Yeah, it would have been horrible, because there's almost a replay there, but she decides that's not a run. That isn't a run, and that's the end of the over. 19 overs gone. 47 for 4 are the Blaze, who are the East Midlands regional team, and this is a Midlands derby, because the team in the field are Central Sparks, who are the West Midlands team. So it's West Mids versus East Mids, and to this point Blaze have won all of those kind of head-to-heads, so this is a chance for Central Sparks to kind of claw one back, start their last season as Central Sparks with a victory over their Midlands rivals. Is that right?
They've won every RHF Trophy game.
I'm going to have to look that up now. Let's see where I got to. I know Polly Starkey's liking the fact that I'm mentioning this beautiful sticker book you need to look up on social media.
It is fantastic.
Yeah. Well, they've certainly won. Blaze have won more of the games, and that's straight to point cover, and there is no run. Still 47 for 4. Now I've probably got that wrong, but it's the sense that they have certainly.
They've had the upper hand.
Yeah, they've had the upper hand. They've beaten Central Sparks 5 times.
Right.
So, it's a sort of bogey team in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, really. But certainly Blaze started the season with an unbeaten run, as well, as Ellis comes in, and that's defended by Daisy Mullen for no run.
Yeah, year 1 they won at Leicester in the RHF Trophy.
See, Sparks in 2021 they got 3rd because they ended up playing against Diamonds, didn't they? In fact, Amy Campbell was on the opposite side in that game, but that's the best they've done so far. But firing at the moment, it appears, on all cylinders. Oh, it's gone underneath the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs, and that's another 4 runs to the total. So that takes them through their 50 there. So I think that's going to be. Yeah, 50 runs up for the Blaze in 19.3 overs and 82 minutes. So they have got to that milestone. Is there a bonus point? I'm starting to.
There is.
With the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, in terms of if they win in so many overs, they get an extra point. Because also, I know it's only the first game of the season, but one should collect bonus points whenever one can get them in reaching distance, as Beth and Ellis heels flying away from us. That's defended down. They both sort of have a think about it, but decide no, it's not a good idea for a run. I think these two can ill afford a mad run out because, as Barbara said, it's a long old game with 50 overs, so there's plenty of deliveries left. Let's not do anything rash. Eve Jones has got the luxury of being a little more aggressive, although the field has gone back a little bit. That's probably the slow bowling. There's an appeal there, but it's a thunk on the pads, but well outside the line, I imagine. And there is no run, so still 51 for 4 of the Blaze. But you feel that Sparks have definitely got the upper hand here in this particular game. Can they finish it off? That's the thing. Ellis, right arm over. As Mike said, pace off. And that's played straight to rear Fackle, and there is no run at short mid-wicket. Is that really the end of the over? Gosh, crikey, these are going quickly. And that's 20 overs. That's me out then, Mike. So it's been lovely. I'm going to hand you over to Barbara, and I'm just going to get out of the way and eye some of that lovely lemon drizzle that Barbara brought in earlier.
Yeah, that's what we do in the 5 overs off. We go and have a little bit of lemon drizzle cake, which is absolutely fantastic. Barbara Daniels has been a sensation both on and off mic today. 51 for 4 the score if you just join us. 1993 World Cup winner Barbara Daniels. Moving in alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Also the voice you've been hearing there is Claire Jenkins. As Katie George comes in to bowl, looking for a first wicket of the day. And that one was cracked away by Dean de Klerk, who cracked her away for a couple of 4s in the previous over, just to readdress the balance slightly, Barbara, because it's been very much Sparks' innings, this one so far. Oh, hold on, I've done it again. I'm distracted.
You see?
I'm trying to look up the head-to-head record between Lightning and Sparks. So I forgot about the fader. In comes Katie George. Right. Once again, let's try that again. What have you made of the Sparks innings so far as that dot ball's played behind square on the offside? 51 for 4.
Well, obviously Sparks are going to be delighted that they've got the 4 wickets, and that's even with 2 chances going down. But I was just saying that de Klerk has played a couple of really fabulous shots in the last couple of overs. And so you'd still want, as the Sparks captain, you'd still want to keep that pressure on.
Well, this is it, isn't it? It's still one partnership could change this, and they've got Harmer and Kirk to come, as well as these two to try and get that one partnership to just get them close, as that one's again fiddled away behind square on the offside now.
It's a funny old psychology, isn't it? Because I think you were just saying that Sparks haven't beaten the Blaze.
I'm checking that. They have definitely beat them once,
but not very often. They know that they're playing them without some of their better players, and if you're going to win this, you'd almost be putting pressure on yourself to say from this position we've got to win, and so you don't want to throw that away, do you? At this point,
they've certainly had some big wins as George comes into bowl here to de Klerk, who drives into the offside, a fuller ball this time. No run available to short cover, 51 for 4. They definitely had a big win in the T20 competition, the Charlotte Edwards Cup last season. They also had a big win, I think it was the final game of the season at Loughborough in year 2 as well, when Catherine Bryce got 162,
wow.
The second highest score in the competition. So they have had some big wins, I think is more case, as this one's been prodded away into the offside. It's Ellis there with the fielding, no run again at short extra cover. But yeah, so they've had the better of it, I think.
So they just want to finish the job here. Now you don't want to be put back under any pressure at all, do you? Once you've got those 4 wickets down. You hate it when you suddenly start swinging again, and you think, "Whoa, no, they're coming back."
It's the thing as well of if a big partnership happens, all of a sudden the pitch starts looking a bit flatter as this one's driven away behind square on the offside. It eventually gets and is thrown in by Arlott, who's out there. In fact, it was Arlott who's out there. I thought nobody else is that tall. 52 for 4 is the score as we approach 10 to 4.
214, remember the target, so another 162. That feels a long way at the moment, but if, as I say, if they chip off, say, 80 of those, it starts looking very flat. But at the moment, it looks like all sorts is happening.
Well, yes, definitely enough to keep the fielding team interested, and they've got some decent bowlers to keep applying that pressure. Claire's just shown me a message, I think, from one of my former teammates, Annie Breakwell, who was a West Midlands stalwart. In fact, she still calls me Skip whenever I see her. So, so I hope everything's all right with you, Annie B.
In comes Bethan Ellis. Bowls slightly down the leg side, so that'll be a wide ball. 53 for 4. That'll be slightly frustrating for Ellis, who bowled an excellent first over and just changed the pace up a little bit. And I think actually Ellis getting that little success early on it'll make the captain start thinking about the spinners now. Thackrell and Baker, the options. As in comes Ellis. Unless Davina Perrin decides to go leg spin, she can do that, but she's more slow medium. No run from that drive that went off the inside edge into the onside.
And I think, again, I guess this is similar in the men's game, but taking the pace off the ball, particularly in an outfield that's not, even with the sunshine, it's still pretty cold and damp out there. It just makes it harder. It means that the onus is all on the batters to put all the energy into the ball. So I think that can be very effective.
That's nicely diverted, though, using the pace of the ball. But as you say, it escapes the ring, but nothing more, really, because the outfield probably is a bit heavy from all that rain we've been having, even with the superb drainage that we've got. Gets a single, though. It's a little back cut, really. Brings Mullin down onto strike, prods at the pitch. 54 for 4. 160 more required. Really big innings this for Daisy Mullin. Hasn't really had much of a look in with the bat for Thunder. Has been often used as a fielder. Ooh. As that one's clipped away behind square on the leg side. Short fine.
Kept pretty low as well, that one, didn't it?
Yes.
So there's still a little bit of that unevenness, isn't there? Again, as a batter, you're still not 100% just hands through the ball. You've got to be watchful, I think.
And she's that sort of bowler who likes to try and almost just see if the pitch will give her something back, Bethan Ellis. She'll sort of kind of dig it in there, but at no great pace, so it kind of sometimes doesn't bounce like that. And she comes again. Bowls a really good ball, actually. Middle and off stump, just prodded down the onside of straight.
Steady Eddie, that's it.
As I say, these bowlers have almost sort of come back into fashion, it seems. In recent years, particularly with the really short form cricket, they kind of almost disappeared for, I don't know, about 10 years, between kind of like 2000 and 2010, and now all of a sudden they've become the rage again, as that one's back of a length again, sort of just allowing the pitch to create a bit of uncertainty. There was Ellis. Single to the total. 56 for 4. That was prodded leg side. As the ball is recycled round the field, ready to be used once more. Ready to potentially find another breakthrough for Bethan Ellis. Bowls back of a length. Hit hard up towards Arlott, who's at mid-off, and the ball stings her palms, but she doesn't concede a run, crucially. And the fielding's been sharp today from both sides, I have to say. It's been a very, very impressive display from both the Central Sparks and the Blaze, who are playing here at Edgbaston in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy with Mike Perkins and Barbara Daniels on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, and we'll be bringing you games throughout the season. Very tense at the moment. Just feels as if we're in another little lull here where Sparks are happy to remain in control for now.
I think so, and I think, an element of, we've got another bowling change, but an element of let's just keep the pressure on. Maybe they'll make a mistake, just that element of building up pressure when they're not scoring a lot of runs. So since those couple of boundaries from de Klerk, that's all sort of slowed down again, and that does build pressure in your head as a batsman when you're not. You're not scoring runs quickly. You don't want to lose any more wickets, but I still know we've got to score some runs. So there's all of that goes on in terms of how you quite play it.
This is almost the stage where bringing the slower bowlers in, the run rate can creep up quite considerably. Hannah Baker's going to be the first. Now, she bowls leg spin, and
Right.
And it's Fackrell who bowls the off spin. Now the leggies usually tend to be the ones who can go for a few more runs. It's almost like they're tempting Mullen here with the short side, as Baker digs that one into the pitch. It's driven back off the back foot hard. It's going to have to be a quick single. It is a quick single. Dived at the end there, did Mullen. There was a puff of dust. It was like she was always going to make it, but she just needed to make sure there. 56 for 4, the score on the far side on the scoreboard. 2:14, remember the target. In comes Baker again. Birmingham end of the ground. That's short of a length. It's gone off a top edge. It's gone up and into the middle of two fielders. One coming from the boundary from backward square leg. One running from mid-wicket. Neither get there.
That's exactly what you said, isn't it? The tempting short boundary, but she's played against the spin, got a top edge, could have gone anywhere, and it's landed safely, fortunately, for the Blaze.
I'd like Dave Jones's captaincy today. It's another little roll of the dice, this one, as it's into the pitch and it's hit aerially. And George has shelled another one. And how unusual is that to see Katie George put down 2 catches in a day? This one was much more difficult than the first. You can see the frustration in the throw back to the bowler. She was diving forward. She'd done everything right there and just couldn't cling on as she sort of hit the turf and tumbled over. 58 for 4 the score. Baker creating a chance. That's what she's been brought on to do. This one played off the back foot out to square leg. Another single added. 59 for 4. And, well, it's almost as if Eve Jones had got a little bit bored here and gone, right, I'm going to just try and make something happen. She did. And the first one Katie George dropped, I could not believe, because she takes those with her eyes shut. That one was a much more tough chance, but you still expect to see her take them. There's a big appeal for LBW. I think that looked a little leg side in terms of where it pitched. Mullen marks the guard again. Big appeal. It's all happening this over, Barbara.
Well, this is a good first over, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, I thought Katie George had done all the hardest bits. It still would have been a really good catch. But
Here's Baker bowling. This one's prodded leg side. It's on the floor this time towards George. One taken.
That was a gentler throw in. I thought she was going to continue taking out the frustration on chucking it in hard.
I mean, Baker's obviously the less senior of the players. It was almost bordered on a bit rude to drop a catch and then fire it back at the bowler in a manner that probably stung the hands quite a bit. But there we go. A 60 for 4 is the score. We've had 23 overs of the reply, so the bulk of the score still needs to be scored. 154 more required for the Blaze here. It feels a long way. The rate is creeping up as well. But that was a productive over off Baker, even though it was an over that produced a
like
chance.
you say, a lot happened. It produced a number of chances, and that's a very good decision to bring her on and try something different, take the pace off, bring in that slight unpredictability of the leg spin.
Here comes Ellis. It's full toss, and that one didn't quite go right. Clapped out towards Amy Campbell at backward square leg. The damage is only one run.
She's quite lucky that.
I think she was trying the slower ball that brought her the wicket again.
Yeah.
I didn't actually clock on first sight that Emily Arlett to Marie Kelly, when she'd moved across her crease and she bowled her, was actually a slower ball.
Was it?
It was almost like an off spinner. It was a really good delivery. Now this is going to be a free hit because it was over waist high. I regularly miss the whirly ice cream sign, so I'm glad I looked up at the time I did, because I saw umpire Banbury ringing in the free hit. The field can't change, of course. It will be de Klerk to take it. She hits it down the ground, and will this be 4?
No.
Long on was one of the fielders who was in place, so she gets round and does the fielding, and it stays to 1. And that's a little unfair on de Klerk, because I think she deserved 4 for that. It was a good shot. 63 for 4. 2:14 the chase. Mullen nearing double figures. Alice just wipes a bit of hair and perspiration away as she charges in once more. Heels kicking up. Delivers. Leading edge over the top of the infielder at mid-wicket, Fackrell, and between long on and deep mid-wicket, who converged on it. Another single to the total. 64 for 4. The runs are coming, but they're risky at the moment for the Blaze.
It's another intake of breath, sorry. I thought that was going to hand. That was just snuck over the stretched hand of the fielder there.
In comes Bethan Ellis. Bowls, and it just takes the pad as it goes leg side.
no run on offer again as we tick towards 4 o'clock. Now, Mike Taylor, who often commentates in these parts, I believe, has sent a message saying an in-action picture of Barbara Daniels was on the wall at my school, where I believe she taught. I think just before I went there. But I remember seeing the photo, an in-action picture of her playing cricket, not teaching, he should say. So good to hear from Mike Taylor. Good to have him listening as Ellis bowls. This one's prodded, offside. Davina Perrin is there.
Where did he go to school?
Well, I'm sure Mike will get in touch with the various Twitter addresses he did, and we can take a look in a minute. Well, you may end up, if you hang around these parts enough in the commentary box, you may end up commentating with Mike Taylor at some point, assuming it is that Mike Taylor, because it's not that uncommon a name, but I believe it's BBC WM's Mike Taylor, who I've commentated with a few times. That was prodded down the offside, no run.
If he's a West Midlands lad, it would have been Chase Terrace High School. That's where that was my first teaching job.
Well, I'm sure if Mike's still listening, he will be able to inform us whether that is a correct guess. But I'm assuming that's the only one you taught in this
part of the world. Yes. Yeah.
In comes Ellis again, arms and knees pumping as she delivers. Nice ball, actually, that. Right up on the stumps, prodded away into the offside. One more taken. 65 for 4. The score moves on to 214, the target.
I was telling that story the other day, that when I went for my interview at Chase Terrace High School as an English teacher, this was, we had an interview with the deputy head in charge of timetabling first before we went into the panel interview.
Okay.
And his first question was, we've made it to the final of the staff cricket competition, and it's been moved to September. Would you play?
Oh, okay, wow. Well, you had to answer yes because you wanted the job.
Answer obviously yes.
Here comes Baker. It's about the 25th over of the Blaze reply, and it starts with a single forced off the back foot by Nadine de Klerk. 66 for 4.
So then I went into the panel interview. It was quite a big panel, and you're very nervous, first proper job and all that kind of stuff. And it wouldn't happen these days, but we spent most of the time, they asked me talking about who would you prefer as captain, David Gower or Mike Gatting? Because it was around that time where that sort of debate was going on.
That's a great ball there from Baker's. Just turned past the outside edge of Mullins' bat as she prodded forward.
Good ball.
Chase Terrace High School was indeed the answer. Mike Taylor's been back in touch with the answer. So there we go. The other thing I'm going to tell you, because I've been totting it up through most of these 5 overs I've been commentating, as that one keeps low, dug into the pitch by the fingers of Baker, and creeps through below the bat of Mullin, who seems to be enjoying herself out there. She always seems to enjoy herself when she's out there with the bat, whether it's in the Thunder strip as she's previously been, or the Blaze one as she is now wearing for these next 5 games. Down the track she comes that time, just to keep the bowler on their toes. 66 for 4 on the far side. 4 wins, 1 defeat for the Blaze against the Sparks, as that one's played back down the pitch, and that's in this competition.
Right.
That doesn't include the Charlotte Edwards Cup. There's also been 1 no result, 1 abandoned match because of the weather. So can Baker produce another dot ball like she did previous delivery? She does, and that was probably the ball of the over. On two occasions there, really got a big rip that beat the outside edge, Barbara Daniels. Get a quick thought on that, and then we will swap you over with Claire Taylor and then get you back on this headset here. So we've got drinks coming on. Very quick thought just on those 2 balls in that over that beat the outside.
Yeah, no, really good. Proper leg spinners just beating the outside edge of the right-hander's bat. I've been very impressed with those first 2 overs. A bit of chaos in the first one she bowled, and then just a really consistent beating the bat, causing lots of problems.
Right, let's get Claire Taylor in on that headset, and we'll move you over to this one, Barbara, and we will get some a little bit of a halfway assessment really from Claire Jenkins, who's coming in here. There's a lot of runs still required. 148. We're getting up towards that one a ball section, it feels to me, because you've got 120 plus another 30, 150 and 148 more required. So we are around that marker where the run rate really can start creeping up, and it's only been at 2.64 I see on the stream.
and another 5.92 required for the rest of the innings. That could give you a good indication of where this game is going. I will leave you in the capable hands of Claire Jenkins, who will be joined again by Barbara Daniels.
There was a brief mention of Claire Taylor. I'll take Claire Taylor, the batter.
Oh, did I?
I'll
Sorry.
take Claire Taylor, the batter's batting, and I'll take Claire Taylor, the bowler, Rompers, bowling. You've got the perfect player then, I reckon. Okay, well, we've got a result in one of the games today.
Oh, gosh, already.
Sunrisers have already beaten the other team. Oh, it's gone off
Were
now
they
because
Western
it was
Storm?
Yes, the
Yes,
Western
it
Storm
must
game.
be.
Yes, that was that game. That's right. Well remembered. In the other games, Southern Vipers got 273 for 9. South East Stars are 165 for no loss.
Wow.
And I know that Bryony Smith had gone through her 50. I think it was Bryony Smith.
So who
Yes,
else?
Bryony Smith. There is a wicket now because I'm just looking. It's obviously just been updated. Bryony Smith just got caught, but she was on 90 off 99 balls. Tash Farrant is batting, which surprises me, but clearly not them. And Paige Schofield is just about to come in. They've also got Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davison, Richards, Cranston, Franklin. I mean, they've got plenty of batting.
Oh, that's a good game.
165 for 1. So, but don't leave us because we want you to stay here. We don't want them joining. It's interesting, but not that interesting.
No.
That's the one game, and the other game is the Thunder, who were all out for 165, and Diamonds only need 15 runs, unless that's not been updated. Let's see if it's been updated. 15 runs off 17 overs, and Laura McLeod has just bought us coffees again. Lovely, perfect. I'll have to have that one out of my next break. So yes, so Northern Diamonds only need 14 now off 16.5 overs, playing Thunder up at Chesterley Street. So it looks like the Roses derby, as it were, is going to go in the favour of Northern Diamonds because we've got plenty of time to do that. So so it's half time again.
It is half time. Here we are
At half time again, and
Change
the Blaze the Blaze are 66 for 4.
I'll tell you what is blazing.
25.
It's very bright. The sunshine
It's
out there.
bright.
Still doesn't look warm, but it looks bright.
No, that's right. Yes, we get given the amount of weather, we've had a lot of weather, haven't
We've
we,
had
lately?
a lot of weather.
And a lot of the wet weather stuff, and certainly as a golfer as well, it's pretty tough when it's raining, but it's even tougher as cricket because you can at least still play golf, but you can't when it's really wet with the cricket. So Bethan Ellis going away from me, swing from de Klerk, but straight to the fielder at short cover, who's twisted badly, but standing up, good, happy. That's the captain there, I think, at
I think that
short cover.
I think there's some sympathy from the
Yes, a bit of
surrounding.
a
I think
bruise.
She must have got hit by that. I
No.
think that was hit with good though. She
Yeah,
hit that very hard.
Dean de Klerk did hit that very hard. And I've got a feeling it's one of those ones that sort of finds a bit of
Oh,
knee or
Yes.
a bit of not very padded leggage as Bethan Ellis right arm over. De Klerk comes forward but can only defend that to the cover fielder, and there is no run. So still 66 for 4. Central Sparks very much with the upper hand in terms of the even if they can stay in, they're going to have to find some gaps
Yes.
and score 4 boundaries pretty quickly. Still no 6 for you though, Barbie.
No
There's
six, no, not
sixes
yet.
even on that short boundary, not yet. Bethan Ellis to de Klerk, swings again into a gap this time, but still fielded by Eve Jones.
Good throw.
And it was a good throw,
You
just
feel-
one to
I mean,
the
again,
total,
I don't-
67.
I don't know a lot of these players, but you'd think if the Blaze are going to get anywhere near it, it's going to have to be de Klerk who's going to have to really push on, stay in for a lot longer, and B push on. But it would be, really from here it would be an extraordinary result if the Blaze were to do it, or even get anywhere close. So from the Central Sparks point of view, they would be hoping it doesn't get close at all.
Yeah, it was a full toss, but straight to mid-off fielder who collects another bruise or another nouchie on the finger, I think. Not quite timing the stopping here, Central Sparks, but there was no run there. 67 for 4 still, and we're into the 26th over.
I do think, though, remembering what it's like to field when it's cold. I
Yes.
just think that on your hand. I have to say, I don't miss that.
No, that's right. Ellis to de Klerk, who again, That's to Mullen, and that's defended down. The bowler does the fielding off her own bowling, and it goes round the field. There is no run.
Yeah,
so we're talking about
smacking the ball at you really hard, and it's freezing. You just think, I've got to put my
especially
hands in
early
there.
season
Yeah.
as well, and you just think
Yeah.
they call it hot spots now. We didn't have a name for it then. It was just like, ow, that really hurt. Ellis, and that spun round on. There is a fielder there, so that's not a run. Oh, I can tell Daisy Mullen that they don't take a run there. That's the end of the over. 26 overs gone. Blaze are 67 for 4, chasing a big total from the Spark. So this is going to be a momentous effort, as Barbara said. To Central Spark's got 213, so they need 214 runs to win this game. They need 147 runs off a lot of half the overs, as it were. So
24, isn't it?
yeah, 24.2 dollars. Or it will be in a minute. 24 overs.
Right, I reckon a wicket from the leg spinner this over.
Okay. There's a prediction from BB. Did you mind the BB reference, or is it just stuck, hasn't it, really? Everyone knows you as BB.
It's stuck in cricket. Everyone knows me as BB. So it's a bit of an alter ego, really. So
it's kind of handy.
It does my head in if anyone calls me that outside of a cricketing context.
Baker to de Klerk, who takes a swipe at that, but there is no run. Doesn't go anywhere. I mean, if you just say BB to anybody in the cricket community, they know who it is. BB.
Yes.
Just BB. Another swipe, but down the leg side this time, and there's a bit of a chase on because it's running away, but it's going to get caught. It's 4. Despite the drainage channels here, it has actually managed to get to 4. So another 4 to de Klerk. Is it?
Yeah,
yes,
no,
he's not. He doesn't give him.
yeah.
I think it was. I think it's a little. Did get some bat on that one. De Klerk moves to 29. It feels like she scored more than that, but she's holding it together at the moment as Baker comes in. De Klerk plays that nicely to the point area. Emily Arlott is on the boundary. There's a lot of real estate there, so they only get the 1 run. That's 72 for 4.
And I think, from a Blaze point of view, this is, at the moment, again, a lot of overs to go. This is what they've got to do. Put away the bad ball, keep ticking over, see where you get to, without losing. Whoa!
Ooh.
Oh, that should have been out.
Should have been courted or stumped or something, shouldn't it?
It looked like it should have been a stumping, but I don't know whether it went past her.
I don't know. There's a lot of looking in different directions. Are you getting a...
I think, yes, because this
we're
is
too fast. This is the live stream. You should be able to catch that. I'll have a look at this and you'll have a look at that. Oh, reverse. Oh, Davina Perrin nearly stopped it, but it was bounced in front of her, so it wasn't a catch chance. But Emily Arlott scoops that up, turns around and throws the ball back. And 72 for 4 are the Blaze.
I think on that replay, it was a mis-stumping. It would have been a sharp.
The wicket-keeper, who's not on comms at the moment, reckons that was a stumping chance.
I think the reason she didn't get it because I think that turned quite a lot actually.
Yeah, it's almost turned too much. Hannah Baker on the far end. Daisy Mullen comes forward, pokes at it, but he only goes straight to Davina Perrin at point. There is no run. You're listening
so my prediction would have come true if that stumping had been taken.
If the ball had gone between the goal posts, it would have been a goal. Yes, you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player and also World Cup winner, Barbara Daniels, former England vice-captain, captain of the West Midlands, so we're saying that's former Central Sparks captain, and Mike Perkins, who is a wicket-keeper, so he reckons that should have been a stumping. And Mike is he deserves a medal for the amount of stuff that he does for women's sport and for getting female voices doing women's sport. So, chance to say thank you to Mike for that. So we've got change of bowling. Rhea Fackrell from the pavilion end into Nadine de Klerk. Bit of sort of spinny, bamboozly. And there is that's technical, that is. You've done this before, so spinny bamboozly.
That's what I hadn't come across.
There was no run. It is spinning. It's an interesting loop. Oh, that was that you have to. It has to pitch to spin. That's a 4. That was a full toss. Unfortunately, there's just a little loosener from Rhea Fackrell there, and it went straight to the square leg boundary and into the hover cover for 4 runs. So we're moving to 78 for 4 into the 28th over. Rhea Fackrell bowling from the pavilion end. Yes, a bit of a loosener on that last one. This one's that's a better Yorker length, and that cannot be dug out by Nadine de Klerk, so there is no run.
I think at the moment that's what Nadine Clerk's got to do, isn't it? Dispatch it. If I got a bad ball, let's make the most of it. Let's tick over.
Yeah. They bowl me a loose one, or I can get in a gap. He just prods that forward in defence, and there is no run. It's nice that Sunrise has got a win, Mike, because we've been desperate for them to get a win, and a convincing win. So well done, Grace Scriven. So I think got 50 as well in that game, but without looking at it now, because I'm trying to watch this game, and they play that into the posh side and get a single. 78 for 4 into the offside. One more run to the total.
JB scored a lot of runs on the offside.
She was posh. She looked posh.
I suppose she was quite posh.
Jan Britton had a real twinkle about her as well, and that's played into the leg side this time. There is a fielder there who's going to cut that off. They just get a single. So the late Jeanette and much lamented Jeanette Britton. Oh, Northern Diamonds now have beaten Thunder by 9 wickets. Oh, Thunder, Mike, your home end, your end, overall your end. So that's another result. That's another convincing win in the other game. What was I saying? Jan Britton. Yes. Taken too soon, unfortunately. But gifted athlete. Could do anything, but she did have a twinkle though, didn't she? Oh yeah, I umpired her playing hockey as well. We were just discussing before the game. I've umpired Barbara playing hockey probably, and also Jan Britton as Baker comes in from the far end, and that's played straight to the cover fielder Emily Arlott, and there is no run.
How old's Hannah Baker as a little leg spinner here?
She was under 21 the last World Cup, but she's now progressed to the England A side. So she's a bit older than 19.
Yeah, but she can only be
she's
early
still
20s.
Yeah, she's still got plenty to go.
Well, I think again for a young bowler, she's bowling and to be bowling leg spin.
Yeah. So England A,
right.
Leg spin bowler Hannah Baker. De Klerk rocks back, plays that into
shot.
the offside and just trundles through for a single. She's 22 years and 77 days. Is that right? 20 years and 70... I don't do numbers. 20 years and 77 days.
Okay.
You see, that's no good showing me numbers because I can't even repeat them when they're in front of me. Yes, she's only 20 and a bit. Baker. Oh, reverse. That's a good shot. That's probably a good option there because Davina Perrin's got a long run, but she is going to cut it off despite the drainage stuff down in front of us.
Well
and they get through for two.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for a 3 down here, aren't we?
We have had
1-3.
We have had 1-3.
Yeah. So 2 more to the total. 84 for 4 in the 29th over here at Edgbaston. Ooh.
Turn and bounce.
Turn and bounce. Ooh. We've got a slip in. We've got a backward point. We've got a cover point boundary fielder and a short cover. Oh, that's played backwards, square straight to Isabel Wong at square leg. Just a single.
This is where, as a captain, I'd be saying to my team, I'd be saying, we just got to keep going, just got to keep calm. But inside, I'd be going, we just need another wicket. Come on.
Yeah.
But being very calm above the surface.
You were the swan as a captain, were you?
I attempted to be. I think I learned quite early on from hockey that there was no point shouting and screaming, is there? But just, actually, we've just got to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
But you don't want to let the intensity go really, and just think, we've won this. I think you'd want to keep them to keep going, and
that's a really important point. Keeping the intensity going and believing that it'll come if you keep doing the right thing.
But not just kind of waiting for it to happen and thinking, okay, we've won this now. We're 4 wickets down, so we've just got to go through the motions. And I'm not suggesting that's what they're doing. No. But I think you can sometimes easily fall into that lull, especially if your narrative in your head is, oh well, a lot of their best batters aren't here, so we'll just get another wicket in a minute, and all of a sudden the intensity has dialed down a bit.
Yeah.
Whereas right at the beginning, they were properly on it, weren't they?
Yeah.
And they've done very well. And
so getting early wickets helps, doesn't it? So there was a single there, and that's the third ball of the over, straight to the fielder for de Klerk, and she's mad with herself for not really having a go at that. Score is 86 for 4.
I think she realises that really was a chance to score some runs, wasn't it? But
yeah.
She's just...
Eve Jones is just having a quick chat with... There was always a bit of... yeah, okay. Little chat there to Rhea Fackrell. Bit of nugget of useful stuff, I suspect. De Klerk he plays that down the leg side, and it's going to have a run, but Baker's going to get to that. So they're going to get 2, because there's I think it's a bit sticky out there with the ball, and Baker had quite a lot of ground to cover there. 88 for 4.
Is an unusual name, Fackrell, isn't it? I don't think I've ever heard that as a surname.
Yeah, okay. She's been with the Central Sparks from the very start, so it's great to see that sense of continuity, as is the captaincy, of course. Similar sort of shot there, through the legs and bats of the Blaze player, and then Baker's got another run, and they get another 2 runs. So
that's another good throw from there. Yeah. That's quite a long way away, that.
Yeah, 90 for 4. And that's the 51 run partnership. De Klerk got 31 of those. Mullen 18 in 72 balls and 43 minutes. So the 50 partnership up for these two. And
well, and that's exactly what Blaze have needed, isn't it? So they've stemmed the flow of wickets. They've just got a steady 50 run partnership. But again, it just plays on your mind. So as Central Sparks thinking, it would be nice to get another wicket.
Frackle coming round the wicket. Oh, it's sort of dipped in front of the fielder there.
Was that a catch or was that a bounce ball? Hang on.
I don't know. You have a little look at that. I couldn't work out whether it was a bump ball or a possible catch there. Frackle coming round the wicket, and that's dubbed down. There's a de Klerk's not quite sure whether to hold a head or a bat or she's got out of the way anyway. That's the end of the over. 30 overs gone. And Blaze are 94. Do you think that was a catch chance? Because I wasn't sure if it was or not.
They didn't seem to be reacting.
No,
there
wasn't.
A miss.
That's right. It was almost like everything sort of holding. So yes, 30 overs gone, 90 for 4, and Barbara's going to have a little rest. She's going to have a little rest with a flannel, cold flannel on her brow, and rest in the chaise lounge at the back of the Test match special box, no doubt with Callum Insall feeding her little morsels just to keep her going in the box. Oh, missed the ball. What happened there then, Mike?
It was a good leg spinner from Hannah Baker, turned just past the off stump.
And no run.
Yeah.
Blaze still on 90 for 4 as we get into the 31st over. Baker, far end right arm over. Oh, reverse, and it's an appeal. He does his counters from one hand to another, and you think, is he going to go? That's out. No. There's some consternation on the pitch. We're in the wrong position to see. So, but it sort of felt dangerous.
I thought it looked out. I have to say, I'm probably going to say it's missing 2 sets down the leg side on the replay now, but it looked close. No, it was going down.
Baker to Mullen. Ooh, comes forward and prods at that rather. There was a possible caught and bowled there, but it would have been a good chance.
Actually, in fairness to Mullen, she played it because she'd seen it had pitched outside leg and was turning towards the reverse sweep, if that makes sense.
In the delivery. Ooh, that's a cut. That is caught behind. That's out, I'm afraid. Daisy Mullen, who's now kicking her bat in frustration, I'm afraid. So she sort of prodded at that. And there was a little bit of a juggle from Abby Freeborn, but that's a wicket. So Mullen goes for 18, caught Freeborn off the bowling of Baker. She was doing well there, but it just felt like she was getting a bit wobbly, a bit too keen to go for a run, and there was, it felt like they were rushing when they've got plenty of deliveries potentially, but
You're right. I don't think the Blaze needed to do that at that point, and I think actually the wisest thing to have done there from de Klerk's point of view might have been to keep Mullen away from the leg spinner, because she was causing Mullen problems, and I think actually de Klerk in some ways sort of exposed Mullen to that there, and she looked fine at the other end, but she just didn't look comfortable against the leg spin. But I mean, like I said earlier, I think 100 for 5, the Blaze probably aren't going to win this game 8-9 times out of 10, and they're 10 short of that. And I thought 80 for 5 definitely Sparks would win every time. So it was just getting to a point where there was a little bit of a chance. But I think with 5 wickets down, even though the run rate isn't too much above 1 a ball, I think, frankly, then it's going to be difficult with only 5 wickets left. It's not like a T20 where you can really go at it because you don't have the wickets.
Ooh, Harmer this time, who's faced up but nearly got caught from the wicketkeeper and Eve Jones at slip there, and Davina Perrin's having to do a long backstop run down in front of us, in front of the pavilion. They did get through for a single, but I think it surprised everybody, the fielders and the batter. They did get through.
Eve Jones is not happy. I mean, she shelled one that she really should have taken early on. That was a tough one, but it was a genuine outside edge, and yeah, okay, there was a bit of freeborn in the way, but actually, I think Jones would have probably expected at least 6-7 times out of 10 to have taken that.
Another great length ball from Hannah Baker there at Harmer is struggling to get that. That's the end of the over. Is it the end of over already? 31 overs gone, and that's a wicket maiden from Hannah Baker. So that's excellent bowling from Hannah Baker.
It was pretty wicked.
Barbara is taking the credit for that because she said that this is going to happen. And she's a great bowler. Because when we've got Georgia Davis as well, the two of them can be, they sometimes put them both together as well. So, yes, a potent attack, I think, is a great way to describe it.
That's the thing from Sparks' perspective. If they go on to win this game, having dropped 4 catches now and not had the leading wicket taker from last year's competition, I mean, it shows there's plenty more to be improved on as well, even though they're in such a dominant position.
Fackrell round the wicket this time to de Klerk, who plays that down the leg side, but there is a fielder there. They've got somebody in close for that short little nurdle that Barbara was talking about, more nurdling, and with a little nurdle around the corner. There was no run there, so didn't pay off that time. Central Spark still quite aggressive in the field here. De Klerk can't get that ball past the fielding ring. Straight to Eve Jones at short cover.
Post-match, of course, the Blaze will point to those 3 of their top 4 missing, and they'll say, don't write us off for the season just because we've had a bad game here, I think.
The thing is, it means different things. It's up in the air, but it's going to go into a gap. Katie George is chasing it, and it might plug. I think she's going to get this. She is. She manages to get round and field that in, and they get through for 2. 1. 2. They get through for 2. Score moves on to 94 for 5.
Now, poor Nadine de Klerk will be thinking, I've got 42 here, and I probably deserve about 60, because the time she's hit it over the infield and it's just stopped.
Absolutely. Fackrell to de Klerk, who plays that straight to Eve Jones, and there's no run again.
A middle of summer, those will just bounce on and away, but just at this time of year, they're not going to.
Yeah, so it means different things. The difference, because the Blaze will say, well, it wasn't our fault because we didn't have not wasn't our fault, but we're missing the players. For the Sparks, it's potential momentum, isn't it, into the next lot of games? And there's a wide ball down the leg side there, bowled by Fackrell. Another one to the total, 95 for 5, approaching that 3-figure milestone. So Blaze are about to get to that 100, but still a long way short of the Sparks total. Fackrell, short run up, spinning ball, that goes to mid-wicket. Katie George is behind that and fields that, and they just get the single, and Abby Freeborn has to do a long way out to try and field that. It's going to go back to the bowler, so Abby Freeborn getting her steps in there and to come and fetch that.
2 one-sided games decided already in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Northern Diamonds winning by 9 wickets against Thunder at Chesterley Street. Western Storm beaten by Sunrisers by 8 wickets.
And that's defended. There was no run. Anything else?
So that's that game at Cardiff today between Western Storm and Sunrisers. 8-wicket win for Sunrisers, putting their marker down. 2 games still to be decided. This one we think we know which way it's going, but it's definitely worth staying tuned because de Klerk is on to 43 and trying to lead a very good rearguard action as the overseas player for the Blaze at the moment. They need another 118 left now to get to their target of 214. South East Stars 185 for 2 against the Southern Vipers.
Again, there's no run there from Baker to de Klerk.
Make that 189 for 2 as the score updates. They're in pursuit of 274 for victory, so they need 85 more from 15.3 overs with 8 wickets remaining.
Oh, well, see, we were distracted by the scores. Hannah Baker gets another wicket, and that's de Klerk on her way back, I'm afraid.
Bowled there, de Klerk. Good bit of leg spin bowling from Hannah Baker. Just short of a length, induced the cut.
43 she got to,
and it was
bowled by Baker.
Has ended that de Klerk innings. She was the
Clean
key
bowled.
wicket,
That's
but
out,
de Klerk
I'm
is
afraid.
now out.
So de Klerk having played a magnificent innings, particularly for somebody who is dashed overnight from South Africa, to have that sort of sense of concentration and just stickability was what the Blaze needed. But I fear now that may be their last potential to really build on.
Shakes the hand though of another South African-born cricketer, Michaela Kirk, coming to the crease.
Yep. So Harmer and Kirk at the crease now, as we see lots of 12th, 13th and 14th running on with various sets of drinks for the players. And so that's 96 for 6, and we are into the 33rd over.
So 2 wickets between that sort of 1900 mark, and that's really swaying the game.
And the other thing is neither batter has got a run yet on the ball. Obviously the new batter doesn't, but Harmer hasn't scored yet. Baker pinning in Michaela Kirk. No run.
The 25-year-old from Johannesburg, Transvaal.
Oh, okay.
Originally, but it's been with the Blaze a long time now.
Yep. She comes forward and plays that straight to Emily Arlott, and there is no run.
I had to make a big sort of life decision, really, to come and sort of pursue her cricket career in England, and it seems to have worked out well.
And that's again defended, although they're going to take a run with that. It's just prodded into the sort of forward point region, and they get through for a single. So this partnership is up and running, as it were. Kirk with 1. Harmer to face Baker. Reverses. Oh, there's all sorts of stuff going on there. There's an appeal for LB, but I think it's just messy more than anything else. But it would be difficult to separate the bat from the pads there, I think, really. That was just messy. 97 for 6. 33 overs gone.
She was an expansive player when she was coming in at the top of the list, Beth Harmer. She was quite a hard hitter, wasn't she? So clearly that reverse sweep is giving the impression that she still likes to play that way. And big conversation mid-pitch.
Rachael to continue. Right arm round the wicket this time. She's got some new people to bowl at this time, as Kirk takes guard from Grace Banbury. Grace Banbury this end, and Rob White the far end, the umpires. Kirk. Ooh, I think bangs that into a toe. It's kind of looked like one of those sort of shots where you kind of play it down and then realise you've got a nouchie on the inside of your big toe.
Mine are maybe just into the pitch. I don't think she was limping too much.
She wasn't limping unless she's not showing any pain. Fackrell. What can she do here? Oh, full toss into the gap. She's not going to get caught, but Katie George is going to field that from the far side of the artificial strip back in again, and they get a single. Score moves on to 98. They're getting to that 3-figure milestone, but it feels like it's going to be tough work from here as Fackrell comes into Harmer this time. Plays that not convincingly, but into the sort of cover point region. They get through for a single. No risk there, but not convincing into
The strange thing about this is these two are almost playing for a place here with 115 on the board. They're both sort of kind of trying to force their way into the team this season.
Fackrell There's an appeal because there's again a big swipe, but I suspect that was pitching outside a leg, although we're at completely the wrong angle.
Way
here.
outside leg. Way
Completely the wrong
Even
angle.
at the wrong angle, that was pitching way outside leg.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these two. You'd almost want to be a fly on the wall. What were they instructed to do? Just stay in and get as many, or have some batting practice. That went outside of the offside, and there was no run.
I mean, it's by no means over. It's only 115 runs. That can trickle away alarmingly quickly. So it should be the Sparks game from here, but
strange things happen in cricket,
yes,
as we know. And that's played into the leg side, spinning round, and they get a single.
But equally, it wouldn't be the strangest thing I've ever seen happen on a cricket pitch.
No.
A partnership of 100 and Kirsty Gordon comes in and knocks off the other 15.
Well, that's we've still got Kirsty Gordon to go, and one or two more.
Those things do happen, so it's not done yet. But Sparks are in control.
Yeah, they're in control. So Blaze got their 100 up. They are 106 at the end of 34 overs. Kirk on 3, Harmer on 1. As it gets a bit more overcasted, we start a very bright day, but it's certainly chillier. Another chance for a stumping or a caught behind as that ball sails past the outside of Kirk's bat from Baker. Yeah. Baker's certainly spinning a web here. That's played forward, but straight to Rhea Fackrell at mid-on, and there is no run. Still 100 for 6.
A little bit cloudier now than it was earlier on in the distance, but the skyscape's still looking good.
Played into the point region. Davina Perrin does a rather spectacular dive, manages to stop that, but they get through for a single, so 101 for 6.
Got the comms tower over in the jewellery quarter over there, and
as you say, lots of cranes, isn't there?
It's a mix of blues and turquoises.
Thinks about doing a reverse, but then dabs it down to the fine leg. It's going to get to the boundary, I think. Is it? Yes, it's beat. It's beat the fielders. So another 4 to the total. 105 for 6 are the Blaze, who were the visitors here in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 existing English regional centres of excellence. So we've got the Midlands Derby here, the West Midlands team Central Sparks in the field bowling, and the batting side is the East Midlands visitors as Baker comes in to Harmer, who plays that to the fielder at the cover point boundary, and they get through for a single. 105 for 6.
Beth Harmer spent a long time waiting for an opportunity in this side last season. Really sort of, had to work for it. So she's not going to give this up.
No. Swiped down to fine leg again, and Izzy Wong has to do a run round, and they get through for another single. 107 for 6. Just watching the scoreboard goes. 107 for 6. 35 overs gone, and yes, it's an uphill struggle, I think, from here.
The thing that Jones has got in her back pocket here is she's got 3 overs of Arlott, who's only gone for 5 runs in her 7 so far, and she's got 2 more of Wong and 6 more of Katie George. So she's got plenty to work with here as Rhea Fackrell comes on to bowl the 36th over of the innings. It's flick leg side by Michaela Kirk, but for me, Beth Harmer has had a long wait for a go in this Blaze team, and she's not going to give up that opportunity easily, and she's already shown she can be enterprising with the bat, picking up her 4 with that lovely little dab sweep, attempting the reverse. So there's still a little bit of a threat here as this one's turned leg side, and the batters will switch ends, and the score moves on to 108 for 6 as a result. A little bit of sunshine creeping through over the city there towards the cranes. There's a lot of them, isn't there?
There are
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 12 I can count on the horizon, as this one is a full toss from Fackrell. Now I think this might be signalled a no ball here. There's a check to square leg, and it's not been.
I thought that might have been, yeah.
That felt above waist height to me, but there we go. We are a long way away as in comes Fackrell around the wicket, right arm off spin as Harmer goes for the sweep. I always feel right arm off spin is actually very much bowling into the angle of that sort of shot that Harmer played there, but there are two back for it, so maybe it's a
but she's a
trap.
Well, she's bowling round the wicket. I haven't quite worked out.
No, you just feel like you're bowling into the arc of the sort of the big slog. It was a dot last ball though. She beat the outside edge,
well
and
played.
this time it's down to third, which is a vacant area because of the two back on the leg side, and Harmer gets through for a couple of runs, so they'll be gratefully added to the total. 110 for 6 now. As I say, maybe it is. Maybe they are looking for the top edge out into the leg side and to give Katie George and that opportunity to redeem herself. And I think Arlett's back there as well. Oh no, in fact Arlett's up at mid-on. It might be Campbell back at backward square leg. In comes Fackrell. Bowls. Turned leg side. They're going to scamper through for another single. Good productive little over this one. 111 for 6, but they need more than that really at this point, the Blaze. It's already starting to creep up above 1 a ball and become difficult with only 4 wickets remaining. Central Sparks in control, Barbara Daniels.
Well, they very much are, aren't they? I mean, you'd be very disappointed if they if they lost from here. But like you say, stranger things have happened at sea. But no, I would think that Eve Jones is very happy with her team. I mean, yes, there's been some drop catches, but essentially they've been in control from the start of this fielding innings, really, haven't they? That opening spell, from both ends.
Here's Baker again, and Jones happy to keep the spinners in tandem here. The dot ball to start with, just prodded back to Baker.
She's been very impressive, and I think she's more than deserved the couple of wickets that she's got.
She's looked like an England A bowler, hasn't she? She's looked like she's been away with that side over the winter. As she bowls again, that's another inventive shot from Harmer. It'll only bring a 1 this time, but she did very well to manufacture a little stroke down to fine leg for a single.
I mean, I say she's very young, but she's bowled with control. She's got some turn. Yes, there's a bit of natural variation of bounce anyway. She's caused a bit of chaos, made them all think.
112 for 6, so she delivers again and will be hit into the onside.
Yeah.
And it's a great catch by Katie George. It's the hardest one she's had all day, and she's hung on to it in great style, and she throws the ball in the air and punches it in frustration, I think, that she didn't take the 2 easier ones. 112 for 7. And that is the end of Michaela Kirk's innings. It was the right shot to play. It was a full toss. It was there to be clapped into the leg side. She just didn't get enough of it. And Katie George, diving forwards, clings on to one that was a real sort of grass skimmer as she took it. She's probably taken the skin off her elbows, but she doesn't mind one bit because she's a great fielder, Katie George. She's dropped 2, which is so unusual, but she takes a brilliant catch there. Kirk out for 6. Caught George, bowled Baker. Big trouble for the Blaze. They're 112 for 7.
Yeah, no, that was an excellent catch. She'll be delighted with that. And I was just bigging up Hannah Baker, and she bowled the worst ball she's bowled all innings.
And got a wicket with it.
Got a wicket. But she's earned that from the pressure she's built. But yeah, great catch.
Yeah, no, it's the way it goes. I mean, she's bowled some absolutely rippers that have beaten the outside edge and have just gone down in the book as a dot. And then she bowls horrible full toss. And Katie George, who's dropped everything that's gone away all day, despite being a brilliant fielder, proves she's a brilliant fielder by turning it into a catch. Such is the game of cricket. 112 for 7. And I was trying to make the case for the Blaze. I mean, Kirsty Gordon is a competitor, but I can't see her knocking off more than 100 runs with only one batter left at the crease in Beth Harmer. I mean, this is going to be really something, and I think the Sparks they're on for a bonus point victory here.
Well, and equally, as you say, I mean, you've got Emily Arlett to come back. You've still got Izzy to come back. I mean, Katie George will have overs left too, won't she? So I mean, they've got, it's not just relying on these two bowling at the moment. So, you'd have to be a very die-hard Blaze fan to be thinking you might still be in with a chance, I think. But
yeah, Baker bowls a sweep from Gordon. It looked close, but probably leg-sidey in the end.
Yes, I think our angle of observation here doesn't help us with those, does it? But
felt like it was going that way, didn't it? Dot ball off the pad. Baker again bowls into the pitch. Gordon cuts out square of the wicket. one will be taken to Ellis on the boundary. Well, short of the boundary. It's a long way out there. About 70 metres, I reckon. Another one to the total, though. 113 for 7. Just 101 more for Harmer and Gordon to pull off what should be the impossible now.
That's a good shot.
Lovely little chopped cut behind square. Perrin will chase and chase hard, all arms and legs as she goes. And she returns it with a fierce throw as well.
She's done well to keep that to 2, I think. There.
Yeah, did very well. Good chase. 115 for 7 as we approach 4:45 on your first Saturday of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy season. We've seen victories already for Sunrisers and Diamonds. The game between Stars and Vipers remains in the balance, but with 65 needed off 11 overs with 7 wickets remaining, the South East Stars look as if they're going to beat the Vipers, who did lose their first game of the competition last season and went on to win it, and went on to do the double. So let's not get too excited, but with an England international in Sophia Dunkley and another one in Alice Davidson Richards, you would be very surprised if the South East Stars don't get home from here. 90 from Bryony Smith, 94 from Tash Farron. Good to see her back on a cricket field as well. So South East Stars in control there, just as Sparks are here. And this is a top edge, and this should be caught. And this will be caught. And Sparks is catching, has got back to where it should be. Baker coming round from the 45 to take the top edge off the bat of Gordon, who's out for 1. The captain trudges back. 115 for 8 the score. Barbara Daniels, this game is on its way onto the horizon in a hurry, so to speak.
Yes, I think it is. That was there was a decent catch which she plainly enjoyed. Actually, she looked like she was laughing after that. There's some sort of in-joke going on there, I think. But again, yeah, I mean they've done a lot of the hard work, haven't they? And they've just, I say, right from the beginning. I think that those first 4 or 5 overs, and Emily Arlott in particular, but in tandem with Izzy, they set a tone that really they've maintained for a lot of this innings, haven't they? There's just been that one partnership of 50, hasn't there, where you just began to feel, oh, okay, if de Klerk can stay here, maybe they've got a chance of getting close. But other than that, really, it's been all Sparks.
We were full of praise for the way Nadine de Klerk's played, but how good is that Abby Freeborn knocking 53?
Yes, in context, yes, absolutely, and particularly, in setting a total as well, where you're not quite sure, and you would have perhaps expected to have got more. But yeah, no, she played very sensibly, and set the platform then for some others to come in and score a bit more quickly.
Well, that was it. There was a bit of crash bang wallop later on. Katie George getting 32 of 30, notably, but she wouldn't have had that platform.
No, exactly.
I don't know. She just was almost dragging the team to a total. Was Abby Freeborn? She's doing a good job back there with the gloves as well. Ooh. And right across the stumps goes the new batter, Cassidy McCarthy. That doesn't fill me with confidence that she's particularly in her strongest suit with the bat in hand, but we'll see.
No, just interested with
a little bit guessworky to me. That
pitched.
Here comes Fackrell. You keep an eye on the replay as Fackrell bowls one into the pad, so they'll get a leg by here. But that won't really affect where the game's going. 116 for 8. She sort of rushed right across her stumps. And I don't know. It seemed a bit scatty to me, I have to say.
I'm just wondering whether she's bowling round the wicket to protect herself from the shorter boundary, but it just seems a bit unnecessary at that.
In comes Fackrell again. Sort of Yorks the advancing Harmer there. As I say, Harmer's worked a long time to get a go in this team, so she won't be giving up this opportunity with the bat easily. And she settles over that bat once again. Raises it now as Fackrell's on her way. Again trying to sneak the ball under the bat. Of course, it's the modern style, isn't it, the big bat lift at the moment. But and Harmer's isn't the most elaborate we've seen. But Fackrell very much seems to be trying to sneak it underneath. Here comes Fackrell again. Floats this one up.
That's a nice
driven
shot.
Powerfully by Harmer. Brilliant fielding by Arlott, who grabs it one-handed and I think does herself a bit of a mischief. The tall fast bowler. Probably not the thing you need at 10 to 5 on a Saturday afternoon if you're a fast bowler. And actually Emily Arlott's needing a bit of assistance to get back to her feet. I think the mind was willing and the body less so there to stop that one, but she's prevented 4 runs, a single taken.
That's very good fielding, actually, because I thought that was past her.
Yeah. don't know if she's just maybe sending a message to the rest of the team as well. If I can get down from my height, the rest of you need to keep going. It's going to be Katie George to come on.
I think she just landed a little awkwardly then. I think that's all that happened. So hopefully, yeah, she's all right. But yeah, she's very tall, isn't she? With quite a wide wingspan. So you've got to hit wide of her, I reckon. But that was a good stop and a return.
Baker, the pick of the bowlers with 3 wickets, but Arlott with 2 at the top, combining well with Wong, who picked up 1 herself. Ellis with another, as has Fackrell. So
what were Baker's figures?
Baker's figures so far: 8 overs, 1 maiden, 29 for 3.
Wow.
So very, very good from the young leg spinner. And as I say, she looked like an England A, but she looked like the sort of bowler who's pushing for those international honours now, which you wouldn't have said previously, because she is only 20 still. Wide ball to start with from Katie George there, who took a really good catch off Hannah Baker.
So now she's coming left arm round, where she bowled left arm over before, didn't she? So
yeah,
again, just interesting sometimes the decisions. But
don't know if it's the stage of the innings, the stage of the game maybe, but she was very much trying to bowl bouncers in her first spell, Katie George, sort of following on where Wong was having success. Here comes George again. Left arm around and beats the bat there. Big swing from Harmer. It was a fluid enough swing, but it was nowhere near the ball, unfortunately, for the Blaze batter, who needs something quite extraordinary to get the remaining 96 required here. With just 2 wickets left, it would be a really, really great rear guard if she was to get there, but very unlikely at this stage. We think we know where all the games are going now. South East Stars look on course to beat the champions, the Southern Vipers, as in comes Katie George, clapped over the top. Now that was a great effort from Amy Campbell. She had no right to get fingertips on that and managed to spring out the box and almost effect a brilliant catch, but just couldn't get any more than the very tips of the fingers on it. 119 for 8.
That was a good effort, because she just about timed her jump perfectly. It just didn't stick, did it?
It was well hit, wasn't it? Really well hit stroke from Harmer, and just evading the grasp of Campbell, who settles back into a position at mid-wicket. We've already seen Diamonds and Sunrisers pick up wins in this first round as well. And here comes Katie George round the wicket, shorter length, clapped away by Cassidy McCarthy. Well, we said she looked a bit scatty on her first ball, but she can play the pull stroke, because it was almost a hook. It was almost right off her nose. Really good stroke. 4 runs and a little bit of hope for the Blaze there. McCarthy moves on to 5, 123 for 8. Nothing to lose for McCarthy here. She can play strokes like that. She's a tall figure, so it was quite a considerable bounce. Another fielder going back there, Barbara.
Yeah. Looks like she's going to do the same again then, or try to.
Well, most of her first spell was pitched in her half rather than the batters, so I wouldn't be surprised. There's 3 back on the leg side now as George goes short and McCarthy charges her. So some entertaining play from the number 10 here. On this occasion, it doesn't produce the boundary that she was after. To just keep you up to date with the county games that involve the counties attached to these regional sides. So Derbyshire, Leicestershire 489 for 6 now. You think they'll be contemplating a declaration there at Derby in Division 2, and then moving into Division 1. Worcestershire playing Durham, as in comes Katie George, bowls, and it's hit down the ground by McCarthy, and this one's going to roll away. Now, will it go all the way? I think there was a little bit of a touch on that at mid-on, so that's going to slow it up. They'll come back for 3. McCarthy,
that's a good throw.
Profiting again. 126 for 8, the score moves on to. McCarthy now has 7 of them. Harmer back onto strike. So Worcestershire 184 all out. Durham have 244 plus another 163 for 2 in their second innings. So they're leading by 223 there. A fairly formidable lead against Worcestershire in that one. Of course, Sparks' next home game is at Kidderminster, as that one's through outside the off stump, where that game between Worcestershire and Durham is taking place. Dot ball to finish the over. 126 for 8. The target 214, remember here. Looking then at Warwickshire's game against Hampshire in Southampton. Hampshire 63 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 455 all out. And Nottinghamshire versus Somerset. Somerset well in control of that one. 201 in front on first innings, still with 2 wickets remaining in their first innings. Nottinghamshire were bowled out for 193. So you're up to date with the counties associated with the two regional sides on the pitch here, the Central Sparks and the Blaze. Of course, we've been talking Tier 1 status. That will come into effect next season when Central Sparks will become Warwickshire and the Blaze will become Nottinghamshire. Round the wicket, Fackrell bowls, hit
shot.
into the leg side. George across from mid-wicket, picks up 127
That's
for
a good
8
throw.
score.
Yeah, no, she is a good fielder, Katie George, isn't she? That's
What have you made of the Sparks then? It's the first time you've sort of, we've had you on commentary to watch them, Barbara Daniels. What have you made of them as an outfit? We'll get your thoughts on that as we tick towards 5 to 5, and that one's lately dabbed past the wicketkeeper Freeborn, and away it goes off the bat of Harmer. She's back for 2. McCarthy wants 3, and she's going to charge through for it, and a willing runner for a partner there. 130 for 8. The score moves on to the target 214.
Well, it's been lovely to be here for the start of the season, and I think their pre-season has paid off. I think they've, without being perfect, so they've still got room to get even better. I think they probably still would feel they could have scored more runs, but they put a decent total on. And like you say, Freeborn's innings there helped with that. But I think they've been most impressive actually in the bowling and fielding. I think.
Here's Fackrell bowling and swept away by McCarthy again, scampering across her stumps to play that stroke and picks up a single. So she's on to double figures, 10.
And would this be, in terms of a typical 11 out of a squad, have they got have Sparks got anybody else to come back? I mean, there's Amy Jones, but again, she'd normally be off with England at some point.
Other than the internationals who aren't expected to play much in this edition of the competition just because of the way the calendar's falling. That one's driven into the offside then, no run. There aren't too many missing today from a Sparks point of view, other than George Davis, who was the leading wicket taker and would probably be bowling this over now, if that makes sense. She would be the off spinner in the side to complement Baker, but Baker's stepped up in her absence.
Yes.
So that one's returned. Another single, 131 for 8, up to mid on that one went.
I mean, highlights, obviously, Emily Arlett's bowling, seeing Izzy Wong back, but seeing some good, very young players. So I'm just got to get my names right. So
here comes Fackrell to deliver this ball.
Ooh,
across the stumps goes McCarthy, as she's prone to do once again. Doesn't get much of anything on that, and it will be, well, she must have got a bit of back because there's been no signal from the umpire. 132 for 8 is the score. Another, 83 required. So a long way off still for the Blaze. But as I say, who else caught your eye?
Well, I think Davina Perrin I've been impressed with. Again, another youngster. Didn't score lots of runs, but I just like her attitude. She looks fit. She looks like an athlete. She's fielded very well, but she was a different kind of batter.
We'll get you back onto this headset over here. Let's bring Claire Jenkins into the commentary position. Katie George just sending her fielders back to the boundary now to try and bounce another wicket out. We've got 3 back on the leg side as Claire Jenkins rejoins us, and I will depart as Katie George charges in.
Oh, and it's swiped at. Oh, it's into a gap there. Ooh. He had a caught then. That was exciting. We're just doing a little do-si-do on the headphones. I'm not precious, but these are my headphones, and my hearing is very good, so I don't need them turned up any more than they are. I've missed an exciting bit, haven't I? So George is coming in from the far end, and Harmer goes straight through her there. No run. 134 for 8. And Harmer to face more of Katie George, banging the ball in. She's decided to come around the wicket now from the Birmingham end. I've missed an exciting.
Well, you've missed some wickets. It's the leg spinner. We've missed Katie George's catch finally. A very good catch.
And that's played up. Was it a catch? It is. You said you were impressed with Davina Perrin. And that's out for Bethany Harmer, I'm afraid. Caught Perrin at point off the bowling of Katie George. and she's gone for 17, I'm afraid. You were saying you were impressed. I mean, she is proper athletic, and she's young and bendy.
Easy, to be honest,
but it was hard because it was in front of her.
Catch in front, and very low down, easy not to get those, as Katie George can attest. But but that was a very good catch. So yeah, no, I just think again in terms of this future development, can you imagine being 17, 18 and thinking I could have a career in
I know.
cricket? Well,
I mean, we can't because we could not have pictured that at all.
But that as an option, even to consider. And it's a funny old career. You've got to be selected all the time. All of that kind of stuff.
You're a split second away from an injury and career ending.
It's not guaranteed. But actually, to think about the fact that you could earn a living playing for however long. Yeah. And then potentially move into commentary, coaching, umpiring,
admin,
the other things around the edges.
Well, you were mentioning it, weren't you, over lunch, that it isn't just about the playing options. The more teams there are, the more coaching, the more admin.
Well, I just think it pushes the professional agenda full stop because in all honesty, there aren't enough female coaches. So I'm still disappointed that there's only 2 female coaches out of 8 of these regional teams. And I would hope, and I don't know, I haven't seen no criteria in terms of moving to a county setup. That we really should be seeing the prioritisation of more female coaches coming through.
Yeah. The opportunities to get to that level as well.
Exactly.
George in. Straight through to Abby Freeborn. There's no run. Yeah. So, yeah.
And I think you talk about Sue Redfern as an umpire. Well, the umpire here, but I think there's just opportunities. You see Isha, you see Ebony, that Mel Jones, all of those things happening for them commentating on men's cricket, women's cricket, just being good commentators.
Yeah.
Just around everything, just saying there are opportunities for you to have a career in sport, a career in cricket particularly, that wouldn't have happened before.
Ballinger gets a run there to square leg, and the score moves to 135 for 9.
And I think it also means we'll attract some different kinds of athletes who, in the past, maybe would have been playing hockey or been playing something else, but actually, this being a pathway that looks promising, means maybe people will stick at it. We'll have lost players before. That's a good take.
Is that a catch?
Wow,
yes, it is. She's out. That's a catch. So it was a reverse. It was a reverse hit there, and it's caught behind, I'm afraid, for Cassidy McCarthy. So McCarthy goes for 12. Caught Freeborn off the bowling of George. And that is the end of the game, because that is all of them. So all out for 135. Yeah, all out for 135. Wow. So yes, what an amazing game, because I really thought at the halfway stage that Sparks may not have had enough there. I mean, you say they've got no Nat Silver-Brunt and Tammy Beaumont and the Bryce sisters and all the rest of it, but still, they can all bat, and they've done well there. But yes, so wow. So what's your summing up, do you think, then, Barbara?
Well,
and I'll go through the scorecard and things like that.
I think it's for the first game of the season, it's been an impressive performance by Central Sparks. Still with room to improve, but hard to know what a good score was going to be. But I think they, with Freeman there, they managed to get themselves up to a more than respectable total. We all thought maybe honestly was hoping
we
for
thought
a close
it might
game.
Be. Yeah.
But I think that not being the case, I think Central Sparks have been very impressive. Captaincy in the field and bowling, and as I say, set the tone with those first 2, with Emily Arlott and Izzy Wong. Great to see her back. But I think I mean probably my highlight is seeing the little leg spinner thing.
Yeah, Hannah Baker. She's
doing so well.
And as Mike said, she's benefiting from the being around the England squad and the belief that brings with it, and the attention and the coaching. So Central Sparks win by 78 runs here at Edgbaston in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Central Sparks got 213 for 9, and the Blaze were all out for 135. Yeah, so you've been impressed. You've enjoyed it. I mean, we've certainly enjoyed your company. It's been great to have you here, and it was worth getting that coffee and cake down here to get you. Come on, Barbara, let's do a bit of this.
It was worth me making my lemon drizzle.
And the lemon drizzle was lovely. That was worth asking you for a start.
No, and again, obviously, in the light of the news and the changes that are happening, just to come and see live what's going on, and see the standard of play, and hear again from you two who are much more imbued in the history of this particular competition and can say in context, how strong a team these are and how much they've developed. That is just interesting to see the detail of what being in a professional setup means. So yes, Hannah Baker's been off to an England setup, but that's what we want, is that gradually if and as these counties take on professional setups, that more people get the chance to be in those kind of setups where they're developing, they're being properly invested in all ways, not only financially, so that promise can be at least given opportunity. Won't always be realised, but no, I've really enjoyed it. It's been good to see, great to see. I mean, what gets you quite emotional. I mean, I know we haven't had a packed house or anything today, but it isn't that long ago that they just wouldn't have been able to play here.
No,
although back in the 70s they had the odd game, largely because of Rachael.
Yeah.
Really there was no great interest after that. So to just see as a matter of course that a women's domestic game is being played here, fully supported, live streamed, all of that. It's just such a total transformation.
Well, we talked, didn't we, about the quality of the pitch, and we played on some.
Oh,
I
terrible.
mean, I could use lots of colourful words, which I won't. But one can imagine how bad the pitches were, because we would be playing on pitches that the men's third teams didn't want. So that's the sort of standard of pitches we played.
Or the under 15 boys team.
Yeah. Well, I played a game for Derbyshire. I won't say which ground it was, but it is a first-class ground. And they left an old-fashioned cover a few strips over and asked us to play round it for a county match, because they had an under-14s boys game. And that's the reality of what we had to put up with. But now, and that's the big difference with the regional setup, they're getting to play on the big grounds.
Yes.
They can trust the bounce. It's a decent pitch, and then it's about the cricket, not fighting the conditions.
Yes. And they're being treated properly, so it's properly prepared stuff. And then you accept that they've been given every opportunity, and some days they'll play really well and some days they won't, and that's the nature of it. However much money or however much time you have to train, some days you'll have a good day, some days you'll have a bad day, but you're not, as you say, fighting conditions, pitches,
people not wanting you to be there, inconvenience of the women again.
And the fact that Laura McLeod is here as director of cricket for the Central Sparks, again, that's a position, it changes the whole way, it changes the environment in which you're operating, and therefore you feel more welcome, you feel that you belong, you feel like you are proper somehow, and you're worthy of playing in these sorts of places and having these sorts of opportunities. So no, I've really enjoyed it. Good to see, and I'll keep an eye on the competition. It's a shame it wasn't a closer game, but those will happen.
And we're going to tempt you back out of your lair later in the season, I think, aren't we? We'll have to drop little bits of cake to get you out again.
I don't live in a lair. I just want this to be clear. I don't hide in a cave somewhere.
No, we know it's a little rural village, very much like the Archers.
Very much like the Archers, or I'm at the RSC at the theatre. So
yes, it was very bucolic. Well, it's been a pleasure, Barbara. Thank you very much for joining us. We shall look forward to having you back later in the season. I know that we've had a lot of feedback about how much they've enjoyed your point of view and stuff. So I'm going to go through the scorecard for the Blaze, which didn't last long. But Marie Kelly was bowled all up for 4. Teresa Graves got 1. Sophie Monroe got 4. Ella Claridge, bit of resistance there, 19. Nadine de Klerk fought a valiant effort with her 43 and was just short of her 50 there. Daisy Mullen, who joined the Blaze side on loan from Thunder, got creditable 18 and looked like they were going to hold that together. Bethany Harnmer got 17. Michaela Kirk 6. Kirsty Gordon 1. Cassidy McGarthy 12. And Grace Ballinger was not out. In terms of the wickets for the Sparks, Hannah Baker finishes with 3 wickets for 29 off her 8 overs. Katie George gets 2 for 26 off 6. Emily Arlott gets 2 for 5 off 7. A magnificent start from her, Emily Arlott and Izzy Wong, who bowling in tandem did all the damage really up front. Bethan Ellis also finishes with a wicket, 1 for 16. And Rhea Fackrell also took a wicket, 1 for 31. So that's the close of play here. And if you want to hear me again, I am back on in a couple of weeks' time for the Sparks game over at Kidderminster, and I will look forward to that. I'm just going to see if I can get that up for you. Bit of information here. So you've been listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, that's me, former Somerset and Derbyshire player, Mike Perkins and Barbara Daniels, the ex-England vice-captain. I will be doing Sparks Sunrisers, the Kidderminster game on Wednesday the 1st of May. The next games for these two teams, so the Blaze will play the South East Stars at Leicester on Wednesday the 24th of April, down at the Upton Steel County Ground at Leicester, and the Central Sparks meanwhile will be going to Wormsley to play Southern Vipers